Hello guys, in this full course, we wanna talk about Flutter. We know that with Flutter, we can create Android, iOS, macOS, Windows, Linux, and web applications with one code base. And we will have native apps. First of all, we'll learn about widgets and use them to create our social media app. Then we go straight to network connections and state management to bring logic in our app. We use socket connections to have chat room and chat with other users. We use the map to add our users with marker so we can see their locations. We learn about CustomPainter to create custom UIs and advanced UIs. And finally, we use Sliver widgets and animations. Are you ready? Let's go. Consider a login page. In here we have a beautiful page. Everything that you see in this page called widgets. Actually, the whole of this page called widget also. For better understanding, imagine this page is a tree and this tree called widget. Let's add a text to our page and our tree. This text is actually another widget inside PageView. You learn OOP in Dart, full course that I made some times ago. Everything in here is subtype of widget class. Whole of this page and this text. And actually we can add another widgets. For example, we can add widgets beside or child of each other to complete our tree and our page and actually our application. Each application with Flutter start with a widget, and these widgets contain other widgets and complete our application. Okay, let's use some widgets and create a login page. Alright, in here we have a Dartpad. We use Dartpad for Dart course, and we can actually use for Flutter course. In here, when I press new pad, I can choose Flutter. Okay, and you can see we have some code in here. Let's run it. And you can see my Hello World application is up. We know that Flutter is a cross-platform, and in here we have a web application that contains a text. In here, if you see, we have a text widget, and this text widget contains a text called Hello World. When you create a new Flutter pad in Dartpad, you see something like this, and I wanna remove something to simplify our application. Okay, I remove this class. I remove whole of this class and remove this color. And you can see in here we have a main method, or we have main function. We see this function in Dart course, and we know that our project and our Dart application run from this method. Okay, and inside this method we have runup function, and we need, if I hover that and see documentation, you can see in here we need pass a widget, and we know that each Flutter project and each Flutter application needs a widget for starting to run. Okay, in here I want to explain you one of in Flutter we have a very lots of widgets that I try to show you lots of them in this course. And for first, I want to pass container widget to our runup function. Container widget, very useful widget that we can use in most case in our project. But for example, I can define width and height for that. I can pass color, or I can add child. We know that every and most of widgets in Flutter can give a child for, I tell you about widget tree. In here, I can pass a child to that, to pass another widget as a child. But in here, I want to pass a color. For example, I put a color. We know that this container is a widget that's subtype of widget, and this is a class. Okay, we define a class and pass a class as that child of widget in our run app function. In here, we have some argument. For example, we know that we can in classes and method and functions, we can pass named argument. Container has a named argument called color. In here, I pass color. We have a class that called colors dot, for example, red. In here, I pass a container class that we know that container is subtype of widget, and one of arguments and one of parameters of container is color, and I can pass, for example, colors.red. And let's run our project. And you see, whole of my project and whole of my web app, you can tell this app is a web app, and we know that with Flutter we can create web app. In here, I have an application that whole of them is red because I use container widget that and pass red color, and you can see whole of my screen is red. In future, I will tell you another functions that we can do with container, but in this step I want to show you a very little example about Flutter widget. But let's add a text widget. I want to create this login page, and in here we have lots of text. Let's add it. First, let's add one of text to our application. Okay, in here I replace container widget with text widget. And we know that text is subtype of widget and we can pass to my run app. And text is a class, and in first argument we have a non-named argument and this is a string, and we can pass, for example, hello world. And we expect that text widget show us this string in our application. Okay, let's run it and see what happened. Okay, why we get error? Because for using Flutter widgets, for example, like text, we need some requirements. We need to implement some foundations for our applications. One of them, and very important of them, is Material App or Cupertino App widget. And what that means? In here, I want to replace text widget with Material App widget. This is another widget. I think I have some mistake in here. Material app. And in here, with Material App widget, we are defining something that one of them, for example, is text style. With if I use Material App and inside in Material App, I use another widget, in here we call text, we don't get any error. Let's check. And in Material App, we don't have child, we have home. I use home. This is a class, and home is one of named arguments. And in here, I use text. In here, I print hello world, and let's run our application. Alright, in here we have our text, hello world, but it's very ugly, I know that. But we have it, and we don't have any error. Because we use Material App. With Material App, we have a lot of things, but I don't want to mention that because in first step, I don't want to add and use some complicated content. But in here, we know that, okay, when we want to have a text, this needs some fundamentals. For example, it's need to text style, and because we use material app, we have, for example, a red and yellow text style, and we can have a text actually. But with material app, we can add, for example, add navigators to our application. We can use change our page, and something that every app, mostly and common app, have it. But in here, okay, we have a text. We know that. And until now, we see 3 widgets. One in first container, after that material app, and now we have a text. And you see exactly what that means when we talk about everything is a widget. It's actually everything is a widget. We have a material app widget, we have a text widget, but why we have this weird look like of text? Because in here our widget doesn't follow material. Let's wrap this text with another widget. I cut this text and add material widget. In here we have another named argument that's called child, and child gets another widget. I pass my text to that. Okay, and run again. And you can see we have a beautiful text. It's not ugly. This text has some styles that follows material principle. Okay, let's check what happened in here. We run our application with material app widget that bring us some features that, for example, we can use navigator. We talk about later about navigator. Material app contains some basic and foundation things that we need in our app. We talk about material app later. After that, we add a home it's a child of material app. We have a material widget, and we have a text in material. That means we have a widget tree in here that contains 3 widgets, and each of these widgets have a parent. For example, text has a parent that's called material, and material has a parent that's called material app, and material app is a start point of application. And when we wrap our text with material, we can see, okay, we have some styles in here. We have a background, and we have a beautiful text that has some styles, and we can change text style in the future. But we know that, okay, when I wrap my text with material widget, something is implement on our text. And what is exactly material? Okay, let's talk about material design system. All right, what is material design? Material design is a design principle that's made from Google that help us to design our application. In here, you can see m3.material.io. That this site is because recently Material 3 is released and has some change on that, and you can see in here, if I press get start, I can check what's material. Material design is a design system built and supported by Google designers and developers. And in here we can see, for example, develop Flutter, and in here you can see some rules and resource in here. And in here, if I tap Material 3 Flutter Showcase app, in here you can see a demo. If I launch app, this is a Flutter web application that show us Material 3 components. For example, in here we have buttons, we have floating action buttons, we have a navigation bar in here, we have a driver navigation, and Material has a lots of component that we can use in our applications, and we can use this for iOS, Android, and web and other platforms. We can use Cupertino. That Cupertino is a design system that's specially for iOS and macOS. It is for Apple. You can use it in Material, but in here I don't want to talk about Cupertino. And in here, if you want to see Material 2 documentation, you can use m2.material.io, and in here you can see a different size, and this is design principles for Material Design version 2. I don't want to talk. Material design has lots of guideline and components, and if you interested about that, you can check out this website and read documentation. But in this course, I don't want to talk about principles, but we want to use this component in our application. In here, you can see if I use Material widget, that means I want to bring and deploy and apply material features and material styles and component to my child widget. For example, in here, when I wrap my text with material, my text gets styles and has styles. But if I remove material, you can see we have a very ugly text that has a text style green and red. That this green and red styles it's applied by Material app. Alright, when you install Flutter and VS Code, you can open your editor, and in here, for creating new Flutter application and new Flutter project, you can press Command Shift and P, or in Windows Control Shift P, and in here you can see, because in your VS Code you have your Flutter plugin. If I go to my plugin extensions and search for Flutter, if I go in here, you can see I have my Flutter plugin, and with this plugin I can create my project. For example, in here, Flutter new project, when I click that, you have some items. For example, you can use a skeleton. This is a best practice. This is have some view, but we want to create some application, one empty application, but we want to bring some folders for us. You can create modular package, but in here we need application, and you need to define your folder. In here I use my project folder for my app, and in here I want to add, for example, Flutter test application. Okay, and press enter, and you can see this is create our template. This is for Flutter extension, and everything is fine, and we have some template. And you can see when my project is built, I have all of platforms: Android, iOS, Linux, macOS, web, and Windows. But maybe you don't need all of them. You can remove it, it doesn't matter, and you can create them. It's very simple. And we are creating our code in lib folder, and sometimes we will see in future maybe we have some package, and we need add and configure configure Android or iOS files. For example, if you work with Android development, you know about build Gradle, and maybe sometimes need to change this configuration, or for iOS we will change info plist and add some things, some configurations in here, but our Dart code is in here. All right, And in here, we have one file that we work with that very lots of time. That's called PubSpec.yaml. In here, we have our name, our description. We have version, environment. This is for Dart SDK. Dependencies. We add our dependencies in here and some items that configure, for example, our phones or our assets. It's for configuring our Flutter application. And yeah, let's start with main.dart, and we know that everything starts from here. Okay, let's implement our code that we wrote in Dartpad in VS Code. For do that, I remove this section, and also I remove this section and whole of this section. I will tell you about these codes in future, but we don't need them for now. And we have an error because we don't have any my app class for now, and I want to remove that. We know, okay, for starting, we need material app widget, and for home, I add a material because we want to follow material design principles, and we need some themes that material can bring for us. And after material, we have a text. I wanna bring my text in here. This is a text widget. In first argument, I wanna add hello world, and it's very good. Let's run it in iPhone 14 Pro. This is my simulator. You know what happened in here, and I wanna run my application. All right, you can see my app is up, and in here I have hello world because my device has some space in top. You can't see hello text, but we have everything just like our in Dartpad. All right, we have everything, and let's create our page. In top of this page, we have a hello. And after that, we have a comma and welcome back. And all right, I do that and run it again. And in here, you can see hello, welcome back. In bottom of this text, I have another text that wrote login to continue. But how I can another text below this text? In here, I want to mention another widget that called column. When you want to add your widgets below each other in vertical mode, you can use column. I remove this text and replace the child with column. Column is another widget that don't have child. It's get children because we need to add a list of widget because this widget needs to ordered in vertical mode. We have a children, and you can see it's get a list of widgets. I add my hello welcome back. I cut it before, and I can add another widget, another text widget. In here, I type login to continue. Run it again, and you can see every widgets are centralized. I tell you why this happened, and I have this login to continue below this notch, and you can't see for now. I wanna bring another simulator that don't have any notch you can see better. I go to file, open simulator, and I think iPhone 8 is good. I close iPhone 14, and in here I wanna wait to iPhone 8 up, and okay. I choose my device and run my application. Yeah, you can see in here I don't have any notch, and hello, welcome back, and after that log in to continue. We have these widgets, and with column we understand we can add our widgets below each other's and in vertical mode. Before we go forward, let's see one of features in Flutter that called hot reload. With hot reload, you don't need to rebuild and rerun your application from scratch. You do some change. For example, you add a widget. For example, you add a text in your application, and in here we have a hot reload icon, or in VS Code, when you save this file, you actually hot reload your application and your change set on fly on your project, and you can see difference in your app. For example, in your simulator, or if you run in macOS or Windows, you can see edits and changes in your project, and you don't need to restart your application and wait to rebuild done and again refresh your application. If you go to hot reload documentation in Flutter website, you can see these tips that say hot reload does not rerun main function on init state. We see init state in future, but we understand if I press this button and hot restart and hot reload my app, my change not set in this page. For example, if I add another text, new text, and press hot reload and press hot reload button, you can see changes, because when you hot reload your application, main function not rerun. But how we can solve this problem? For prevent this bug and solve this bug, we need to use in this step a stateless widget. We see other features and other benefits of using a stateless widget, but for now, for solving this problem, we need to create a stateless widget and use a stateless widget. And what is a stateless widget? I want to create a class, for example, class my app extends stateless widget. Okay, we have a class called my app that extends a stateless widget, and a stateless widget actually is a widget we can see in documentation. A stateless widget is an abstract class and extends widget. Okay, we know that a stateless widget is actually a widget, but when you extend a class from a stateless widget, you see this error. That means you need to implement a missing method. Let's press quick fix and create one missing override. In here you can see VS Code bring us a build override method. That means when you create a stateless widget, everything that you return in this body that need to be a widget. For example, I can return a text, return text. We know that text is widget. Everything that we return in this body, in this function, in this method body, that's build and render in our screen. For example, I can add my app in here and it's work. And why? Because my app is a widget. okay, it's a stateless widget, but a stateless widget is a widget. And when I'm hot restart my app, you can see text is a widget is in my column. I cut this material app and bring it here, remove my app, and I pass my app in run app because we know that my app is a widget, and we say to Dart, okay, run app from my app widget, and in my app widget we know that it's a stateless widget and has a lots of benefit for us, but for now we wanna have hot reload. All right, I save my code. I need to restart my application, and you can see I have hello, welcome back, login to continue, and new text. Let's add another text. I called it's a text after stateless widget. And if I save my file, I don't need to restart my app. I just press Ctrl S or Command S, and you can see hot reload work now. And I have another text in my column below other text, and hot reload works. Let's talk more about column widgets. In here we know that, okay, one of my parameter and one of my named argument is children, and I can pass list of widget, for example text, or we know that we can add container and all classes that subtype of widget, we can add it in here. In column we have these argument that we can use it, but I wanna talk about main axis alignment. We have a cross-axis alignment. I will talk about cross-axis alignments in future, but for now I have a main axis alignment. And what's that mean? That means, okay, we know that column is vertical mode, and put widgets below each other until bottom of screen, and we can change this alignment. We know, if you imagine the position of my items is top, this is top, we know that it's main, the direction is vertical for column, and in here I have my widgets top. I can move it bottom. Let's check. Main axis alignment. This is a class that we have some items in here. We have something center, end, and start. In here my items is top, that means it's a start of vertical mode. If in here we imagine we have a line, in this line my widgets and my items, it's in a start of this line, but I can put my items in end of this line. And if I press Ctrl S, I have hot reload and my items goes down. I can change it to center, and in here move all items and in here my widgets goes to center of this line in here. Let's save, and yeah, you can see it. We have a 3 items. Let's see this and see what happened. I choose a space around and Ctrl S, and you can see main axis alignment. If I put a space around, you can see Flutter define space for each of my widgets. You can see in here I have a space around this item, space around this, space, and around this, space, and a space. Let's check another space between. When you use space between, it's add space only between of items. That means in here, between these these and these, not bottom or top. And space only. And in here, you can see equal space for each items. In here, I have a space in here and exactly equal space in here, exactly in here, and in here. But space around this space not equal to this space. And we don't need that. Why? Because if you see the design, you can see I need to my widgets and my column start from up to down. Okay, but in here I need to remove these because we only need hello and login to continue. Alright, before I go forward and make our page, I want to mention one thing and show you another widget that I want to replace it with material. We know material widgets, and this widget helps us to use material component, material themes, and it's very useful for us, okay? But in our projects, in most of the time, we use Scaffold Widget instead material. And why? Because Scaffold has material widgets on that and give us benefits more, give us extra features. Let's see. In here, I have some properties. For example, I can change color. For example, colors.blue. And in here you can see my backgrounds change. I have some named argument and some features. But if change it to scaffold, it's better in this case better to use a scaffold, and we need to change child to body. Okay, and you can see with a scaffold we have a very useful items and very useful arguments. For example, I can add AppBar and pass AppBar widgets, and you can see in here I have AppBar. Or I can add floating action button, floating. I will tell you about floating action button, but in here I want to show you benefits of a scaffold. I can add a scaffold button. You can I can add floating action button. You see this in other applications. I can change my background color. For example, colors.red. In here my background is changed. I can add driver. You see driver, it's a menu. Let's add, for example, a container. I will tell you about this. I want to show you what's happened. And in here you can see I have a driver. Let's add height, for example, and colors.white. It doesn't matter for now. I want to show you this is a driver. Very simple driver, and it's not good, but we have a driver. And you can see lots of items that I try to mention some of that in this course. And you can see my text style is beautiful. I don't have any ugly text because in scaffold we have material widget and a scaffold support material and bring us material theming and features. Okay, let's remove this. We don't need for now. And refreshing it. We have these items, and let's add another features to our application. We see these, we can add background color for our application, for our page, and I use, for example, colors. We have a colors class that bring us some of material colors that bring us some colors we can use. For example, I use blue, or I think it's blue. Yeah, we have a blue. I use blue, but it's not look like to our application, our design. we have another feature that we can use a shade of this blue. For example, if I press 100, I have a light blue, or I put 900, I have a dark blue. Okay? For example, it's look like to our design, but it doesn't matter for now. I wanna put this color for my background color. All right. I use my text and another text, and below these text, we have a text field. Do you know? A text field that we can put parameter. In here, for example, we have a username and password text field. Okay, and how I can add it in my application? We have another widget that's called text field. And boom, we have text field in here. I added text field widget, and you can see I can put everything I want because I have a text field. But if you notice about something weird happened, when I put comment this widget, and when I refresh again, you can see my text goes left. But when I add text field, all of them is centralized because I want to mention another widget in here. Let's comment this, save, and wrap column with another widget. We have an action in, for example, in VS Code. When I am press comment and dot, I have some items that I can wrap my widget with another widget. For example, in here, wrap with widget. When I press this, that means, okay, you have a column and you can wrap it with another widget. We have a colored box that I have an error because I have a mandatory and I have a required arguments that's called color, and I can pass a color. And when we use colored box, that means I want to wrap whole of my child. In here I have a column child, and wrap it with a color. That color is red. For example, when I am Command S and save my code, you can see in here, wrap whole of this column with red. You can see my column is in here, is in this area, not whole of my screen. It is default because these two texts, width of these two texts is not fill of my device, and column just define this size and this width for them. But when I am adding text field, and text field default size is maximum width of my screen, for example, in here when I am saved again, you can see when text field added and text field size is maximum width, you can see whole of my screen is my column. Okay, let's remove this colored box. I don't want it. I don't need that. Command dot, and you can see in here I can remove this widget. I go to my colored box, command dot, and in here remove this widget. Save again, and you can see in here I have my previous view. Alright, I have a text field, but we have a two text field. Let's add another text field, and save it again, and you can see I have another text field. I can add hints. You see hints in text field, and for example, we can show a hint to help user which parameter need to add in this text field. For adding hint for text field, we have a decoration argument that you can see. We have a decoration, and the type is input decoration. I add input decoration class, and in here we can add something. For example, I can add hint. Hint text is a string. For example, we know that it's username, and when I press save, you can see I have hint. And after I put my something, for example, my username is in here, but my hint is dismissed because hint for when you don't have any data. And when I remove this, you can see my hint is displayed. Okay, let's add another hint for my password. We know that we need decoration, input decoration, it's a class. And this class get input decoration is a class, but not a widget. I can't add input decoration in my column. Input decoration. I'm sorry, input decoration. And when I'm added in here, you can see I have an error because the element type input decoration can't be assigned a list type widget. Input decoration is a class, not a widget. It's a class that not extend widget. Okay, add my hint in here, hint. And this is a string. I put password for that, and you can see, yeah, I have a username and password. Very good. All right. And below password, we have a forgot password text. But forgot password is not a text. It's a text button. Because forgot password is clickable. For example, we know that hello, welcome back. This text is not clickable. It's a display message and we are showing a message to user, but forgot password need to be clicked. We have a button. Okay, in Flutter, we have some type of buttons, and one of them is text button. Text button, yeah, you can see. When I enter and add text button widget, you can see I need to add a child. For example, child is a text because I want to show forgot password. You can add an icon or something you want because child is type of widget. And we have a function that's callback for onPress, for untap. And to create this, you can see we can add arrow function or body function. I mention again, you need to watch Dart full course. I explain, for example, function, and I tell you what's happened in here. We have a parameter onPress, that type is function, you can see. And a child, that type is widget. And for that, I add another widget because child format, you can see child is a widget. And a text that forgot password and question mark and saved. You can see in here I have forgot password button. You can see if I click on that, a ripple effect is displayed. I can, for example, add a print in function clicked semicolon, and when I go to debug console, you can see in here we have status for our application, and when I press forgot password, you can see clicked. If I add, you can see the numbers goes up, and we have a button that type of that is forgot password. All right, we have a text button. Below forgot password, I have a login button, but it's not a text button. You can see it's field button that's called in Flutter ElevatedButton. ElevatedButton. And just like text button, we need add onPress function. I put empty function and a child. I said text. In here, I add login and saved again. And you can see I have a field button. Logged in. And I can add a, for example, I can for forgot button, I wrote forgot is clicked, and I copy this print. And for my login, I add login is clicked. And you can see if I go to debug console, if I press forgot, you can see forgot is clicked. But when I press login, you can see I have a message login is clicked. All right, we have two types of buttons, text buttons and elevated buttons for buttons that field. After elevated button, you can see in our widget, we have a text that says or sign in with. Okay, we know that we can add text by text widget. I wrote text or sign in with. You can see my text is in here. And after that, I have two another buttons. And how I can define these buttons? Because these buttons does not have just a login with Google or login with Facebook. These buttons contains an icon or an image. How I can add in our project? Let's add it simply. For example, we know that these are elevated button, but background color is white, not yellow for login. But I don't want to talk about styles. I just want to add my widgets for now, and after that we add our styles. Okay, in here I needed two buttons. Let's add it first. Elevated button. I add another print to see what happened. Print. For example, Google is clicked and a child. But let's add a text for starting login with Google. Okay? Yeah, we have a login with Google. But we don't have text. We don't have just a text. We need to add an image. And how I can add my image in my application? Okay, we have some steps to do this. One steps, it's obviously we need to add our assets. And how I can add it? If you go to your Explore section in VS Code, you can see, okay, we have some files. We want to talk about them in future, but you need to add another folder for your assets in root of your project. We have a lib. We know that in here we wrote our code, but in here I press right click and new folder because I want to add a folder to my root. Okay, and we called assets. You can see assets and enter, and you can see I have another folder in my root. In here I want to add all of my items, all of my assets. For example, my image, my fonts, and everything that I want to add in my project. All right, and let's add it. I want to, for example, add another folder that's called image. And you can see I have another folder, and add Google and Facebook image in that. Okay. All right. In here you can see I drag my Facebook and Google PNG in my image, and you can see I have Facebook in here and Google in here. These are PNG, these are transparent, and we can use it in our application. These are doesn't have any background. All right, I have Facebook and Google.png. And how I can add in my project? Simply, we have another widget for adding image to our application. Okay, I remove text and I want to replace it with an image. We have an image widget and dot. In here, when you want to use image widget, you have some factory methods, for example, assets, file, memory, and network. In here, we want to add our image with assets, not network. Okay, we don't want to call a network. Okay, in here, we want to add our image with assets, and I click assets. In here, we need to add a string for path. And how I can add my path? We have a string because our path is a string. And when you want to add a assets, you know that, okay, we are in root, and how I can get google.png? I need to go to assets folder. This is assets folder. And after that, I need to go to image folder. And after that, I have my google.png and done. And let's save and see what happened. Oh, we have an error. And why? Let's bring debug console. And I put this. Okay, in here you can see unable to load assets, assets not found. And why? Because when you add assets to your project, you need to define these assets to your project. You need to define this folder. How I can add it? You need to go to PubSpec YAML If you see Dart full course, you probably see this file. This file for configuring our project. I will tell you more about this file because this file is very important to us. In here, if you scroll down, you can see this hint. To add assets to your application, add an assets section, this. Here, we need add our assets folder in here. I decomment this section, assets, and in here, you need add your folders. You don't need to add specific files. I remove these, and we know that. Let's add it again. In here, I have assets. After that, I have images and slash. And I am telling to Flutter, okay, please accept this path for my assets. For example, I can add, for example, if I have another assets, I can add it in here. For example, assets, for example, another folder. It doesn't important, we don't have it yet, but we know that, okay, I have assets and image. I am defining these rows and I am telling to Flutter, please consider this file, these files and folders, and hit the save. We will wait to Flutter pubget, and again in here, in here you can see when I am press command, when I am save my project and hot refresh and hot reload, you can see my image is in here. Sometimes maybe this file doesn't load, and in this situation, when you change your pubspec.yaml, you need to refresh whole of your application and hot restart it. Okay, but in this section it's work and okay. And I have this Google. I can change it, for example, Facebook. You can see, because this path assets / image is correct, and every file in this image folder are acceptable and we can add it in our project. Very good. Okay, but in here I need a Google. If you see this, you know that it's very big. We need to change size. I check my UI and I know that Google and Facebook icon need to change height and width. In image assets, in image, we have width and height. I change width, for example, 22 and height 22. And you can see I have a little beautiful icon. All right, but we need a text beside this icon. How I can do this? Okay, in here I wanna explain you and I wanna show you another widget that's called row. We see column and we know that when we use column, we specify our widget below each other in vertical, and with the row we can add our widgets, and we have a children because we have a list of widgets, and we have a horizontally and a row of widgets. I remove image, I cut it, and I declare a row. And in here, like column, we have a children. I add my icon in here, but first and after that, I need add a text. Login with Google. In here, you can see I have an icon. After that, I have a login with Google text. If I change row to column, you know that what happened. These are below each other, but I wanna show them horizontally, and yeah, everything good. For beautiful code and formatting code, I recommend you, after doing everything or most of the things, for example, in here you can see after my brackets of children done, I put a comma in here to add parentheses in new line. If I remove this comma, it doesn't different. It's okay, but we have a lots of parentheses in here, and it's very bad for reading. I recommend you add comma in here to have a beautiful and widget tree is very nice. Okay, and we know that we have another elevated button to define login with Facebook. Okay, I have elevated button. We have on press, and in here I know that I have a row and children. I have an image.assets, assets, image, and Facebook.png. And we know that we need add the width 22 and height 22. If I save, you can see my format is correct. And in here, I wanna a text login with Facebook. Very good. And you can see I have a login with Google and login with Facebook. In below of login with Facebook, I have another text that says don't have an account, sign up. In here we can add this with text, but because we have two texts, let's add, or one of them sign up is a text button and it's clickable. I can add it with text button, and let's create a row children, and in here I have a text don't. Okay, you see I want to add don't, but because I use single quotation, it's a mistake for Flutter. We can use in here double quotation, don't have account question mark, and after that I add a space, and in here I want to add a text button, and in here another text sign up. Very good. Save. You can see in here don't have account, sign up. Okay, we add all our widget to this screen, but it doesn't really look like to our UI. In here we need add our styles, add our custom styles to have a very beautiful page, and we need to exactly add our widgets and be creating our project exactly like UI. This is not very good. Okay, we have our widgets and we know that, okay, we have a column, we have text fields, we have text buttons, and everything is good, but these styles not really look like to our UI, okay? Okay, in this section I want to tell you styles and themes. For bringing our themes and creating our themes, first of all, I want to add another file. Do you know, in these files we have lots of things and it's maybe confusing. Let's bring our login page in another file. In here I create a new file in lib and called login page.dart. Alright, and let's add our home. We know that this is scaffold. Okay, I cut it and I want to add it in my login page, but we need to create a class, and actually we need a stateless widget. Create a stateless widget. In here you can see I have a code snippet, and if I click this, you can see everything create for me. I create a name, login page, and I need to import material, flutter material.dart, and in here I want to return my scaffold. Okay, I have my login page in another file. And in here, in main, I just wanna create material app, and I want a configuration. I wanna add my app configurations. For example, I wanna tell to Flutter my home page is login page. For now, we change it after login page. You can see in here we can add login page because login page is a stateless widget, and stateless widget is actually a widget. Okay, and everything works fine and we don't have any problem. In this section, we want to add some styles to our code and how we can do this. First of all, let's explain you some features and some properties that we can add to our widgets. For example, in UIs, we know that hello welcome back has a text style. For example, I don't want to my color is black. I wanna my color change to white. For example, in here I have a style property, and style get text style. Okay, text style. I have a text style class. Text style is not a widget. I can't add text style to my column. You can see if I hover that in here, the element type text style can't be assigned to the list type widget. All right. And in here, I have lots of things that help me to add my custom styles to these texts. Okay, first of all, I know that I have a color and colors.white. You can see my hello world, my hello welcome back is white. And size, this is very small. I can change the size of these text. We have a text, we have a size, font size, and in here, for example, I want to add 22. And you can see my text is big and the size is changed. And I want to change my hello welcome back. I want to change it to bold. For example, I can add font weight dot bold, and you can see the text is bold. I have lots of options in here. We talk about these options in future, but for now I want to add my font size, font weight, and color. Good. After that, you know that login to continue is very close to hello welcome back. How I can add a space between two of my widgets. In here, we have another widget that's called SizedBox. SizedBox is a widget that helps you define width and height, and for example, add a boundary for another widget. For example, in here, I can add a size box and add height, for example, 32, and you can see the space between two, we have a space between hello welcome back and login to continue. I can add a width, for example, I can add 50, nothing happened, and I can add a child. For example, I want to add a child. This is a text for test size box and save. And you can see in here, I can't see all of my text. And why? Because I have boundaries. I have a 32 width and 50. I have a 50 width and 32 height. And I can, and every widget you define as a child, specify in this boundary, in a little boundary, and you can see we can see test size box because we don't have any room in here. But I don't want to add child and I don't want to add width. I just want to add some space between hello welcome back and login to continue. For example, 32 is very big. I want to add 16. And you can see I have a space. We use SizedBox for add spacing between our widgets. Very good. And for logging to continue, I need style also. Okay, I can add style, text style, and I want to just change colors to white. And very good. I don't want to change size. I think it's good for now. And let's go down. Okay. We have a text field in here, and I want to change text field styles. In here, I have a default styles for my text field. If I focus on my text field, the line below of them change color, and we know that, okay, it's focused, and I can type in here, and you can see the underline color is changed. In here we have a black, but in here we have a blue, and if I click in here, the color is changed. But if you see the design, we don't have line, we have a field, text field. And how we can change the style? In decoration, we have another parameter that's called border. And you can see when I use border, I need to add input border. We have some default input border. For example, we have an outline input border, outline import border, and if I use these and hot reload, you can see my text style is changed, and I don't have any underline. I have outline, and in here, when I hover and focus in this text field, whole of borders change color. But actually, we don't have border in our text field. We have a field text field. Our text field is field, and we don't have line or borders to our text field. And for bring this feature, we need to add text input. We need to add input border dot none, because we don't have any border. And in here you can see all borders are gone, and we don't have any border to our text field. But we need to add boundaries, and we need to add field color. We have another property that's called field, and we pass through. In here we have a field color, but it's not really, I don't know you can see or not, but we can change this field color. For example, colors.red, and you can see I have a field text field, and I am changing my text field style, but this color is not very look like. Sorry, I paste a text in here. I am a very white. I think it's white, but it's a white that need changed opacity. For each color, you can see white is a color. If you see white, you can see I have a color in here, color class. We have a method in color that change opacity. Dot with opacity that change opacity. And what is opacity? We can add a range from 0 to 1, it's a double value, and change opacity. For example, if I put 0 and save, you can see the color is gone. But if I, for example, add 0.5, we have half color of white, and we can see behind this text field, and we know that behind of this text field is our scaffold. And if I change, for example, this color to black, you can see. And in here, when I am at, for example, this is half. I have a white, but has some opacity, and I can see behind this text field. All right, I think for now is good. But if you see the UI, you know that I have some border. In here, I have a very sharp border for my text field. Let's add a border. And how I can add border radius to this text field? If you see, I put border to none, and we need to change it. Okay, I will change this to outline input border. And when we use outline input border, we have a border radius item, and I can add a border radius class. Let's add border radius.all radius.circular, for example 12. What happened? In here I have a border radius, and let's remove this again and check what happened. I use border radius. I can add border radius in, for example, if I use all, I can add and apply radius to 4 sides in here, 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 and here. All of my point. But I can use only. And if I use only, you can see I can add exactly which point. For example, if I use bottom left, that means I just want to add radius to in here. But we know that I want to add to all point, and we have a radius class dot circular. This is circular, and just needed to add a double. For example, in here I want to add a 12. And let's see, and you can see I have border radius in my text field. If I click on that, and when I focus on this text field, you can see I have a little border on this text field. But for now it's okay, and we know that we have a border radius. It's enough for us. Alright, it's good enough for now. We know that we need work on that. It's not completely look like to our UI, but it's good for now. Okay, I copy and paste. We know that copy paste is not good, but I will tell you how we can change these, and we wanna have dry. We wanna have it don't repeat ourselves. Okay, but for now I wanna copy and paste. Doesn't matter for now. But I will tell you what is good. I cut my password, remove text field, and bring password in here, and you can see password and username is great for now. And we know that we needed some space. I cut and I copy the size box, I bring it in between two text field and saved, and you can see I have a space between my two of text field, and I need to add a space between username and login to continue. And yeah, in here 16 is good. Yeah, very nice. Okay, and we need to change the text color of forgot password. Let's do this. In here we know that text button, yeah, in here when you have a button, it's better to add your styles to your text button, to your button styles. And in here we have an item that's called style, and you can see style is a button style. I use that, and in here I can add button style. Very good. In here, for changing the text, we have a foreground color, and I can change for colors dot white. I can't change it. For now, I want to get a copy from my text button dot style from. I use these to, you can see in here, I can use text button. I want to use text button styles, but I want to add some change to this text button. And how? For example, I have a foreground color, colors dot white, and you can see my foreground color, actually my forgot password is changed. When you have a button, it's better and it's recommended to use and change styles of your button. This text is actually for your button. I add a comma in here to better and beautiful. In here I use a style. I wanna get text button style from, because I wanna change my text button color and I want to get text button styles and I want to change something. For example, I want to change foreground color. You know, this text is foreground and I have a background color also. For example, colors.black. And you can see I can add a background color for my text button. But this is text button and I don't want to have background color. Okay, very good. But we don't want to have this forgot password in center. We want to move these to end of our screen. How I can do this? We have another widget. We have a lots of widget in Flutter and we step by step learn them and we can use it in our project. Each widget do exactly one thing. For example, we have a align widget to help us to change alignment and changing our items, for example, to right, left, or everywhere we want. Okay, we use align and we have alignment property. We use alignment class dot. We know that I want to add it right. I choose right, center right. And you can see I can add my text to right with align widget. I can add it, for example, left, center, left, and you can see it goes to left. But I want to add it to right. Very good. Save, and yeah. Okay, let's go to our login button. Our login button needs to change color to yellow. Let's add it. We know that we have a style property. In here, I use ElevatedButton.style from. I want to get ElevatedButton style and change and add some change to that. For example, we know that we see it before. In here, we have a background color. Let's change background color. For example, colors dot amber is good, I think. Yeah, you can see my text is changed. And my background button is changed. And in here, let's add a black color for text. We know that with foreground color, we can do this. Colors.black. And yeah, you can see. And we have some problem. We need to add, for example, we need a higher width. This is a small. How I can do this? Do you know? You can remember we have SizedBox. I wrap it with SizedBox, and add my widths. For example, 20. For example, this is maybe good, and I can add widths for my button, and my button width is good for now. We can change it after, but it's good for now. Okay, after that, I have an or sign in width, but we need a huge space between this text and this button. Let's add it with SizedBox. I want to add, for example, 62. Yeah, maybe it's good. And after that, I want to change my or sign in width. I want to change color. We know that we have a style, text style, color, and colors.white. Very good. I want to add another SizedBox because I want a space between them. I create 16, I think is good. And let's check these two elevated buttons. All right, these two elevated buttons needs change background to white. Okay, we know that. How we can do this? We have a style. I use ElevatedButton dot style from, and in here I have background color. I use colors dot white, yeah, and you can see my background color is changed. But foreground color needs to be black. Foreground color, colors dot black, and yeah, I have login with Google Black. And we have a border radius. How I can add border radius? We know that it's when we talk about border, when we talk about colors, we are talking about styles or decoration. For example, in button, we know that when I am talking about borders or color, we need define these in style item. In here, how I can add a border for my button. In button, we have a shape property. I have shape. And in here, we can add some classes. For example, you can see some of them, but we need rounded rectangle border. With that, we can add our border radius. In here, we know that I have a border radius. We know that we want to add our radius to all side of our button, all, and radius. That's circular. I think it has a large radius. I think 50 is good, and you can see I have my border radius. And what happened? Let's add some comma to add some beautiful formatting. We know that when we talk about border, we are talking about styles. In styles, for button, we use shape, and we can add some class to this shape, but we need a subtype. If you see in here, rounded rectangle borders extends outline border, and shape gets outline border. Okay, we use rounded rectangle border, and in here we can define our border radius. For example, in here I have a border radius, for example 50. Okay, one thing we know that we see before in column, we have a main axis alignment in column, and in row we have these again, but when we talk about main axis alignment in column and in row is different. In column, when we use main axis alignment, that means we want to change alignment in vertical mode, but in row, when we talk about main axis alignment, we are talking about this line horizontally. For example, in row, if I change main axis alignment dot center, you can see my items is changed in horizontal way. All right, this is good. But if you see in design, we have some space between this icon and this text. We know that in row, we can add a size box for spacing, but not height, just width, because we want to add space in horizontally. Okay, for example, I think 12 is good, and yeah, it's good for now. Yeah, we can change it to 8. Very good. And let's add exactly these styles to our Facebook button. Okay, how we can do this? We need a style. We know that ElevatedButton dot style from. We know that background color is white, foreground color is black, and yeah, and we have a shape. I wanna just copy and pasting this shape. Copy this shape and bring it in here. Good. And we know that row need to be center, and in here, main axis alignment dot center. Very good. I just wanna add a size box in here with 8. Very good. And one last thing that I want to change the styles, it's in here. I know that I want to add my don't have account change style, text style. I have a colors dot white. Good. And sign up. We know that we can change text button style, text button dot style from foreground color, colors dot, it's yellow, amber. I use amber color, and you can see. But if you see design, you see we have an underline in this text. This style, it's specific and it's about our text. In here, I have a style, and in text style, we have another property that's called decoration. In here, we have a text decoration, and you can see I have some text decoration. For example, I can use line through. If I use that, you can see a line through this text. For example, if you have a shop application or shopping application, if you have a discount, for example, for your if you have a discount for price, you can add line through to one of your texts or one of your price and show discount price. Or we have overline. Overline is about top line and underline. And you can see, yeah, we have an underline in here. All right. In this section, I want to talk about themes. If you see this code, in here, we are adding lots of styles, and we have, for example, in login with Google, you can see I'm adding something twice, or for text. In here, I want to talk about themes, and we want to add our fonts first. We have a custom font. I want to add it in my project. And after that, I want to add my default themes. Okay? If you go to fonts.google.com, you can see this font. We use this font for our application, and you can see we have some weight for that, and we need all of them in our project. You need to download this family, and after that, I need to unzip this folder, and in here, I have my fonts. I need to go to static, and in here, I have lots of fonts, but we don't need all of them. For example, I need Urbanist. For example, I need Urbanist, black, bold. I don't need black italic. I remove it. Move to trash. I don't need bold italic. I need extra bold, but not italic. I don't need extra light or italic, not italic. We need light, but not light italic. We need medium, but not medium italic. Move to trash. We need regular, we need semi-bold, and actually I don't need these 3 items, and yeah, it's good. I need these 3 items. I remove my browser, and in here we know that everything that we want to add in our project, it's need to be, you can add another folder, but it's better to use assets folder. It's very organized and it's good. Okay, I want to add another folder. In here I called fonts, and in fonts I drag and drop it in my fonts. Very good. And we know that each assets you add, you need to define and declare in your PubSpec YAML. All right, I open it. In here you can see we have an example for adding fonts. Okay, I comment, I decomment, I remove comments, and it's sample. We know that our family, you can add anything you want, but I want to add exactly this name, Urbanist. Yeah. And we need add all of my assets to that. For example, we know that we have this regular in here. I can copy this and paste it here. Okay. I know that the name is Urbanist regular, and I remove this. I press Alt Shift and arrow down to duplicate code. We have 7 item, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we know that it's regular. For default, have a weight, or for 400, we don't add it. I don't need it because it's default, and for default, this is 400. But for a medium, you can see this weight. We know that this is 15. You can see this weight in Google Fonts page. I can show you. You can see in here when we have regular is 400. When we are in medium is 500, or semi-bold 600, and goes on. Okay. I add medium. After that, semi-bold. And it's 600. It's bold. It's 700. And after that, we know we have extra bold. And for the first, we have black. $900. And I forget add light. We have light in here. I added in here, and it's has a weight 300. Very good. Okay, it's good, and we add our fonts in PubSpec YAML, and we need to add these PubSpec YAML, these fonts, to our widgets. One thing that we can do, we can add this text style as a font family that we have in our text style. For example, we know that it's need to exactly this name. I copy this and paste it in here. Watch this. Nothing changed. We need to refresh our code. Stop and rerun again. And we have error. Oh my God. Because it's not in fonts, it's in assets and after that font. Okay, assets and font. I copy these and paste in here, here, and here. Save and run it again. And yeah, you can see my font is changed. I can, if I remove this, see this file, see this font and this text, and you can see the style is changed. But we need this font. But I need to add this font to all of my text. How I can don't repeat myself. In main, in material app, you have argument called theme. Theme is every UI things, every things that related to theme, it's need to be added in theme with theme data. All right. And one of item that we can add in theme data is font family. And I can just add this font family in here and save, and you can see all of my fonts is changed because you know that material app is root of all my pages and all my widgets, and we have a theme parameter in here, and if I add something for adding for theme, you can see all things in my page and in my application will be changed. All right, In here, I wanna define some improvement to my widgets to have exactly login page. For do that, I'm go to Figma in here. In here, you can see Figma app, and I wanna show you how we can use this and how we need to define and use the Figma tools or every UI tools that may be your project on that. We need add and define our code. Okay. First of all, you see we set our colors by samples that we need in colors class, but I need exactly the color that we have in our UI. For do that, if you go to your Figma or everything that you can go to your Figma, and in here I have some styles. For example, I have these text styles and I have these colors. Okay, let's define these colors and these styles in our application. How we can do this? For doing this, I want to create another. It's depend on you, and it's on you. You can do it by yourself, but I prefer to add another folder I called styles. And in here, for example, I have a new file I called appcolor.dart, and in here I have a class appcolors, and I wanna create a static const. I define these item const because these doesn't change anymore, and I define it as static because I don't want to create instance from my class. I call it primary, and we have a color. We know that for doing color, we have colors, for example, dot, and I can, for example, use accent, but this is not things I want. I can use color class and pass my integer hex code. How I can do this? Okay, we have this primary. I click on that. I go through there, and you can see I have my hex color. I copy these. In here, I can't paste it in here. It doesn't define, it doesn't understand. Flutter doesn't know, Dart doesn't know. We need add 0xff, and after that, put your code. This ff, it's for example, I can add it 00. It's about opacity, okay? But if you put ff, we know that ff, or for example, f1, you can see it has a lot, it has 18% opacity. But when you define ff, that means full color for this hex color, and you need add 0x to define your color. Okay, this is my primary. I want to add all of my fonts. I want to duplicate it. You know, okay, I have font color, for example. I have font color 2. I have disable font. I have disable button. It's better to doesn't use color because it's same format to same as all property. Disable font, disable button, and BG, it's for background. I call it background, and in here I have black and white. I defined black and white because in this project, I want to check. Yeah, my black is actually black, but maybe your white code isn't FF or 00 exactly. But I want to add it, and I want to have my code in here. We know that black code is 00, and we know that white color is FF. But we need. All right, we have our color in here. I define this. Okay. I have my colors. And first of all, I want to change my background color. It's not exactly this background color, okay? How I can do this? I can go to login page and change my background color, but I don't want to do that because I wanna, if I change these, I need to set this background color to every scaffold I have. For example, I have 30 or 20 page and I need to add this background color to all of that. I need to remove these. You can see I have these white, and I can go to my theme data, and in here I have a background color that's called a scaffold background color, and I can reference it to app color background and Control S. My background is mistake because we don't change any color in here. I need to change it. Where is my background? In here. Let's small these. Yeah, it's good. I copy this. For background, I paste it in here. For my font color, I copy these. Add it in here. Font color 2. Copy these. Paste it here. Disable font. Copy. Paste. Disable button. Paste. And I have all of my colors. You see, when I save these, my background color is changed. Very nice. I have a padding in here, and all of my widget have space from side. You can see in here I have some ruler, and in here I have 24 pixels from left and right. How we can add these space to our application? In here we have another widget that's called padding. I want to add this padding. Wrap my column with widget. This is a padding widget, and we need to add a padding parameter. And for adding padding, we have edge insets. This is a class, and we have some factory. We can add all, only, or symmetric. When we use only, we need to define left, top, right, or bottom. If, for example, I set left, and in here I put 20, you can see I have some space from left. Or if I add right, I have right, or top, I have top. But I want to add this padding to all corners. And we know that it's 24. And you can see all widgets from left, right, top, and bottom have this space. And if you see the design, you know that I have an extra space from top. And if I hold Alt, you can see I have 88 pixels from top, but we need to minus from 24 because we consider 24 from top. I can add, for example, 68. I add a size box in here. Height 68 and S, and I have some padding from top. All right. In here, we have some padding between two of them. You can see it's 16, and we have this 16 in here. But after these two items, we have a 60 pixels in here, not 16. In here, I need to change it to 60. I do this, but I have these weird things. And why? If I go to my debug console, you can see in here I get exception by rendering libraries, a render flex overflowed by 37 pixel on the bottom. That means when widgets are creating, they wanna make these things for you, but they don't have a space. They need 60, for example, in this case, they need 37 pixels more to create this UI, but they don't have any room in bottom, and they get overflow error. You will see this error most of the time because maybe device size are different, and if you doesn't create good UI and doesn't exactly and you need to figure it out. Maybe in small devices we have this error, or big devices we don't have error. In Figma, these frames are, I think these are considered in iPhone 14 Pro, iPhone 14 Pro, and iPhone, and it has a large, but iPhone 8 is a small, and we get this error. We need to handle it. One of way that we can handle this error is use a scroll. When you use a scroll, that means user can scroll the UI, but if you doesn't consider a scroll in your widgets, Flutter doesn't know about that, and the UI is stuck in here, but we have an overflow. One thing that we can do is wrap all of our widget with another widget that's called SingleChildScrollView, and when I save these, you can see my error is gone, and I can add some scroll to my UI. But in login page, we don't like any scrolls. We want to calculate and have a beautiful page. For example, if I add some space in here, maybe some of these button goes below these. For example, if I change this 16 to, for example, 100, or I don't know, maybe add it in here, for example, 100 in here, and you can see some of my buttons goes down, and user need to scroll to see these, but it doesn't really good. In login page, it's not make sense to have a scroll. I prefer to define my space, depend on device, and figure it out. Without scroll, we have a beautiful page. Okay, I press Ctrl Z and remove my scroll, but we have error. How we can solve this problem? Okay, one option is we can, for example, decrease the space. For example, I put 20 in here, and we see the problem is solved. But if we run this code on a, let's run, I want to show another device in here. I go to my Open Simulator, and I think maybe iPhone 14 Pro, it's good for now, and I wanna release in this and see when we know that, okay, in this mobile device, iPhone 8, it's good code, it's has this harmony, and we have a good space. But I wanna show you, on iPhone 14 Pro, and how we can run it in iPhone 14. In here, I choose iPhone 14, and we need add run start debugging, and wait until launching done, and after that we can see our project and application in here. And yeah, you can see. But when I'm running my application in iPhone 14, you can see this is a big phone, and it doesn't really good. Do you know? I don't want to see this UI in here and see this UI in here. How we can solve this? If I increase my height, for example, 16, you can see in here it's better, but in here we have overflow. I want to talk about another widget that's called spacer. Let's add it in here. I remove SizedBox and add a spacer and save. Okay, it's bad for now, but the spacer widget is a flexible space that can be used to fill the available space in the layout. When we used spacer in column, in here we used in column, or we can use in row. When we use it in here, the spacer widget will automatically expand to fill any available space that is not occupied by other widgets. And in here, when we use a spacer, it's take all the space in here that's not used by other widgets. But in iPhone 8, we have a very little space that's not used. If I remove these, in here, when I comment this and space and refresh again, and you can see, in here, in iPhone 14, we have a lots of change because the space available is very lot, but in here, it's a very little space. And I want to use spacer in here because I tell you, we want to have a good layout that show all widgets in any mobile size. For example, I use one spacer in here because in UI you can see we have a space in here, and I want to add it in here. Let's see what happened. And one another after login, I think it's maybe good. Yeah, in here. I remove this and add it in here. We have this, and I want to add another after all layouts. For example, after my row, I want to add another, and you can see we have this UI. And we can work with this space and improve it. But we don't have any overflow, not in iPhone 14 and not in iPhone 8. All of my widgets are available in our screen without any overflow. But for example, in UI, we know that between login and forgot password, we have a little more space. I can add it, but not with a spacer. I want to add it by SizedBox. All right, after login in here, I have forgot password, and I want to add a SizedBox. For example, height. It's maybe good to be 32, I think, I don't know. Maybe it's good, but let's see in UI. I want to show you the UI. We have a more space in here. It's 47, but I think 32 it's good, and I think we have a good UI. But we can improve it after. One more thing in here, between two of these, we have a 24 space, not 16. I can change it. When I'm, for example, in Google login, yeah, in here, I want to add a SizedBox, height 24, and see what happened. Yeah, it's good, but it's a lot. I think 12 is good because buttons has some space around them automatically. I think it's a lot. 8 is good. Yeah, it's good for now. And we need to add some increasement for height of our button, because in UI, if you see this, we have, for example, in button, we have 48. In here, we have 48. Let's add this height for our buttons. And how we can do this? You see it before. We can add it by SizedBox. I wrap a widget, SizedBox. I add a height, for example, 48. And you can see the height is changed. I add SizedBox around elevated button for Google, size box, height 48, good. And we can add height, for example, 12 or 16. Yeah, it's good for now. And I think for my login button, I need to add a height 48. Very good. But we have some problem with width of these three buttons. If you see in here, you can see our login has 39 space after padding, and these have 27. And how we can add it? I think it's better to remove these widths. If I remove these widths, you can see we don't have any size, and this is gets widths as a content. For example, login is small and our button could be small, and I will tell you how we can solve this. All right, and how I can expand this button to fill this row and fill all the space that this button has. We have another concept that I pass a constant that called double. You know that double is a type in Dart, but double dot infinity, and when I save, you can see the width of this button is full. And this double dot infinity can be used to specify a width or height for a widget that should fill all available space in the horizontal or vertical direction. And in here, okay, we have a full width of our button. Very nice. I know that we need some change, but let's explain you one problem that we have after we add a spacer. We know that we have an input, and in Simulator you can press Command and K to open keyboard of your simulator for iOS. You can see in here I have an overflow. And why? If I open my keyboard, you can see our layout is moved up, and these spacer are gone, and we have a very tiny layout. And you can see in here it's not good. I don't want to have this overflow, because when keyboard is up we have a leader room, but when we don't have any keyboard our layout is good. And how we can solve this? In Scaffold we have an option that called resize to avoid bottom inset. I tell this item be false and saved again, and you can see in here this layout doesn't resize and we don't have any problem. But we have another problem. For example, I will tell you, I remove this text field, and for testing I want to add another text field below all my widgets before this spacer in here. Yeah, you can see it's for testing. When I open this, we have a good, it's okay. But when I press this and I want to type in here, you can see I don't have any, I can't see this text field, and it doesn't good. But if set this to true, it's for default value of bottom inset, saved again, and when I press that, you can see my layout try to show these text field, but we know that he couldn't, and we have overflow. And how we can solve this? I recommend you don't use that, and I will tell you how we can solve this. I wrap whole of my body with SingleChildScrollView, and you know that we have a problem. And why? I will tell you. Because when we use spacer widgets, it's one of examples. We have expanded and flexible. I will tell you about this widget. But when we use a spacer in our column and we use a scroll, we have some conflict. And why? Because when we don't have spacer, that means we know that the width, we know that the height of this column, and a scroll can define, okay, you have these rooms and I can calculate this, and you want to have a scroll. But when we use a spacer, and a spacer is a dynamic, it doesn't have any size, it doesn't have any explicit value for defining height. For example, scroll confused to how can solve this problem. Do you know, it doesn't, when you use a spacer, it doesn't define any height. It can't calculate the height of for all your content. For prevent this bug, and for preventing this bug and how we can solve this, we need to add specific height for my child. We need to add explicit size for our padding, for our column. We need to tell this padding and all of my body, I want to tell them, okay, please calculate height of my device. Okay, for example, this height could be, I don't know, 600. Please define as a height. And after that, when we specify the height of this child, SingleChildScrollView know that, okay, you want to add, for example, 600 for height, and I can calculate this and I can figure it out. Let's explain to you. I want to add a size box to my padding, Rapid Widget, sized box, and add a height. I want to add, if I, for example, say I have a 700 height, and I want to get rid of these errors. How I can solve this? Yeah, and refresh again, and you can see I don't have any problem. It's very good. We don't have any bug. In here, I define a specific height. I tell the whole my widgets I need to have 700 height. And after that, SingleChildScrollView know that, okay, I know that my child has 700 height and I can figure it out a scroll work. But if we don't have any height, it can't calculate because spacer has dynamic height. But 700, it's a static. I wanna get this height dynamically. For example, in here in iPhone 14, I have a lots of height, and in here I have a small height. How I can figure it out? We have a MediaQuery class .of context. I will tell you about this structure. It doesn't matter for now, but I am calling, okay, I need MediaQuery for this context. Okay, dot size, we have size and height. And this height is about my size of here. It's size of here, and I can get height and width. I can access with width. You can see it's don't need to be width because width is small. We need height and saved, and you can see this height is whole of this screen. I can cut it in here, print it. I can print this height, and when I'm refresh again in debug console, I want to refresh it again. You can see in iPhone 14 I have this height, and in iPhone 8 I have a smaller height. Do you know? This is dynamic, and it's about each device you are running this code. I want to remove this. We don't need it again. And we have a very good layout. And in here, if I open my keyboard, I don't have any problem. If I click in here, you can see Flutter scroll for me to these text field, and I can see this because I have a scroll, and we don't have any problem. It's good, no? In here, we don't have any problem. If I change in here, we don't have any problem. And everything is worked and very good. Maybe you are some confusing about these widgets. We use lots of widgets in here, but it doesn't matter. Be relaxed, and it's okay. We are practicing these widgets, we are working these widgets, we are just creating one page. And after we use these widgets together, we learn how these widgets work. Alright, in here we use a spacer, SingleChildScrollView, and for prevent confusing, I don't wanna confuse my SingleChildScrollView, and I don't want to have an error. And because of that, I define a height of device and height of this page to my size box, and a SingleChildScrollView know that, okay, I have a very specific height and I can figure it out. Very nice. And let's remove this text. Fill, I don't want it. Yeah. Until now, we create login page, but I know that it's needs some improvement to exactly things that we have in UI, but I want to skip in this step, and I want to go and create homepage and see how we can add navigator to our application. We have this page, and we know that in every applications we have some page, we have some page, and we need to add a feature that can handle navigations between pages. Okay, first of all, I know that in here, if I go to my libs, I close assets. In here I have libs, in here I have a styles, and in here let's create another folder to clean and good structure for our folders. It's very good to have folders to categorize your page and your files. In here I create another folder called page, and I drag login page because login page is one of my pages. Drag it in here and click move. Okay, yeah, I have it in here. In page I create new file, and in here I add homepage.dart. Stateless widget. We know that we create a stateless widget. I called homepage, and in here, because we need material, and because we need material and other things, I add a scaffold, and in here I have body, and in my body I wanna just add a text. Hello, this is homepage. Very good. I bring it center. We have another widget. I wrap it my text with center widget to bring my text in center of page. Okay, very good. In main, you know that I put login page as a home, and when my material app is up, my login page is start point and my login page is up. But I wanna add a feature that when I click login button, I want to go and navigate from this page to home page. How we can do this? All right, in here we know that we add onPressed print, but we don't want to print things in here. We want to add navigations. In here in Flutter we have a navigator. We have a navigator class. It's inherited class. I will tell you about inherited widgets, but exactly like MediaQuery we used depend context. In here we can use navigator.of this context. From this we wanna push. We have some methods, but in first step, I used push method, okay, push. And in here, I need a route. That means if you want to push
and navigate from this widget to another widget, please give me a route. Which page you want to go? In here, we have a material page route, and in material page routes, we need to add builder. We know that it's a method, it's a function, and in here I add a semicolon, and I have to return my page. In here I return my home page. Save, and let's see what happened. Login, and you can see I'm in hello, this is home page. I'm in home page, and because I'm in iOS, we know that in iOS we have gesture back. You know that if you slide from left to right, you can pop your navigations. You can back. I want to back to my login. Again, I can press login. I'm in home page. I can, with gesture, I can back. If we are in Android, we know that in Android device we have back buttons, and we can press back and we back to our login page. But in other ways, we can use and create navigator very short way, because it's long and multiple lines of code. In here we have another concept that's called named navigation. If you see, we have a navigator. We use navigator.of context. We have push. It's very simple. We use pushed. In here we have push named. We can use very simple string. For example, in here I want to push to another page called home. But what is home? We need to define this home in our application. In here I have a routes. That is a map, and each route has a string. For example, in here I use home. It's very better to use backslash, and after that use your named route, and we need to add a callback in here. If I use home, please show me home page. For example, I can use default. It is default and routes. Okay, in here I want to show login page. Yeah, I need to remove this. Yeah, we have error. I will fix this, and in here I remove home and I add initial routes. In initial routes we use routes of our navigations. For example, in here I add initial route backslash, and in here backslash is login page, and when I want to go to home I use backslash home, and in here I can remove these and only I can add push name. I refresh my application because we change our navigations, and in here when I press login, you can see I'm very simply go to home page. It's very introduction, very simple. Navigator class, I want to show you how we can navigate between pages, but it's very simple. I will talk about navigator in future. All right, in here we are in home page. I close my other files. In here we have a very simple text, but let's create our page. I remove my body because I want to start from top of page. If you see the design, we have a toolbar that says 5-minute Flutter, and we have an icon in right, and how I can add it in my application. When you use scaffold, you have body. For example, I use simple container. It's nothing. You can see my text is gone, and we have AppBar. In here, you can create your AppBar, but you can add simple widgets. You need to add widgets that is, in here you can see preferred sized widget. I will tell you what's this, but in here we have a widget, AppBar, and it's okay. And why? Because AppBar, if you see the code, you can see it's implement preferred size widgets, and we know that when we implement some class, actually our AppBar is a preferred size widget. Okay, it's good, and let's save. And you can see I have a very simple AppBar just with AppBar widgets. But this AppBar is not look like to our design, and for that, let's add some style to that. For example, in here, I have a title. Title is a widget, not a string. And for that, I use text. And in here, you know that I have a 5 minutes Flutter and save. And you can see I have my title. For example, I want to add my location icon. In here, I have some actions. I can add list of actions. For example, in here, I can add icons dot, for example, location. You want to use, yeah, it's look like to our design. And you can see in here, I have my icon. For example, I can add another. In here, I can add user. For example, you can see I can add my action in here. But we have a one action and it's location. Very good, but it's not look like to our design. And if you see this, when I add my AppBar, Flutter can understand you can goes back. And for that, it's for add back button for default. You can see in here, I can back to my login because Flutter knows, okay, you have page in backstack. We have navigations, we have stack navigations, and we know that it's second page that you are still have your previous page. But when you log in your application, you don't want to have accessibility to login because login it's one time and we don't want to back to them. How we can manage this? I back to my login page, and in here we have another method that's tells to navigator, okay, push named, but please remove current. That means remove login page from our stack. You can see in here we have push replacement name. That means push to home and replace it with login page. I goes back. That means when I go to home page, I don't have any back because I don't have any back stack. I don't have any page before this page because I replace home page with login page. All right. Let's create our AppBar. In here, in our AppBar has a background color. In here, let's use our color, and we know that we have app colors, background. Yeah, you can see its background. It's same as our background, and we have elevations. We have some shadows. You can see it's separate from my body, and you can remove these elevations. We have another property, elevations 0, and it's nothing. It doesn't have any elevation, but in UI we have elevation. I remove these, and it's going to look like our design. But we know that I wanna bring my title not center in left of my AppBar. In here, I have another property that called center title. I put false, and you can see my title goes to a start of my page. All right, it's enough for now, and let's create our body. I want to keep it simple and step by step create our page. After that, we need to create our body. If you see the design, if you see the Figma, if you see UI, you will understand. All right, in homepage, I have a list of posts. But before homepage, we have bottom navigations. And in bottom navigations, we have home, favorites, add posts, and other things. But let's just add posts lists. How we can add a list in Flutter? In Flutter, we know that for creating vertically things, I can add a column. And column gets children. It's get a list of widgets. Let's create it with columns and see what happened. All right, each post has some items. For example, we know that each post has username, user avatar, user last login, for example, user image that's added in post or text, description or likes and everything. But let's add just with user. That means we know that each user in post has a avatar and name. I want to add these only. Okay, I want to add one of my items in this list. Okay, let's create. Before I start my coding, I want to create another assets. In here I have my image, but I want to create another folder I call temp, because these temp folder, it's temporary and it's for our debug things, and we will remove this folder. Okay, I create temp and I want to add one image in my temp. Alright, in my downloads I have a user one image I added in my temp because it's temporary, and we will use this image from server, but in here we are defining just UI, not server-side things, and I add user1.png. But we know that if you add another folder in your assets, you need to define it in your PubSpec YAML. In here, I go to my PubSpec YAML, and in my assets, I create another assets. It's temp, and save, or you can click this button, get package. Okay, we have our image. Let's add our avatar. In here, I just want to add an image from our assets, temp, and user1.png, and save. You can see, okay, I have my image, but it's very big. If you see the design, you understand we have 40 size, and in here I can add a width 40 and height 40, and yeah, you can see it's the size of our avatar. And if you see the design, you will understand beside of this image we have a username, and we know that for adding items in horizontally we need a row. We have a shortcut that in VS Code I use command dot, and in here I can wrap it with row. It's create children and add this image to that, and after that I have a text. For example, in UI this name is Sarah Fernandez, and yeah, I have Sarah Fernandez in here, but we need some space between this image and this text. I check that, and yeah, we have a 16 space, SizedBox width 16, and yeah, we have these, and we know that it's need to be a white color, not black color, but I will show you how we can change it. We know that we can add a style, but I want to show you another best solution to remove duplicate code. But before that, we know that, okay, let's keep it simple. Imagine in here we want to have list of users, not list of posts, and each user has an image and username. For creating this, I can, for example, copy this and paste, and we have a list. But it's very duplicate code. Let's remove it. Remove duplicate code. Yeah. And for prevent duplicate code, I want to cut this in here. I cut it and add another method in here. For example, user item. And in here, I want to return this, return row, and we know that it's a widget. And for prevent duplicate code, I add my user and let's add it. Very good. I have lots of user. But for example, from server, we get thousands of users. I don't want to print 1,000 time user items because these are from server, but for creating something like that, I can, for example, create a helper method. In here, I create, for example, list of widgets. It's, for example, mock users from server. We wanna imagine, okay, we call a request to server and we have our users in here, and let's create, for example, I create another list. I call list widgets and I call it users. It's a empty, and for example, I add 1,000 time because for example, we have thousands of users, and let's add users.add another user item, and yeah, after these four, I have a return users, but for starting, let's add it with 20, and you can see I have my 20 users, but we get overflow because we know that in here our users is greater than the height of our data, the height of our column is greater than the height of device size. For this, we know that we can add a single child scroll view, and yeah, you can see our overflow is gone and we have a list. Very good. And let's change it from 20 to 1,000. If you see this, you can see it's very, very bad performance. It's very laggy and I can very hard scroll. If you see this, you can see it has a very delay and it has a very bad performance. And why we have this problem? Because in this problem we use column. It's using column in this example, it's wrong. It's very wrong way, because when you have a list of items, you need to use another widget that handle performance. I remove this, I remove whole of my body, and in here I have a list view. And list view children, my mock, I run it again, and you can see in here I have a very smooth scroll. And why? Because when you have a list, you need to add and use list view. And why? Because list view, for example, okay, list view knows you have 1,000 item, but only create items that need. For example, in here, maybe we have 20 items. List view only render 20 items. And when I'm scrolling, list view render other items, and it's very good for performance. And you can see I have a very smooth list. If I, for example, change it big items and refresh again, and you can see it doesn't different because ListView doesn't care how many items you have. It cares only about this current viewport. You, in this situation, in current time, you only need 20 items to see. The user only need that. And okay, ListView say, okay, I don't want to render all of 1000 item. I just want to render this. But when you use column and SingleChildScrollView, it's render all of that in one time. And it's very items and very widgets in RAM, and actually absolutely we have bad performance and laggy view. And everywhere you have a list, in most of the time you need to use ListView. Alright, until now we create our home page and we can click login and we are in home page. But I know that my item list is not exactly UI, but I want to move forward and we will change it in future. I want to talk about bottom navigation, and I want to show you how we can create a bottom navigation. If you see the design, you will understand our home page is inside a bottom navigation container. That means our home page is child of our bottom navigations, not home page. Exactly 5 pages, for example, favorite page, add post page, all of that is child of bottom navigation. Okay, for creating bottom navigations, I want to create another file I called main page.dart. It's stateless widget. I called main page and import material. And in here, I want to return a scaffold. I want to return a scaffold that have a title. I want to add an AppBar title. I call this title, for example, bottom navigation container. It's for test for now, and we have a body. I call this body, I want to show, for example, a center text. I call this text center text. Very simple. And after body, we have, for example, we know that we can add floating action button, and also we can add bottom navigation bar. It's get a widget. If you hover that, you will understand, yeah, we need a widget. And we have a widget that's called bottom navigation bar. And we know that each bottom navigation bar contains some items. For example, in our UI, we have 5 items. And these items, it's list of bottom navigation bar item. That means we need to add a list and bottom navigation bar item. Each bottom navigation bar item, it's take an icon. Icon is a widget. I want to add, for example, icons.home, and I want to keep it simple, and it's enough. Okay, I want to go to main and add another page. I called, for example, main, and I want to go to main page. And inside login page, after we clicked on login in here, I want to go to main. Okay, we need a refresh, and if I press login, you can see we have an error. This error says you need to add items greater than 2, we can't add one items for our bottom navigations. And we need 2 or greater than 2 items. Okay, I wanna add another bottom navigations. For example, I call this favorites and save it and run it again. Again, I press login. We get another error, and you can see in here each items need to have a label. We have conditions in here that items label each item. We passed only icon. Each label, each bottom navigation bar item needs a label. Okay, let's add a label for each of that. We have a label, and label is a string. For example, I add home, add another label for these, and I call it favorite. All right, refresh again, and go to login, and yeah, you can see we have a very simple bottom navigation bar, and very simple, very easy, and yeah, we have it. But maybe you want to say, no, I don't want to show this label. You have to add it by what you have to add this label, but you can disable showing. How? I will show you. In here, when you add your items to your bottom navigation bar, it's main widget, and inside the whole of this widget, we add our bottom navigation bar item. We have some specification and some property that we can add it in here. For example, we can disable show selected label false. You can see home is dismissed, and actually we can add show unselected labels false, and you can see the favorites is gone, because in here home is blue, that means it's selected, and when we false this property, that means okay, home is selected, please unvisible and not show this. And unselected, that means every items that's not selected not showed. And we have these simple bottom navigations. We can add, for example, some style. For example, we have background colors. I can add amber, for example. Yeah, you can see it's very simple. I will show you how we can add and style these, add styles to this bottom navigation. But first of all, let's see why I can't click the favorites. Why this bottom navigation doesn't change selected. It's only selected on home, and I can't change it to favorite. Or for example, if I add another bottom navigation bar item, for example, I add and label is mandatory. You need add a label. For example, add post. We have another, and when I click on add, it doesn't change. We need to change our bottom navigation. We need to, when we click on unselected items, we want to change it, but it doesn't happen. In here, we want to dive into another concept in Flutter, and until now we see stateless widgets. I want to show you what is a stateful widget and how these widgets are useful. I want to show you what is difference between stateless widget and stateful widget. In here, in login page, we have a stateless widget, and we can create something like this, or we can create our home page, or everything we want. But when you create a stateless widget, it's actually immutable widgets. That means in here, if I wanna change state, if I wanna have interactive page or interactive widget, I couldn't do that. Why? Because in here we have stateless. We don't have any state in here. But let's create for testing. I want to create another page in here. I want to create new file, test page.dart. And in here, I want to create another stateless widget, test page. And very simply, I want to add a scaffold. And in body, I want to have AppBar, simple AppBar. And another body, I want to add a text. And in here, I want to add, for example, this is counter. And in here, I want to add a variable. In here, I can create final int count. And let's add a simple text, simple number, for example, 10 or 1. In here, add 1 count. Yeah. And in our main, I want to add initial rows, or I want to remove this and home test page. Yeah. It's very good. And refresh again. Because we have widgets, let's comment these, rerun again, and yeah, we have these. This is counter 1, and let's add it center. Center, yeah, we have these, and let's add a style for that. Text style. Size, I want to, for example, put 30, and colors.white. Yeah, we have these text widgets, and we have these, we put this string and these variable, and the number is 1. If I change it to 10 and rerun again, you can see I have 10. But if you see this, currently I change 1 to 10. But I use hot reload in Flutter, but we want something like this hot reload in our application. I don't want to refresh all the time in my application. And for example, I want to press a button and change this counter. I don't want to change handy count and again hot reload. And for doing this, we couldn't actually do this. For example, if I add a floating action button, in here I can add floating action button widget, and in here I have unpressed callback, and actually you can see I have floating action button, and let's add an icon for that. And I want to add a icon, icons.add, for example. Yeah. In here, I want to add a functionality that's when I click on this floating action button, when this callback is run, I want to increment or change this counter something. For example, if in first step we have 1, after I click this, I want to change it to number 2, after this 3, and up. But when you have a stateless widget, you can't do this, because a stateless widget, that means you have immutable widgets. And it's good for when you wanna show something to user that's never changed. But when you have something like this, that means we have interactions, we wanna change the state, we couldn't use a stateless widget. In VS Code, or for example, Android Studio, you have shortcuts. For example, in Android Studio, I can click command dot, and in here I have actions convert to stateful widgets. When you click this, VS Code creates for you 2 classes. One of them is test page. We use these because this is a stateful widget, and it extends widgets, and it's a widget, and we use these. And we have another class that extends state for test page. In here we have everything we have, But currently we have more functionality. We can change state and refresh our build method. Every time I, for example, hot reload my widgets, whole of this build method is rerun again and re-render. And for example, if I change this count to 10, the text widget change the text to 10. And if you have a stateful widget, you have this opportunity to create something like you have this opportunity to change the state and say to Flutter, hey Flutter, refresh this build method for me because my state is changed. All right. When we want to change our state, we can't have a final variable, because when we have a final, that means, okay, this count is immutable. That means it's never changed, but we want to change it. For example, when user click this floating action button, I want to add counter count plus plus, but I can't do this because I have a final variable and I have to remove this final. All right. I want to refresh again because we changed stateless to a stateful, and for that we refresh our application. In here, if I press this, you can see this doesn't change. But if I print my count and open the console, you can see it's 11, 12, and if I hot reload again, you can see it's changed. And why? Because when you change this variable, okay, the count is changed, but you need to say to this widget, hey StatefulWidget, please rebuild this whole of UI. And for that, I remove these, and when you have a StatefulWidget, you can use setState function, and setState function give you a callback, and you have to put your codes that's change the state. For example, I use count plus plus because count plus plus is my state, and I need to add it in here, and setState run this function, and after that say to this widget to rebuild whole of UI. For example, in here I have, for example, let's add a 0 and refresh again to have a 0 counter. Yeah, and when I press this, you can see my text is changed. 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's work correctly. We have other opportunity, we have other benefits when we are using StatefulWidget, but until now it's enough. And let's go to our bottom navigations and use this concept to change our unselected bottom navigations to selected. We want to change our selected, and we want to use stateful widgets. Because I need to change my state, I have to use a stateful widget. Okay, I want to go to home page. Oh my god, main page, because in main page we have bottom navigations, and we know that. Let's convert main page to stateful widgets. And when we do this, we have this opportunity to change the state. Okay, in here I have a untap function, and it has an index, and when I press one of these items, this untap is called back. Let's print index to see what's happened. I bring debug console, and you can see if I press heart icon, you can see it's index 1, home is 0, and plus is 2. We have this index, and we want to use this untap. Okay, in here we want to change the state. We want to change index of selected. Set a state, and I want to change, I need a variable to store this index. in here, I add another variable, for example, int current index. And for default, it's 0. We know that because home is selected. And when on tap is clicked, I want to change current index to index because current index currently is 0. But when I click favorite, index, new index is 1, and I want to change current index to 1. Refresh again and tap to favorite or plus, and nothing changed. And why? Because we are changing current index, but bottom navigation is rebuilt. Okay, we know that when I am using setState, whole of this build method is rerun, but bottom navigation doesn't know what is current index. In here, we have another property that has current index, and we pass our current index, and when current index is changed, and again rebuild whole of these widgets, we know that, okay, current index is 1, and we change this property with this variable. Rerun again, and you can see it's changed. I change my selected items, and you can see with a stateful widget, we can handle bottom navigations, and all of my items is changed, and everything works correct. All right, until now, we used icon widgets, and we used some material icons by default. You can see in here, for example, icon. This is a widget that gets the icon data. For example, home is an icon data. But these are not icons we have in our UI. And if you see the design, you will understand, okay, we have some SvG or PNG image that we can add in our project. If you get your icon as a PNG, you know that we have a class, we have a widget, image.assets, and we can load our image for icon, because icon is a widget, and image.assets return a widget that show the assets we bring in here. But it's better to use SvG because SvG is a light, and we doesn't have any pixels, and it's has a good view. Size doesn't matter, and we have because it's vector based, and it's very good to use in your applications. But Flutter does not support SvG by default. You can't add your SvG with these widgets. These widgets, it's for example, PNG, JPG, or something like these are pixel based. But for adding SvG to our application, you know that in Dart course, I will tell you we can use packages and libraries from other users, and packages that we have in pub.dev. For example, if I bring you to Chrome, and in here we have Dart and Flutter packages that we can use in our application. You can see repository for Dart. We use Dart codes for Dart course, but in here we can use packages for our Flutter app. For example, we have SvG. You can search SvG, and you can see we have a Flutter SvG. It's very popular, and if I click on that, you can see we have a very like, and it's Flutter favorites. It's very good package that it makes sense to use in your project. And we know that for installing, we can go to installing tab, and in here I need to add Flutter SvG to my PubSpec YAML. PubSpec YAML, and in here, I want to add my first dependency. We know that. All right, I save these, and you can see it's added in my project. And how we can use this package. In here, if I go to README tab, you can see in here, we can use very easily like image.assets. We have SvgPicture.assets, and we can very easily add it in our application. We have some other features. For example, we can add color filter or something like that, but for now we don't need any of that. Okay, I bring it down, and in here I can replace SvgPicture.assets. Very good. But I need to add my assets in my assets folder. In here I add image, and I want to add some change to that. For example, let's add another folder called SVG and separate these items for better understanding. Okay, I need to add in my PubSpec YAML, I need to add this folder. In here we know that. Duplicate this line, and we have a SVG folder. Okay, I go to Figma and get my icons. All right, I want to show you one issue that maybe you will see in your project and in your Figma or other UI tools when you wanna get your icons. For example, in here, if I go to this message icon, you will understand we have 24, 24, it's a square and it's correct. But in here, I add it in here, let's see this. In here, we have boundaries exactly same size as our icon. For example, it's not a square, and we have these boundaries, and sometimes in some UIs you have issue. And why? Because every icons you want to use in your application, it's need these boundaries. It has a rapid with square things. For example, it's common 24, 24. In here you can see. In here you can see. If you use this boundary, if you use square boundaries, when you have, for example, list of icons, in here we have a list. But if the size is in here, for example, these are not aligned together. For example, if I align these with this icon, you can see, for example, in here, this is exactly, if I use that, you will understand. It's exactly aligned with others, but this icon is a little bit bottom and it's not aligned with others. And if you have these issues, please tell to your designer to fix this issue, because this issue makes some weird look like in some designs. For example, in here you can see all of them is in one line, and these has a good alignment. All right, let's add it in our project. I added in my assets in SVG. You can see I have my SVG vectors, and I can simply add my assets in here. For example, for home, I know that in assets, SVG, I see home.svg, I will see my SVG image. Very nice. I add this, and let's copy and paste in here. I know that I have IC favorite, and in here, I have, for example, I see message. Yeah, and I have another things. You can see in here, I know that I have IC user. And you can see, yeah. And let's add another for okay, I need to change something. Why this happened? I think message, favorite message, or add post. In here I have message, and in here I have a user. I don't know why these colors is changed, and we have a, I know that we have a type in here, bottom navigation type fixed. Yeah, because the type is changed to, you can see it's have a shifting item. When I use shifting, you can see one of them, when one of them is selected, it's push other to left or right. But in here, if I use fixed, it's changed to back. Okay, very nice. And we can add our SVG image in our application. Okay, I know that this bottom navigation, it's not look like to our design, but let's create and add our bottom navigation page. For example, in here, I want to remove my app bar because each page in my bottom navigations, for example, home page has own bottom navigation bar. For example, let's remove center. I add a home page in here, and you can see our home page is in here. But I want to remove my default app bar because I know that each page, for example, home page, has own app bar. And you can see my app bar is in here, and very good. But if I go to favorite page, for example, nothing changed. And why this happens? And if you see the bottom navigation, you can see the color of icons doesn't change. That means because we use SvgPicture, we need to add something to our SVG image, but our functionality is correct and our current index are changed, but the page in here doesn't change. And why? Because we add a home page as a default. In here, I need to create, for example, a array. For example, in here, I add a final page equals my page. I want to add my page in array. For example, I know that first of all, I have a home page, you can see, and I have another page. I don't want to add it in here. I want to just add a center text as a child. I want to add, for example, favorite. Okay, because we doesn't create other page for now, I want to add a default item. I know that favorite, and after that add a post. In here message, and in here user. Okay, we have these pages, and let's add it in here. I want to use my page, but page is a list, but page in current index. Let's save it, and you can see if I go to my home, the home page is in here. If I go to favorite, in here favorite, add post, message, and users. And because when I change the current index, every time the build method When I use setState is rebuild, and when I change the current index, this line goes to page array and get exactly, for example, index 0, index 1, 2, 3, and 4. Very good. Okay, let's work with themes. We know that our current and default themes in our application is dark mode, but we will add light mode to our application. But for now, we know that the brightness is brightness.dark. And when I use this, you will see all of my text, for example, these are foreground colors, change to white and change to light to see better. But when for default the brightness is light, and you will see, and okay, we added dark to set, for example, for default we know that our themes data or our theming is dark mode. We add a brightness to our app, and let's add our text styles. In here you will see I add some colors. It's good for now, but in styles I want to add another file. I want to call app text.dart and a class app text, and in here I want to add a static my text styles. In my Figma I have a text styles, and I want to add it in my project. For example, in here I have a header 1, and I can call it static header 1, and it's text style. Final. And in here, for example, I have a size. I know that it's 24. I have font weight. Font weight, it's, I think, 900. Yeah, it's black. I have another header. I can, and I know that these could be const, and it's good to add it in here. I copy paste header 2, and this header 2 is 24, but the size is, I think, 16. Font weight is 16. I have another, I have a body 1. I called body 1, and body 1 is, I think, let's check. Yeah, it's 16 and 600. I'm sorry, and 16 for size. I have a body 2. The body 2 is 600, and it's 500 exactly, and add another body 3, and the body 3 is 400, and yeah, the font size is 60. And we have 2 small items, and these are, yeah, I have 2 items, and these I think it's better to change some names. For example, I can change it to subtitle 1, subtitle 2, and subtitle 3, and I have 2 body 1 and body 2, and I know that these these are smaller. These are 14. I add 14 in here and 14 in here, and I know that one of them is 400 for weight, and in here is 500. Yeah, I could add my text size that I have in my UI, but I don't set my font color because we wanna read this font color from our brightness. For example, I wanna change brightness. Because when we want to add themes to our application, it's depend to brightness. If our brightness is dark, our text is light, and if our brightness is light, our text is dark. Okay, for example, I wanna go to my home page, and I can see, okay, I have my usernames that I create in here. Simply I can add styles, app text, and in my Figma, if I see, this is subtitle, app text, subtitle 3. Yeah, you can see this exactly true. And if I save, you can see my text size is changed. All right, let's complete this home page. In home page, we have a mistake in here. It's not good to create these helper methods. Always try to add your items and your widgets as a separate stateless widget or a stateful widget, because one important problem is maybe in sometimes you need a context, and in here you don't have access to context. For example, if in here I wanna, for example, we know that MediaQuery.ofContext, I wanna get context, and depend the context I wanna get size. In here you will see I can't. I have to add another context to this method, and we have a very ugly code. And better solutions, in here I will create another folder I called components, and let's cut all of these, add another. For example, we know that in home page, these are not users, these are post item.dart, stateless widget, post item, and I need to import, and I will paste in here, and you will see our error is gone because stateless widget is smart and can bring true context for us. I will remove this, import app text, yeah, and in here I can just remove user, and in here very simply, for example, I can add post item, and you can see it's very beautiful code. And this is mock, it doesn't matter for now, we will remove these, but for now it's good. And let's complete our post item. Alright, in here you see I have a row, but actually in top of items I need a column, because we know that after user I have a text of posts or image of posts. Okay, in here I can wrap it with a column, and after rows, and after this row I can add, for example, an image.assets. I want to use temp, and in temp I think I have just user. Let's add an assets temp, and I want to add a post1.png, but I don't have these text. Let's add it. Alright, I drag my post1 in temp. This is a Japan in night. Okay, it's good, and refresh again. I add my post in here, but nothing happened. And why? Let's hot refresh, because maybe Sometimes your assets, when added, you need to add hot reload, login, and I have an error. Let's check the error. Unable to load assets temp. Maybe I'm wrong. Post one. Oh my god, yeah. Because it's not PNG, it's JPG. Refresh again. Login. And yeah, you can see I have my post image. And maybe we have another text that this text is text of our post content. I want to see what is my text style. It's the same as these styles. I can add for example, a lorem text. Let's add it. For example, the things I have in my Figma. It doesn't matter for now. We will change this text and read it from server. And yeah, we have these items, but the style is not good. We need to add some space. We know that, for example, we need to add a padding to all of these. For example, I know that I need to add a padding. I use padding widget. And we know that for padding, we have edging sets, and edging sets have some parameter, some argument. For example, only if we use only, we know that left, top, right, or we have symmetric. Symmetric has horizontal or vertical mode. I add a horizontal, and I know that it's needed 24 space. You see, from left and right in horizontal. But if I add a vertical, for example, 100, you can see each item has space at top and bottom. But for now, we doesn't. For now, I will remove vertical, and yeah, we have a 24 space from left and right, and for that, I use AgentSet.Symmetric. Let's close this, and I want to go to Figma and check the UI. Okay. If you see, I have space between image and user info, and the space is 24. Okay. I know that in here I can add a size box and height 24. And you can see I have a space in here, and let's add a space 12 in here. Yeah. And I think this space is a lot. Let's decrease to 12. Yeah. It's better for now. And we have these items, but if you see, I have a very little space between each items, and we can improve it with add a vertical padding, for example, 12. But in here, I don't want to do that, because in here I have 12 space in here and 12 space in here. I don't like these, and I want to show you a list view feature, and I want to show you another concept with list view. Each list view has some factory method. For example, in here, I can use builder, and items builder, it's get, for example, it's get a function, and you can see in item builder, we need to pass our items. And in here, I want to remove these. And if I, and Because most of the time, we don't have all of our widgets. We have a list of users. For example, in here, you can see, I can cut it and bring it in here. This list is a list of, for example, I can add a string. These are a list of users that came from server. And in here, in first build, I want to mock. That means I want to request to server. It's not good for, it's not good to add calculation in build method, but it's for testing. And for example, let's add a 100 and add, for example, the user number. And I want to add I in here. And I don't want to add a list. It just fill my list of users. You can consider this list came from server. And in here, we know that I have a builder. And in here, I need to return a widget. You can see item builder get a function that needs return a widget. And I think post item, yeah. And for example, if in here, let's add a, for example, for Sarah Fernandez, let's add a string user and add a final string and add it in my constructor. And in here, I want to remove this and pass username. And in here, you can see I need to pass my users. And I have an index for my builder. I can get users from index. And if I refresh, you can see user number 0, user number 1, user number 2. And I have all of my users. We use ListView Builder in future. We work with Builder lots of in future. But we have another concept, ListView.separated. ListView.separated needs two items, item count and separator builder. Items count, we know we need to know ListView.separate need to know item count, and we know that in users.length, this is my item count. And separator builders, it's need a widget to add between all of items. For example, I can add a container. I can return a container, and this container has height, for example, 10 or 20, and width 20. And let's add a color, for example, colors.red. You can see between items separator. This is a separator. This is a red separator in here. One, and between items we have these separators, but I just want to add return size box height, for example 24, and if I add this, you can see between all of my items I have separators, and I can divide my items with a space. Okay, we have a very close to our UI, but we know that it needs some work, but it's enough for now. Okay, let's create profile page. I wanna add a page in my page. New file, profile page.dart, stateless widget, because currently we don't have any state, and we wanna just have a immutable widgets. That means nothing's changed for now, but if we want to change something, we will change it. Okay, in here I have a profile page, and we know that for creating this, I have an scaffold, and this scaffold has a body, and this body contains a column. If for now we have a column, because we know that we have a profile picture. After that, we have a name, location, and 3 followers, posts, and following. All right, and let's create this. We have a children. In here, I want to add an image dot assets. We know that it's very simple for us. Currently, I use temp user1.png, and we have a simple image. I go to home page, and we know that we have, we need the main page, and in here, in my array, I know that in here, when I click on posts on user, I have a very simple text because I only have a center widget, but I have a profile page. I can replace it with profile page. Yeah. And when I saved, what happened? Let's refresh again. Login, and yeah, I have my profile page, but I know that this is a very big image. I can check from my Figma. Yeah, I have 90. Yeah, width 90 and height 90, and yeah, I have my image in here, but we know that we have a simple AppBar, but currently I don't want to add my AppBar. I want to just create my body. Okay, after that, I know that I have a text. This is for test, Mahdi Mirzadeh. And after that, I have a text. This is for location, for example, Madagascar. And yeah, we have our text. We know that we can add our styles in here. The name need subtitle, styles, app text. I think it's subtitle 3, maybe. I'm not sure. I need to check. No, this is. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is header 2. Header 2. And yeah, you can see this is my name. And after that, for location, I want to check what is the and location, style, app text. This is subtitle 3. And yeah, I have all of these items and these styles. All right, but let's add followers, posts, and following widgets. We know that in first step, we need a row because these 3 items is in a line in horizontal mode. And for that, I will create a row, children, and after that, I have 3 columns, a number in top and a text bottom. For example, in here, I have a column, children, I have a text. For example, for 72, these are for test. We will change this number and read this number from server. And in here, I have a text, for example, followers. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. I have a column, and in here, we need to change the styles, but okay, the style is app text, header 2. I'm sorry, profile page. And yeah, I have another column for posts. Yeah, let's check these styles. right, I have another column, and this is for following, for example. Yeah, but I need these items in center, and we know that, okay, I want to change alignment in horizontal mode, and for doing this in row, I can add a main axis alignment in center, and you will see all of my items in center, but it's not enough. Depend in device, I need to add space between these items. And we have some parameter in main axis alignment that gives us some space. For example, space around, space between, and space evenly. Let's add a space around, and you will see each items in row gets space, equal space. And this is very good for adaptive design because maybe the width of device is different in another phone, and you can't add a static number. For example, I can't add a size box between items because I don't want to add a hard-coded space, but I need a flexible space. For example, a space around one of my options. I have another space between, and if you see, you will see I don't have any space in start and end of row, and I have another item space only. If I add a space only, you will see this space and these and these and these. All of these four space is equal, and this is a very good choice for us. And after that, if you see the design, you will understand after this row, I have a divider, and I want to mention another widget in here that's called divider widget. Divider, and you can see very, very thin divider in here. I can change thickness. It's for I can change thickness. For example, I can change it to 10, and you will see the divider is changed. But I want to add 1. The default, I think, I don't know what's the default value. But you can add, for example, a container with height of 1. But I want to use divider. Divider gives you some items. For example, you can change the color. You can change indent. For example, I can add indent, space from right and left, and indent, and indent. And you can add a height, but this height is not for this. This is a space. For example, if I give 40, you will see this divider add space in top and bottom. And if I add, for example, a text in here, you will see this text has some space because I add a height for that. But for example, if I change it to 100, you will see the space from top and bottom is changed. But if you use container, you don't have height. You need to add, for example, margin, but divider is a very good and small widget to handle this. I add 24 height for that, but I think it's need more than this. And yeah, I remove this text, and after the divider, we need a list of posts, but I don't want to add it in here, but let's add some space. For example, I know that between my name and the image, I need a space that I called SizedBox, height 24. Yeah, after that, I have a 12 space between two of these, SizedBox, height 12. And between these items, I have a 24 space. Yeah, very good. Okay, let's add a component for AppBar. in the home page, you see we have a app bar in here. I want to show you in main page. In home page, I'm sorry, yeah. In here, I have app bar, but because we have this app bar in all sections of our project, I consider to add a component for that and reuse this component in each page. For example, we have a folder components. I want to add an app bar in here. I called, for example, toolbar or app bar. I called toolbar .dart stateless widget toolbar. It's a stateless widget. I want to import material, and in here I want to add an app bar, and let's add all of items. I want to add an app bar in here, return app bar, and yeah. We know that the background in all of our app bar is this color, but we need to add a title for that because each app bar in other page has different title. I call string title and put this title in here. We know that we have this final variable and we need to add a final field for our parameter in constructor. These actions are different in other sections of our app. For example, in home, I have a location icon, but in profile, for example, I have edit action, an edit icon, and we need to define these actions dynamically like title, and I want to add final list of widgets because we know that we have a list of widgets I called actions and put it in here. Yeah, and I can cut this and put actions because in here we need list of widgets, but maybe these actions are null and maybe we don't have any actions and we have just a title, and for that I can define this list nullable, and when you define an item nullable, it's not mandatory and you can remove required item. All right, and okay, let's add this toolbar to app bar sections in Scaffold, and in here we know that this is 5-minute Flutter, but we have an error. And why? Let's see the error. The argument type toolbar can't be assigned to parameter type preferred size widget. If you see the app bar, you can see the app bar type is preferred size widget. It's a widget, but you need pass a preferred size widgets. That means we need to define these widgets. We know that we have a toolbar. This toolbar is a stateless widget. That means it's a widget, but we need a widget that implements preferred size widgets. Here I can add implements preferred size widgets, and after that I have to implement preferred size. And that means when you have if you see this, you will see my error is gone, and we need add a preferred size because preferred size, it's define the size that these widgets need. If we don't pass any size to this toolbar, Flutter can't notify how many space need to declare for this app bar. But when you define size, when you define a pixel of height and width, Flutter knows and Scaffold knows, okay, app bar, for example, has a height. For example, app bar need a space, need a size, for example, 40, for example, 64, and it knows, okay, I need 64 pixels for app bar, and after that, I have my body. And we can define this space and this size with preferred size widgets. And in here, I need to add a size class. I have a class of size, and this size, if you see, if you see, the size has width and height for constructor, but size has some factory method. For example, I can put height. Only I can add height. In here, from height, 64, for example, and it could be const, and you can see. In here, and you can see this is has some difference, but my app bar size is different. For example, I think 60 is good. Yeah. And let's add our actions. In here, I know that in homepage, I need action. And we use icon, but I don't want to use icon class. I want to add my Svg. Let's bring from Figma. Okay, I bring my SvgIC locations in here. And in here, I can add my SvgPicture.assets, assets, SVG, and its IC location.svg, and save. And you can see I have my location SVG in here. But if you see the design, you will understand we need some space from right. But I want to mention another widgets that help us to have a very good action button. In here, you will understand we don't have any button. It's not tappable, but we have a widget in Flutter that can handle this type of buttons in very best way. That's called IconButton. IconButton, it's get unpressed, it's a callback for pressed, and we can pass our icon, and this icon is a widget. I can cut this SvgPicture and add it in here, and if I save, you can see I have some space, and I have this space because if you can see, this is a ripple effect because IconButton has a default padding. You can see the whole of these sections is tappable, and it's good for finger gesture because if I define only this SVG tappable, it's very small and it's tiny, and maybe user, because finger it's big in most of the case, and we don't have any cursor, we don't have any mouse selector, we have a finger in mobiles, and we need to add some padding for gesture. An IconButton has a default and good gesture. You can see the whole of this ripple effect is clickable, and user can it's very easy to tap. And for that, it's better to use IconButton in toolbar and appbar actions. Okay, if you see the design, you will understand this title doesn't have a good style, and we know that in the toolbar I can add styles for that. I can add a style, and I know that in app text header 1 correct style, and you can see I have a very big title and bold title. Okay, let's add this toolbar in profile page. We know that in here we don't have any app bar, and simply I can add app bar. I use our component, and the title is profile. And yeah, you can see I have a very good app bar, and we need to add an action for that. But let's add, we know that we can add an icon button or unpressed, and I add icons.menu. If I think it's more icon, yeah. You can see I have this icon in here, but we know that when I have this icon, that means it's most of the time it's a drop-down menu. That means we need a widget and we need some code that's when I click or tap to this button, it's open a drop down button. And how I can do this? And we need to replace these widgets with another widget that calls PopupMenuButton. PopupMenuButton, it's take a callback for creating your items, and if you see, we need a return list of pop-up menu entry. In here, for example, I can add a return an array, and for example, I want to add one items. Pop-up menu item. I want to add a text, for example, edit. Okay? You can see I have a default icon, and if I tap to this icon, this is a button, you can see I have my item. But for example, I can add another pop-up menu item, for example, logout. You can see I have two items, and you understand. When you want and when you need pop-up menu, you use pop-up menu button, and it's take builder, it's take array with a callback function, and in here you need to define your pop-up menu items. It's give you a child, for example, you can add an icon for that. It's a widget, you know that I can wrap it with, for example, a row, and for example, I can add icons, edit, and you can see I have item with icon in here. It's very, very dynamic because it's a widget and you can add your everything you want. But I want to add just a text, and I have these items. But for now, we only define a text. But how I can handle tap event, how I can, for example, when user tap edit, we need to forward user to edit page. All right, for doing this, we have two options. One of them is I can add a function, a callback on tab, and when you do and add your code in here, when user tap to edit, this function will be run. But another option is you can add a value. For example, for pop-up menu for edit, I can add 1. It's like ID. We can recognize this item with this value, and I can add 2 for logout. And after that, I have unselected. This is a callback in pop-up menu button. It's general, and I can, for example, check or add a switch In here, I can check value because the value is int because I passed integer in here, and it's better to define your value, a value type. For example, we know that we have an integer in here, and if you see, I need to pass integer value. It's generic, and you know that you learn generics in Dart, and pop-up menu button is a generic. If I click on that, you will see it's a generic. We need to pass our type, and in here, for example, my type is a simple integer, and I can check if the value is 1, if edit is clicked, for example, print edit, if 2, print, for example, logout. Logout, yeah, break. And if I show you debug console, when I click on edit, you will see I have edit and I have logout. But it's not good to add integer. It's very ugly code because it doesn't mean case 1 or 2. It's better, for example, in here, I can add enum. You know enums in Dart. For example, profile, menu, and in here, for now, I have edit and logout. Very nice. And after that, I can pass my custom type that's called profile menu. But in here, when you pass profile menu, you will get error because integer is not subtype of profile menu. And for that, I can add profile menu dot profile menu dot edit. This type is edit, and in here I have profile menu dot logout. Very nice. And after that, we get error because this value is type profile menu, and you need to profile menu edit and profile menu logout. Very nice. Test it again, and you can see I have edit and logout. One more thing I want to mention about pop-up menu button. I don't want to see this horizontal. I want to have a vertical icon, and for that I can change icon. I can use from icon widget icons.more. It's called, I think it's more vertical, yeah, and you can see you can change default icon. I add const for that. Before we move to edit profile page, I want to change this avatar because this avatar is has sharp corners, but we need some corner radius. If you see the UI, you will see we have some corners. We need to add border radius for our image and for profile image. In here, if you see the image, you can see I pass height and width, and it's a very simple image widget. But how I can add corner radius? If I wrap this image with a container, and for my container I have a decoration class, decoration box decoration, and in here I can add some decoration and style for my container. For example, in here you know that I can add a color, colors.red, and you can see it doesn't change because whole of this image cover the background color. But if I add some padding in here, const agent set all, for example 20, you can see because in here we have some padding, left, top and right and bottom, it shows the background, and after this padding we have our image. But let's see, when I add border radius, we have a property in box decoration that calls border radius, and with border radius you can add border radius in each corners of your container. For example, you can add all like edge inset, and it's apply. For example, I add 20, but you need add a pass a radius class dot circular 20. For example, I will show you. And in here, let's add a padding to see what happened. Const edge inset all, for example, 20. And you can see I have corner radius 20 pixels in each section and in each corner of my container. But you can change it, for example, with only. And in here you will see I have top left, top right, bottom left, because we have 4 corners. And for test, I add corners in left, top left, and add my radius. And you can see I have only in top left radius. But let's add these corners. Let's add corner radius to our image. I remove my padding. I don't want to remove it. Let's add all. And I want to add a radius dot all, for example, radius dot circular, for example, 16. Okay, I have radius, but it's for container. And if I remove padding, you can see it doesn't apply to its child. It doesn't apply to this image. For doing this, we have another widget that's called ClipRRect. Let's replace ClipRRect with container. I change container to ClipRRect, and ClipRRect has radius but doesn't have decoration. I remove this decoration, and you can see we have child because our image is child of ClipRRect, and I have border radius. I can add my border radius to ClipRRect, and if I save, you can see my profile avatar, and for example, this widget cut the child, and I have avatar image with corners. It's some advanced widgets. I will show you, for example, clip path, custom paint. I have a playlist about custom painters in Flutter, but I wanna mention one of widgets that's clip your child. For example, you can add your own shape. For example, you have a star shape. I will show you how you can, for example, define a star shape to your avatar. It doesn't have any border radius. It's a star shape. I will show you some kind of things, some kind of these things, how to implement these custom paints and custom clipper. But it's, for example, clipper that Flutter SDK has. It's a ClipRRect, and in here one of your properties, border radius, it has a clipper. I will show you what's meaning of clipper, but for now it's enough to know when you want to add corner radius, if you want to crop your child, for example, your image or any other widgets, for example, text. But in here we have image. It's common widget that we can use on and wrap our image with. With that, we use ClipRRect. We pass our border radius, and it can clip your child and cut your corners in each widget. But you can't use container because border radius in container, it's for styling purpose. It's for applying only on your container, not in its child. All right, let's add edit profile page. And for creating this, I want to go to my page and add another page. I call this page edit profile page.dart. And in here, we know that we have a stateless widget because for now, we doesn't have any state. I will tell you about state and state management in future, but for now, we just have only a static page because it doesn't change anything because it's just UI. Okay, edit profile page, and here import material class, import material, and after that we have scaffold because we want to scaffold our page, and in here we have AppBar, we have app toolbar, what we call our custom, yeah, it's toolbar, and in here we have title, for example, edit profile. And after that, we have a body. And in this body, for example, we have some text field. I add a column because I want to add my widgets in vertical mode. And for children, I want to add text field. If you see, we have lots of text field in this application. In most of case, you have lots of button, lots of text field, and it's good to make a component for each of them. For example, for toolbar, I add a component in my components folder, and it's very good to add your text field and buttons in a separate class and reuse it. For example, if I go to my login page, you can see in here I have a text field. In here I use TextField widgets. It's not my custom component, it's for Flutter. In here I have another text field, and it's very good to create components and reuse your widgets and components. For example, I can copy this text field because in most of time and in most of case you have the same style for your buttons, for your text field, and something like this. For example, for your app bars, in here I go to my component, create new file, and in here I have app text field .dart. Yeah, for example, I think it's better to rename it and add an underline between text and F. Yeah. And in here I have a text stateless widget app text field, and yeah, import material, and I can replace this container with my text field. All right, but we know that when we have components, we don't want to add an hardcode username. It's dynamic, and for that, for example, I can add final string hint, and this hint is we passed a parameter in constructor and replace username with hint text. We have our custom text field, and if you want to change our style, it's enough to change this class, and everywhere we use this text field is changed. Okay. For example, in here I have an app text field, and for hint we know that it's first name. After that, I have app text field. For example, we know that it's for last name, and app text field, it's for phone number, and I have an app text field, it's for location. I've add others text field, but for now it's enough. And in profile page, I wanna add a callback when edit tabbed. I wanna use navigator. In here I have navigator, and of this context, it's inherited widgets. I will talk about inherited widget in future, but for now, we need a context. We use context because navigator needs to know where we are, and okay, when we use this code, it means navigator knows, okay, we are in profile page, because we passed context of these stateless widgets, and after that, we want to push named to our roads, and I need to go to app roads. I need to go to main, and in here I can add my roads, and it's for edit profile, and it's context. Yeah. Very nice. And in here I can pass my edit profile, and let's see what happened. In here I click this, and after that, yeah, we have our ugly edit profile page, and we can navigate, and the app bar, it knows, okay, we are in another page and needs back icon, and back it's done in here. But before I go to complete edit profile, I want to show you, I want to mention something that's very helpful when your project is grows up and you have a lots of pages, and actually you have lots of strings. If you see, I use hardcode strings in my code. It's work, but consider, for example, you use profile twice in some other parts in your project. It's better to refer this profile text in another class, and we can read from other class, and it's better for using our text, and it's prevent mistakes. And another thing that I want to mention in here, if you store your strings in separate files for adding multi-language for localization to your application, it's easy for you. I don't want to talk about multi-language for now, but it's better to store our items, store our const, for example, our strings, and actually our roads. In here, I am passing my roads. It's better to create another class that handle our roads. Okay, let's create this. It could be in styles, but this app text is for text in styles. It's for applications, but I think we need another folder. It's better because that doesn't relate it to styles. It's for it could be config, for example, and in here I have another file I called app strings dot, and in here I have a class app strings, and in here I can add my strings. For example, I have profile, and it's called profile. Static, it needs to be static because we use const, and in here I can add my strings. In here I will add it, but because it's take a time, I don't want to show you, but I've done this and I will show you. And another file, for example, app roads dot, and in here it could be a class app roads, and for that I have my const, and for example in here I have my login page for initial roads, and let's add it in here. For example, static const login, and it's initial roads, and we create our roads in here, and I add all of them and I will show you. Alright, you can see I add my strings. For example, until now we have these strings, and it's simply, for example, it's very simple. I go to, for example, in login page, in my hello welcome back, I can replace it with app strings hello welcome. This is the text, login to continue, in here, I can use app strings, login to continue, and it's very, very simple for username. And for now, it doesn't different because most of these tags is used once in whole of app. But for reusing our strings, it's a very good solution. And another and important profit of using these styles, it's very help you when you want to have a multiple language app. And we add some mechanism that's we just use login to continue, and depend on user choice or device locale, it's translated to specific word that we declare for English, Arabic, or another language. Okay, I replace all of them, and I stop the record and replace all of my strings with app strings. I fix all of my strings, and in here I have my app routes. If I go to main, in here I need to pass my routes to this. For example, I can, because it's initial routes, I can use app routes dot login, because login for now is my initial routes. Okay, and in here I wanna cut whole of these routes, and in app route, after or in above all of my items, I wanna add these. In here I wanna store all of my items in a variable I called, for example, a static const page. It could not be const. I can put it final because maybe a whole of items not const and it's need to be final. We talk about final and const in Dart tutorial, but I will mention const in widgets in Flutter, and I can easily import this page. And yeah, you can see I have my page, and in main I can easily use app routes app routes.page. Yeah, I have my page in here, and for example, if you see in home page, I need to find one of them. For example, in login page, you can see I add a hardcode string, but I can easily use app routes main, and I need to find others. Navigation, for example, in profile, I use edit profile. I can use app routes edit profile, and if I have something, but I think we change all of them. I need to remove other imports that we don't use, and other things that we can improve is these icons that we used, and these are hard coded. We can simply, because maybe in other sections, oh my god, I do a mistake in here, edit profile page. I use app routes. It's need to be app strings. Yeah, it's fixed. And I can add another class in my config. It's for example, app icons dot. In here I have a class app icons, and in here I can store all of my icons in here. For example, in edit profile or in login page, if I have, for example, this is my PNG, and in here I can store it in this. For example, a static const. maybe we can change it to app image because icons only for icons, but image is general. I add, for example, I see Facebook, and it's in here. But because if you see my assets structure, I have image and SVG. We can easily, for example, add PNG. This is my PNG. It's for, I call it const PNG because because in PNG, all of this section is static and it's not changed. I use and save all of these. This is my folder. I called static const. I'm sorry, static const, and I have my PNG. And after that, I can easily add my PNG in here. Underline, I'm sorry. But because we need something like that. Okay, we have PNG and Facebook. And for example, for Google, I can easily in here use app icons, not PNG, because PNG, I see Facebook. Yeah, we use I see Facebook, and I will do in all of my icons. And after I pause the record and I do all of them, and I will show you. All right, I change my app icons. You can see I am creating my variable, and in here, for example, for my bottom navigations, I add the IC add icon. You can see it's IC add SVG. I added in here, and we have it. I will change bottom navigation. It has very big issues. We need to change it, but for now, let's go to the edit page, and in here, let's fix the edit page and fix UI parts. Okay, first of all, I need to add a padding to all of my UI. We know that we can wrap our column with padding widgets, and we know that we have 24 padding, 24 pixels. And between each of our text field, we have some space that we know that we can add it with SizedBox. I add height 16, and in here you can see I have my space. I go in here, add it in here, and yeah, we have our space. And above of all text fields, we have avatar of our account. For example, we have an image for our account, and we can change it in here. But if you see before page, I have this avatar, and if I go to the profile page, I know that I have these widgets that handle image of profile, and we know that in all place in our app we have exactly this image. And for that, let's create a component and reuse these widgets. I copy these, and in component, for example, I can create a file. I called user avatar.dart, and in here I have a stateless widget because currently we don't have any state. I think okay, user avatar, and let's import material, and I can paste it in here. Okay, but this is for testing, and we know that in future we have a URL that's we can pass it to this widget in constructor, and we need to provide image from this URL. But for now, we have only a default user, and I don't wanna change it. I wanna add it only this size, but I wanna add final double widths because in each sections in our app it has different size. For example, in here we have 90 width and 90 height, but for example in edit we have larger. For that I want to add a custom height and width, double height, and we can add it in here, but we can remove required. And for default, for example, you can add a size, I don't know. Yeah, I want to add default size in profile in a list of posts. In post, we have 40 and 40. Let's add a default 40 for two of them. Yeah. And actually, you can remove one of them. You can add a size because we know that we have a square image. In all of sections in our app, we know that avatar of user is a square, and in here I can remove this one of them. It's short way, and in here I can replace size for both of height and width. And remove this. In here I can easily add user avatar, and I can add 90 for that. It's very short way, and it's very good solution for creating your components and your widgets in small and reusable things. Okay, I go to the edit, and we know that in edit profile we have same thing. I have a user avatar, but in here the size is different. I want to check the UI. Yeah, it's 120. And yeah, we have our image. We need to add an icon over of our image because that means it can be editable. And for adding an icon in here in bottom right, in here we have stack widgets. We have another widgets that get children of widgets like column and row, and it's called stack. Actually, the stack widgets allows you to position multiple widgets on top of each other. We know that in column we can position widgets in vertical mode and row for horizontal mode, but in stack we can add our widgets top of each other. For example, let's check. For example, in here I have a container, width is 20, width is 200, height, and the color is colors.red. Yeah, we have this, and let's copy and paste it again. In here we have 100, 100, and it's amber, and you can see the amber container is top of red container, not blue or right or left. It's like stack top of red. But for example, if I add another container before this container, it's blue, and you can see it's not red. For example, it's blue or black. You can see the black square in bottom of is in bottom of red container. It's stack. And in here when we need to create and add an icon over this container, we need to add our avatar in a stack. And after that, for example, I can add icons.edit, and you can see I have an icon widget over and top of user avatar. But the place of this icon, it's need to be in here, not top left. In here, if I want to change alignment of this widget or each widget in your stack, you can use positioned widgets. Every time you have a stack, in most of the time, you need to use positioned. The positioned widget, I can wrap my icon with positioned widget, and it has bottom, left, right, and top. And you can also add width and height. I only want to use bottom, left, right, and top. That means if I have this stack, this is left, top, right, and bottom. We know that this icon has 0 space from bottom. Okay, you can save it and you can see, because I put only bottom, it knows, okay, I need to add a space from bottom 0, and that means it goes to the bottom. But if I add 10, it takes space from bottom, but I want to add it 0, and we know that it has 0 space from right, 0. And you can see my icon is in right and bottom. If I add top, you can see it goes in here, because that means I attach this icon from top and bottom, because I only pass top and bottom, and I have 0 from top and 0 from bottom, and because I pass bottom and top, you can see it's in middle of my stack. If I want to add it in center, you can add whole of items, right, 0, you can see, and left 0, and it goes to center because we pass all of sides and it's take a center. But in here I wanna add bottom and right because I wanna add it in here, bottom and right. Before goes forward, we know that we need to wrap this icon with a container, because it has some background image, because it has some background color and some radius. Let's wrap this icon with a container. Okay, and this container has a decoration, box decoration, color. For example, we know that we have app color, primary, and yeah, we have our background, and we know that we have a radius for that. Let's see the design, and we have a radius, border radius dot all, because we need to add a radius in all corners. Radius dot circular, I add 4, yeah, but it needs to be 6, for example, yeah. And if you see, we have some padding because our icon is very close to side of this container. I can add a padding for my container, const agent set all, in all side. For example, I can add 4. I think it's I think 3 is good. And another thing, the icon, the only icon is big. I need to add size. We have a property size for icon, and it's, I think 18 is good, but I think 20, yeah. And I can increase my padding to 4. Yeah, it's very good. And add a color for that. For now, I want to add colors dot black. Yeah, we have this. But we have another problem. we need to bring this container a little bit, some pixels below and right. But how I can do this? I have 0 and 0, and that means bring this container in bottom of stack and right of stack. But because in here my stack, it's take space as user avatar. For example, in here we have 120 and the stack size is 120. I can add a trick to handle this. If we increase the size of this avatar, for example, if I add 200, you can see it goes up, and because the size of stack actually it's increased, and my icon it goes down. But I want to add it 120, and we have some trick. For example, I can add padding, and you can see I have my icon a little bit bottom and right because my stack size is in here, 8 pixels more than 120. But for example, I can add 12, and you can see I can add more than, and you can see because the stack size is in here because we are adding padding to that. But I think 10 or 8 is good. Yeah, it's very good. And after that, we know that we need to add some space between whole of this stack and our first name text field. In here, we know that we can use size box. Height, I think 50 is good. Yeah, it's very good for now. And we have, I think it's need to be 16. 60, yeah, okay, it's good. And let's add a birthday field. In here, I want to copy this and paste it in here, but it's need to be birthday. But birthday, it's not recognized. We can add it. Birthday. And it's birthday. Yeah. And we have birthday in here. And after that, I have gender that's contain male, female, and other for gender, and it's radio button. Okay, for adding radio button, we can add radio widgets, radio, and we have 3 parameters. In here I add false. For group value, I can add true. It's for sample, we will change it. And let's add a callback and save. You can see I have my radio button, but it doesn't work. Let's explain what that means, value and group value. You see in here, I have a group of things, and we use enums for that. When you use radio button, in most of the time, we can use enums either. Because, for example, if I have through radio button, we have overflow, and we can add single child scroll view. We know that single child scroll view, yeah, because it's get scrolled. And we know that, okay, we have a group of items. In most of the time, when you have a radio, it means you have a multiple choice. And that means you have a group of items, you have a group of radios. And you can bring this group with enum. For example, in here, if I add enum, and in here I have a gender, we have a male, female, and for example other. And in here I need to create an instance for this gender. I can add it, for example, var gender, it's equal gender dot none, because for default we don't have any of them. If user not fill any of them, it could be null. Okay, and we need to remove const. I will explain you this const in future, but in here we only remove it. And for group value, I can add a gender for all of them. And in here, I create a link between three of them, because the group value of each items in each radio, it's gender. And value of this radio, we know that it's gender dot male. Value of, we see this structure in pop-up menu. The value of this is gender dot female, and in here we have gender of other. When I save this, we don't have anything, because for default it's none. But if I change it to male and save it again, you can see the male is selected. If I change it to female, the female is selected, or other, you can see the other selected. But for default, we know that because user doesn't select any of them, and we have none, because we don't have a radio that's contain a value of none. All right, and how I can handle the unchanged, because when user clicked on each of them, we want to change the value of this group value. You can see I change the value, Control S, hot reload, and it's changed. We see this structure. We can use StatefulWidget, because in here I want to change the state of this variable, and for that we need to use setState, and that means I need to create StatefulWidget. Very nice. And you see this when unchanged, when user tapped to this button, radio button, set state and gender, it's equals gender dot male. When user select female, set state, because we want to rebuild whole of this state, gender equals gender dot female, and here I have set state, gender equals gender dot other. You can see I changed. I choose male or female or other. Very nice. But we have some problem. Actually, we need a title. It doesn't make sense to have only a radio button. How I can add a title for that? I don't have any title parameter for that, but I can wrap it this radio with a row and add a text beside of this radio. For example, in here I can wrap it with a row, and after row we know that we can add a text, for example, male, and you can see I have male. But we have another solution. In here we have another widget that's called radio list tile. It's very like this. Let's remove this and change it radio to radio list tile, radio list tile. And this widget has a title. This is a widget. I can add a text, and for that I add male. You can see it has some different things, because when I tap whole of these, you can see in here I can click in here or in here everywhere I want, not only these widgets. But if I use, let's create again if I use a row and a radio and a text, for example, for female, you can see it doesn't work. I need only click to radio button. But for male, because it's radially style, I can click in everywhere I want to this area. Okay, let's change it to radially style for all of them, and for title we have a male and female. Let's go to the strings and create 3 of them. In here I have male, I have female, and other. For male, I can create male, female, and other. Okay. And let's add text for male, app strings, male. It's female, I'm sorry, female, male. Okay, you can see I have 3 lists for 3 radially style, but each items need to be in a row, because in UI you see this, we need add a row for that, because these items need to be side of each other. Let's add a row and add a children, and let's cut all of my radio and paste it in here, and we have an error. But when you get these errors, for example, you can remove uncatch exceptions in here, and you can use your application and it's not stopped. In here you can see I have some errors. It's about render pointer, and that means it's need to have size. If I change these to radio, not radially style, let's cut title in here and here, and radially style and comment title. And if I save again, you can see my error is gone and I can use my radios. But when we are using radially style, we get this error. And what's that means? That means when you are using radio has a box constraint. It has a size, okay, for example, 50 pixels for width and height, but radially styles doesn't have a size. It's get whole of a size that can get. For example, when we're using radially styles in a column, we are moving this radially style to a row, but before, when we're using these radially styles in a column, it has a size, okay? The size is the width of a screen, because these radially styles below together in vertical mode, because we are in column, there can calculate their size, because radially styles knows parent size, because parent size is our screen width. But when we are using these radially styles in a row, these radially styles can't calculate size. What's that means? That means these are need to get hold of the size, but when you are using the row and in widths, these can't calculate. But if I wrap these to a size box and add a custom width, for example 100, wrap these to widget, size box, and add a width. In here again, size box, widths. And if I save, you can see, okay, I have some problem because it's a little size and the text can't showed in a small size, but we don't have any error because we are define a width for our radial styles, and radial styles doesn't have any problem. It can't be paint, and it's showed. But when you doesn't declare and doesn't define your size, it has a problem and can't calculate size. But I don't want to add a hard-coded widths because maybe in other device we have a small widths, and for example, if I add 200 or 200 or 200 in here and save it, you can see I get overflow because it sum of these three 200 is 600 and it's greater than screen width. How we can add a dynamic size depend on widths that we have. In here, I want to mention another widget that's very useful when you wanna do something like this. It's called expanded. Let's rename SizedBox to expanded and remove widths. We don't need any widths. Add expanded, remove widths. In here, expanded and remove widths. And save. You can see we don't have any problem. And what is exactly expanded widgets? The expanded widget is used to make a child widget occupy all available space within its parent widget, allowing to main access of a row or column layout. That means with expanded widgets, we can create flexible and responsive UI design. And we don't use any size box, we don't pass any width or height, and expanded can calculate how many space need. For example, if I remove one of them, we have a 50-50 expanded, and one of them female, one of them other. But when we have three of them, we have, for example, this layout is divided by 3, and each of them has very equal widths. But we have an option to add a flex. By default, flex of all of these items is 1. That means each expanded in this row has one slice in this width. For example, in here we have 3 slices because each of items has flex 1 and they have 1 slice of this width. But if I change this flex to 2 and refresh again, you can see in here male has 2 slices, but expanded you can calculate all of them. 2, 1, and 1. We have 4 slices, we have 4 sections, and male gets 2 of them. You can see we have for half of the width, and expanded, and the other half is divided by 2 because one of them for male, one of them for female, and another for other gender. Both of them has 50 of this half. You can play with this flex and create flexible and adaptive UI. But in here, I wanna add equal space, equal section for each of them. And yeah, we have these 3 radio button without any overflow for pixels. Okay, if you see that we have some issue with this text, because when you use radial style, for default we have a content padding, and you can add agentsets.0 because we don't want to add a content padding for default. You can see our padding is gone, and I wanna add this property. This is for radial list style. Some widget has this property, and you can, with agentsets.0, you can remove default paddings. And you can see all of them has no padding. Okay, we need to move this row in a container because we want to change the style look like to this text field. All right, and for doing this, we know that we need to wrap this row with a container, and in here we know that we have some decoration, box decoration, and the decoration is, we have a border already, we have a color. Let's pass our color, and the color is, I don't know, I need to check in my app colors. In here, D9. Okay, I think we don't pass any. Let's go to the text field and see. Okay, this field color is wrong. I need to add, for example, app color. I'm in app text field and change my app colors of all of my fields, and I called field color, and this field color is, I can add it in here and copy my color from here and paste here, and field color. Okay, and for this color I use app color, field color, and yeah, you can see it's changed. But I think we have some little issue for our colors. I will change it, it doesn't matter for now. And yeah, let's go. In here, I have these, and I need to add a border radius dot all radius dot circular. I think it's 16. Yeah, it's little. Yeah, it's good. And after that, we need a title for that. Exactly when I type in here, but we need to add this style for our text field. I will show you, but in here we know that we need to add a column, and in here we have a text. In this text we have a app strings gender, and we need to create gender. In here, create field, and static const gender equals gender. Yeah. And we have this text in here. It has some issue. I will fix it. But it's alright. We need to change alignment in this column because it's our cross-axis alignment. My cross-axis alignment is center. I need to cross-axis alignment dot start because I want to move all items from start of our, for example, this is English language and this is start from left. Very nice. But we have some issue in my radio buttons. I don't want to have these large items. If you see, and if I remove my color from here, you can see I have a lots of padding. I have a lots of tab area. I want to change it because if you see, if I pass a color, I have a very big container for my gender. I need to remove and decrease my paddings to bring this field look like other fields. Let's see how we can decrease this padding. In each of these radial list style, we have another property that I don't want to talk about this property very deep, but we have a visual density. You can see this visual density in some UI widgets, some material UI widgets. And when you have these, you can see we have a visual density and visual density in a container. You need to pass your horizontal and vertical space. For example, if I add horizontal 8 and vertical 4, I'm sorry, you can see in here we have some limitation, and we want to use minimum density because we don't want to have lots of area, and for that I want to show you visual density. It's better to use these constants to have no problem here, and you can see when you do that, you see nothing. You see nothing is changed because you only add your visual density. Let's add a const because it's all things. For example, this is a static const and all the constructor is const, and we can use const to create ones. I talk about const keyword in Dart tutorial. Let's copy and paste it for all of our radial styles. You can see my paddings and the visual density is in minimum, and we have something like other fields. We can manage these paddings and space, but in here it's enough. Let's change these styles. We have some problem in our UIs, and let's improve these bugs and this UI bugs. First of all, the field color, it's need to be changed. We have a D9, D9, D9 code, but we need to add some opacity for that. If you see the Figma file, you will understand we have this color, but with 60% of opacity. And we can use a method with alpha or opacity. And in here, you need pass from 0 to 1. This is a double. And when you want to have 60% opacity, you need add 0.6. We have an error because when you are using with opacity, you need to change const to final because this is not const. And you can see I can add a const before my color, not the whole of my variable. All right. And if you can see I have some changed because I changed the color and add some opacity, and in here I have my colors. Another problem that we have in our fields, you can see when I type something in here, my label and my hint is gone, but I don't want this. When I want to when I'm typing, when I'm adding some text, I want to bring the label from here to here. And how we can create something like that? Remove this, and I will go to our text field, app text field, and you can see in here we only pass our hint. We have a hint text because first name is a hint, but also first name is a label. We have a label parameter label text because maybe sometimes your first name and your hint are different, but in my application I have both of them is equal and I use hint for both of them. And you can see when I tap to last name or first name or each field, my title goes up. You can see. But we have some problem. We will fix it. But for now, we understand when we pass a label, we can create something like this. This is it has default animation, and when you tap on your text field, the label smoothly goes to top. We need some change with this border, because if you see that when we have outline input border, and when we tap in our field, our title comes to middle of border. But for example, if I change outline input border style to underline input border, you can see we have a blue underline here, and we have our label very same as our Figma design, and we don't see this label on border. But actually we don't want to have these underline. We can bring this style with different things or different work. We need to remove this underline. How we can remove it? If you see last name text field, you don't see any underline, and when we focus on a text field, we have underline. And we have another property that's called border. You can see focused border. That means when you focus on a text field, this border is applied to your text field. And how I can manage this? I can add underline input border, because all of these border is the same. You can see input border, border is the input border, and in here I can easily use border side, and for example I can add colors.transparency because we don't want any color. And when I save and when I hot reload, you can see our underline is gone, but when I focus to the text field, my border radius is gone because we don't add any border radius to this focus border. Okay, it's very easy. I can copy this border radius because we don't want to change our border radius when it's focused or not focused. And I can add this border radius, and you can see we don't have any change in border radius because both of them has a radius circular 12. But we know that when we have a focus to the text field, the underline is shown, but I can easily add transparent color to remove our blue color for underline. And we have our styles in Figma for fields, but we know that we need to change, for example, label color, because in Figma we have a white label color. And yeah, we can add our styles for text field. In here I want to add a const because we have some issue, and it's very good. Okay, you can see in here I have a label style. This is a text style, and colors.white. And you can see I have my labels white color. Very good. Okay, I want to go to my edit page and let's fix our gender. If you see the gender, you will see we have some problem here, and let's fix it. Okay, I need to add a size box between text field and our gender field. We need to add some padding. Let's add padding for our container. For example, add padding const agent set symmetric. I want to add a padding in horizontal 12 or 16, I think. Yeah, 12 I think is better. Yeah, it's same as our items. And we need to add some padding in vertical mode, for example 4, or I don't know, I think 4 is need more. Okay, I decide to remove symmetric and add, because I don't want to add padding from bottom. I want to add only padding from left, right, and top. And for adding this, left, right, and for top, I want to add 6, for example. Yeah, I think is good. I think it's good, and yeah. And I need to decrease the gender size because when we have a label at the top, our text style is small. And for doing this, I can add, for example, a style, app text. I think it's subtitle 3. No. It's maybe, I don't know. It's, I want to check body. I think it's body, but when you have a text style or some class in Flutter, we have a method and called copyWidth. That means, okay, I have body1 text style, but I want to use all of this style. For example, I want to add font weight, for example, 500, font size 14, and all the styles that we add in this variable. But I want to add some change. For example, I want to copy from all the things I have in body, but I want to add a little change. For example, I want to change the font size. And you can see everything is the same, but I can inherit from body1, but add some change to that. For example, I copy body1 by adding font size 12. Okay, let's go to change our bottom navigations. I was upgrade my macOS. This is developer mode for macOS 14. Because of that, we have some little change in my area and my desktop. All right. In here, I want to change my simple bottom navigation and create my own bottom navigation, because in here we are using bottom navigation bar from material package, and we can add our items, but we need to create a custom bottom navigation. You can add some change, for example, change colors, and maybe you can edit your styles and create and change bottom navigation bar style to exact things that we have in our UI. But I want to create another stateless widget to handle our custom bottom navigation. In here, in main page, I can create a stateless widget, and I called my bottom navigation. And here we need to create a stack. Why? Because if you see the UI, you will understand we have a circle on our container, on our white container. We have a circle yellow for adding post, and for creating widgets top of each other, we know that we need to create a stack. In below section of our stack, we have a white container that hold our 4 of our menus item: home, favorite, message, and profile. Let's create this container. We have a container. This container has a decoration, box decoration. We have a color, colors.white, and we have a border radius 25. Yeah. Okay. It's enough. Let's add it to our bottom navigation. I press enter and comment our bottom navigation bar and replace my bottom navigation here, and I have a full page white container. But let's add a size. I wrap it my stack with the container and add height for that. If you see the design, you will understand our white container has 70 pixels for height plus 17 pixels because we have a little area top of our container because our plus icon is a little up. I have a 85 for height, and you can see I have my height in here. And before I go, and after that, we know that we have some margin. We have a 25, we have a margin, we have a property margin to create a space. Okay, in here, agentsets.all, and it's need to be 24. And yeah, we have our area in here, but we have a little problem. All right, let's add our circle yellow add button. In here, I have a container. The width is 64, height is 64, and I have a decoration, box decoration, color, app color, the primary, yeah. And we have a shape. In here, for defining, we have a two type of box shape. You can see in here, the default is rectangle, but in here we need a circle. I click button box shape circle, and you can see I have a container in here. It's yellow and circle, and I need to bring this in center. How I can bring this container in center of our stack? You know that you see this before. In a stack, mostly useful widget is positioned. With positioned, you can manage your widgets and you can define your position of your widgets in a stack. For example, in here, my circle, I need to bring it circle. I add a left 0 and right 0 because I need to be center. I need to add left and right, both of them 0. And I know that I need to bring these in top of my stack. For that, I add top 0 and save. You can see it's center of my page. It's center of my stack. We need to bring this white container 17 pixels down. And how I can do this? I can do it with positioned container. Let's check in here. Yeah. In here, I also wrap my container with positioned, and we know that its right is 0 because we need to have it in full width, and the top need to has some space, and we know that the space is 17. We have an error because I need to add a height for that. The height is 70. Yeah. In here, I add 17 pixel from top. In here, I have a stack in here, but I have a little space from top for this container. All right. Our shape is ready, but let's add our icons and our menu. To create this, we know that in child of this container, I need a row because I need to bring my icons item in horizontal mode, and in here I have children, and the children has 4 items because we know that 4 items is in here and one of another items in this here. Okay, how I can create this? I need to define my 4 items equal size, and we know that depend on screen, it's maybe little change on size, and for that we know that we can use expanded. And in this expanded, I have icon button and I have unpressed, and for icon I have SvgPictures dot assets and app icons, I see home, and let's save. You can't see it now, but because I think it's under the yellow button. If I add another, yeah, you can see. In here, in this row, I have two expanded. And because I have two expanded, this white container, this row is split exactly the same size for both of them. If I add another expanded, it's divided by 3. One of them is below this. I have 3 sections equally because the flex item is 1. And we know that I have 4 items. Let's add another. You can see in here for now, my container, my row is divided by 4 and each section for one of my icon button. But in here, I see home. After that, I see favorite. And after that, I see message and I see profile. I see user, I think. Yeah, everything is working. And in here, I have, for my add, I have another child. In here, I have a SvgPicture dot assets app icon. This is IC add. Yeah, it's very big. I need to add some padding. Const agent set all 10 or 16. We add padding to add some space from left, right, top, and bottom. We have a very little problem. I need to add another expanded or something like expanded to add some space in here because these two icons is very, very, very close to our add button. How I can add this? For example, I can add another expanded, and for child I can add a empty container, and the problem is solved because I need another expanded in here, but it's empty and we don't have anything on the child. But we have another widget that's very look like to expanded that's called spacer. Spacer doesn't get any child, and it's very good when you have something like this. I need to add some space in here, but I don't have any child. I need just some space. All right, in here we are create our bottom navigation, but we don't have any callback and we don't have any state because we need to add. If I, for example, I'm sorry, I do some mistake in here. Where am I? I see home. Oh my God, I see favorites. Yeah. For example, if favorite is clicked, we need to change color. In bottom navigation bar, we see 2 items. One of them is current indexed. That means we need to pass our current index to bottom navigation. And another thing is on tap. We need to define these 2 items to our my bottom navigation. One of them is final int current index, because with this variable we can define, okay, for example, if home is selected, I can change the color of home and user can find that, and user knows which index is selected. And another thing is final. For creating callback, we have a value changed. For example, in here, this is an integer and on tap. And what's that? Value change is void function, is a function that's pre-made with Dart and you can use it. All right. And you need, it is a generic. It's a generic and you need pass your type. For example, we know that each type that changed is integer. And that means when home is selected, when home is unpressed, I can use untap. This is a stateful. I need to use widget.untap dot. I can call it with this, and I need to pass an integer because these value changed. These function need to pass a value that type is integer, and I want to change my stateful widget. It's not need to be stateful widget. It could be stateless widget. Let's cut all of these. Yeah, I remove the build and I call it stateless widget my bottom navigation, and replace the build method. Yeah, and in here we don't need to widget. We can use untap, but I need to int. I have a final int current index, and I have a final value changed. Value changed. This is int untap, and let's add it on my constructor. Very nice. And in here, and I wanna change int to the enum. I wanna create enum, and I don't wanna use integer. In here, I create enum menus, and in here I have, for example, I know that I have home, I have favorite, I have add, message, and user. Very nice. And I can define my value change is a menu, and in here I can simply add menus is home. Very nice. And I can use one line function. In here I can easily add this on tab. This is favorite. In here I have a one line function. I have this is for message, and this is for user, and in here I can create gesture detector to handle click. We have a widget called gesture detector for handling tapped or double tap. For example, I can add double tap, but in here we don't want to add double tap. We need one tap. And this is an untap, and this is add. Very good. I back to my definition. In here, if I wanna, let's remove this, my bottom navigation. I wanna remove all of this. Yeah. Okay. I need to add my parameter in here. I have current index. Very nice. And I need to handle my untap. We know that we have an error. We will fix it. But when tapped is select, we know that we need to set a state because we need to change my current index to value, but we know that our current index is integer. I will fix it. In here I have menu, but this is menus home, because for default item I have home, but let's create current index. It's not index, but it's okay. In here I need to add integer. In enum we have index. For example, home, index of home is 0. Okay, And in here, I can easily add index for page. Okay, it's simply I change my index and set a state, and whole of this build is rebuilt, and the current index is changed, and another item is selected. Let's refresh again because we changed something. In here, I have this, but let's see, we can click on other pages and it's work, but we need to add and handle changed item. We need to change color of selected item. How we can do this? Let's back to my bottom navigation in here. Okay, for defining colors, we have a parameter that called color, but color is deprecated in SvgPicture. We can use color filter dot mode. We need to pass our color and blend mode. Blend mode is some mode that you can add to your color. For example, in here I have colors.black, and for blend mode I use blend mode.srcin. We didn't see any change. And why? Because we forgot to change our assets. In here, if you see the SVG, you can see we have a parameter opacity, and we have 30% opacity, but we need to full opacity. We don't need any opacity. And when I download from Figma, I didn't forget to remove this, and let's remove all of this for opacity because we want to handle our image, our colors in Flutter, not in SVG. Okay, I change color. I need to change favorite, remove favorite, and we have some for message. I remove opacity. For user, I remove opacity, and let's check add. I think, yeah, everything is okay. And let's rerun again and see what happened. All right, you can see all of my items is black. It doesn't matter. For now, we need to add a little condition for defining colors. We know that's what's the condition. In here, I want to add if current index is equals, we have some problem. I can change my current index to menus. It's very easily for handling, and remove these. And in here, I can easily check if my current index is menus home. I want to use black, but if isn't home, I want to use colors.black.width opacity 0.3. If I change favorite, you can see I have a black with opacity. It's exactly things we see in SVG file, but we are create this opacity in my code. Okay, I wanna copy all of this color filter to all of my assets. In here, if it's equal favorites, I wanna do this in my message. If it's message, if it's user, and you can see it's very, very beautiful and it's very nice. We have our custom bottom navigation very easily, and everything is work fine. Another thing that I want to mention in here, I want to define a class and a component to add my buttons to that. For example, I want to cut and copy IconButton. In my component, I want to create another file for decreasing duplicate code. In here, I want to create bottom navigation item.dart stateless widget bottom navigation item. This is a stateless widget. What was that? Okay, and add it in here. Yeah, we need to create my value tree. In here, I wanna remove these, but unpressed is a function that's nothing return. It doesn't have any value. And for that, I can create void callback. This is a pre-made function. Unpressed, and I can add it to unpressed, this dot unpressed, and easily I can add unpressed in here, unpressed. Because both of them is equal, I can remove this section and only pass my unpressed to this parameter. What was the, because it's need to be required. Okay, remove this. If we have a SvgPicture, we need pass my string, final string icon. I add this in here, required this dot icon, and pass this in here, icon. And we need to pass final menu, current. And another things is we have a current and we have another things name, and I can add my items in here. Current index is current and name is for that name. Very nice. And I can remove this and I can easily add my bottom navigation item. Unpressed is in here. My icon is in here. Current index is in here, and name is menus home. And I can remove my icon button. Okay, and let's add it in for other items. In here, it's favorite. I see favorite and favorite, and I can remove my icon button. It's better to use your components because it's decrease duplicate code, and it's very easy to change something. For example, in future, if I want to change this color, it doesn't need to go to all of items and change the color. It's only need to I go to bottom navigation bar and change this color. Okay, this is for message. I see message and message. Remove this and copy this and bring it in here. This is user. This is IC user, and this is IC, and this is user. And I need only remove this. Very nice. Okay, but we have a little problem in here. If you see my scroll, it's begin from here because we add some margin, and Scaffold separate these area for my bottom navigations and this area for my body. We need to remove these and expand my body to fill whole of device screen. How we can do this? In here, in my scaffold, I have a field, it's called extend body. That means ignore the sections you are adding for bottom navigation. If I add a true, I want to extend my body, and in here you can see it's like floating. It is like my bottom navigation bar is floating in here, and you can see our items is below that bottom navigation. It's very good, and it has a good vision. Okay, let's add map to our project. For creating map, you have some options, and most popular of them is Flutter, Google Map. I want to show you. In here, you can see in pop.dev, if you see these, this is have a very likes, and this is a Google Map, and you can use these. And for creating this, you need to go to cloud.google.com. You need to get API key. In here, you can see pricing items. It has some free tutorial. In this course, we don't want to use Google Map because we have some items. You need to add some credit card. I don't want to mention these, but it has a very, very straightforward documents, and you can use it. But in here and in this course, I wanna show you OpenStreetMap. It's an open source map. In here, if you search FlutterMap, you can see this is another package that if you see this, it has a documentation. If you see the documentation, you can see it's leaflet.js, and it's a free open source map that you can use in your project. And in this course, we want to use this package. For adding this in our project, you can see installation. In here, we need to add these two package to our PubSpec YAML. And for adding these, I go to my PubSpec. Let's close all of my items. And I want to go to PubSpec YAML, and in here we need to add FlutterMap. I didn't pass version because it's get last version, and let long to and pubget to get our map. In here, it's okay. I need to create another page. I pass this page called nearby page.dart, and in here I have a stateless widget, nearby page, and I want to return a scaffold and return a scaffold. In here I have an AppBar toolbar. This is I call it nearby. We need to go to AppStrings and pass our nearby text, nearby, and add it in here. AppString nearby. And for body, we need to add our Flutter map. For creating our Flutter map, we have a FlutterMap widgets that get options. In here, I need to add my map options. It's a class, and map option gets some parameter. For example, I can define center. That means, for example, focus to one line. LNG, it's latitude and longitude. It's for geometry position in the world. And it has two double number. For example, I use these two number. I think these are for United Kingdom. You can search these two number, latitude and longitude, in Google, everywhere that support that, and you can get exactly one position in the Earth. And we have another parameter for zoom. For example, I can add 10. It's zooming in map. We change this and you can see the difference. All right, it's enough for now. And let's go to my app routes and add another route in here. In here, I add nearby and add nearby. And in here, I add my why I'm doing this. It's awful in here. We need to add in like this. I forgot. We duplicate this string. We need to use the variable name. Main is main. I don't know why I'm doing this. Edit profile. And in here I have nearby. A nearby page is in here. Nearby page. And in my home page, you can see in this icon button in here, I need to handle this with navigator.of context to named or push named, I'm sorry, app routes nearby. And let's see, it doesn't work. Let's refresh again. And yeah, we are a nearby page, but we can't see any map. When you add your Flutter map and add your options, you have another property called children. In here, you can see the type. This is a list of widgets. We have our map in here, but we don't have any tile. If you see the documentation, in here you can see we can add some layers to our map. For example, tile layer or marker layer. For example, when we wanna add our markers for users, we need add marker layer. But before adding markers or polygon or silker or anything else, we need to add tile. And what's meaning of tiles? For example, this is an example for tile layer. Let's copy this and paste to my children and paste it again. Refresh again, and in here you can see I have my tiles. In here I have my maps. These tiles is a PNG files. For example, if I zoom out, you can see square PNGs are loaded in here and create our map. You can use every layer, every tile layer you want. For example, this is OpenStreetMap layer, and it's get Z, X, and Y. That means Z for zoom. That's, for example, in here we passed 10. This 10 is for zoom, and we have X and Y, and X and Y is latitude and longitude, the positions. But this URL, it's not exactly these numbers. These numbers is need to add some calculate and convert to X and Y. And after that, we can request to OpenStreetMap and load our tile layer. You can see in here, if I open tile providers, in here you can add another tile providers. For example, maybe you have your own tile providers. You can add it in your Flutter map. And something that you need to add is, I want to show you, user agent package name. We use these, always specify the user agent package name argument to avoid being blocked by your tile server. We pass our user agent to explain to send request, and a tile provider, for example, in here, OpenStreetMap knows, okay, we have these user agent packaging. For example, in here, I can add dev.cs.flutter, for example. It doesn't matter for now. And yeah, we have our tile, OpenStreetMap tiles. You can see documentation, for example, in here, tile provider for OpenStreetMap. I want to show you OpenStreetMap. You can see in here it has some examples. For example, in here you can see this is one example for tile provider. It's Z, X, and Y, and this is a square PNG that's lots of them. It's create our map. All right. To add our markers, we know that it's another layer. And for adding marker layer, I can add marker layer. And in here, I can add my list of markers. For example, in here I have a marker. This is get point. I use exactly, for example, center in here. And we have a builder. This builder is a return a widget. For example, I can return a container, the widths, and for example, it could be colors.red. You can see in here, I have a marker that is container. You can define every widget you want, but for adding height and widths, you need to pass and specify your height and width in marker. For example, in marker, I can add 100 widths 100, and you can see I have a very big marker. I can change my height or width, for example, 50. Yeah, this is my marker, but we need to define our marker. We need to change these and add user image and with marker shape. And let's create another marker to handle these kind of things. For example, I cut these latitude, longitude, and I want to remove these and add a builder. In here, I will return a column. And why? Because each user point and user marker has a name, and under the name we have a location icon. Okay, for children, I need to add a container. This has a decoration, box decoration. Color is colors.white. We have a border radius dot all radius dots circular, I think, yeah, 14. And for child, I want to add a text, and the text, for example, for test is username. But if I refresh my page, you can see I have some render error. But first of all, I need to add a style for that. For example, text style, it's for sample colors.black. And you can see we have a username, but we have a very, very small room. And because of that, we need to change our widths. For example, I want to define 100 widths for each marker, and in here I want to add a padding for that. Const agent set symmetric. For horizontal, I want to add 8, and for vertical, I want to add 4. You can see I have a 4 padding from top and bottom, and left and right is 8. Okay. Under this container, for example, I can add SvgPicture assets app icon.ic location. It's for testing. And you can see we have our icon, but you can see I have some bottom overflow. And for that, I need to add height. For example, for now, I want to add 50 pixels. It's for test. And the color of these icons is not. I want to change my color filter dot mode, colors.black, and blend mode, src in. Okay, it's good for now. Let's zoom in. You can see I have my marker in this latitude and longitude in this position of Earth, but it's not look like to UI. I will show you, because for creating these kind of markers, and it's because we want to create exact things that we have in Figma, we can create and use some Swg items, but I want to mention another concept in Flutter. It's advanced, and I will show you in end of this course. This is for CustomPaint and CustomClipper that we will talk about later. But for now, it's good. We have our markers, and when we get our user location, we are generate multiple markers like these and add it in whole of our maps. I want to add a feature in my app to request to network and load some data. Until now, we have some static pages and widgets, and these items never changed. We have some mock post items, we have some mock text and user image, and actually for login, we do nothing. And I want to start from here, and actually I want to add a request to my server, to my local server, and put username and password, and actually I want to log in to my application. Okay. For requesting network, we have some package. For example, we have some package, and I want to mention in here 2 of them, and we will work with HTTP. I use this package in my Dart course. You can see the Dart course, and I use HTTP package. It's very simple and very easy to use. We have another package. It's Dio or Dio, I don't know. And you can read the documentation in here. We have some packages, but it's depend on you. You can check them, but I think HTTP, it's very simple and very easy to use and handle our work. For adding HTTP, you can see I can go to installing and copy my dependency HTTP, and in here I wanna go to my PubSpec YAML. These packages help me to add my network request very easily in my application. Okay. First of all, I want to add a variable in my login page that's called my URL. For example, if I bring you my postman, you can see in here I can test my APIs, my REST APIs. These are routes with Dartfrog. I show you Dartfrog, a very overview to this package. It's a package that's help you to create your own server codes and your APIs. For example, in here, I use post request. We have some method to send our request to these routes. The base URL is my variable. You can see in here, I define my base URL variable, and this variable is my local host. That means it's my machine in my Mac. I want to show you my server. Yeah, in here, you can see my server is up and Dartfrog is running. I use Dartfrog dev and running on localhost port 8080. And I can, for example, add my request and my server is up. It doesn't matter for now. We only need to know what we have for requests. For example, in here, we have until now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 APIs. These are routes. And for example, login has a login route, First, these are HTTP requests. After that, I need to post some data. These are JSON, username, password, and after that, if these are correct, we get these results. And this is success. I already add this user to my database, and you can see the username is M1, first name is Mahdi, last name Mirzadeh, and we have some location. We will use this location in our map, and we have a token that's this token help us to, with this token, we authorize the user, and in other requests, for example, when I want to create a post, I need to add my token in here. If I don't do this, the server doesn't know who am I and can't create a post. Okay, it doesn't matter for now. We have a login request. Let's bring this base URL to our app. I want to create a public and global variable. In here, I want to create const base URL, and this base URL is, we know that it's HTTP localhost 8080. This is my base URL, and I want to create in my login page, I have a final string or login routes. It's contain my base URL, and after that we need backslash and login. All right, we have our login routes, and we need to request to this variable with HTTP package. In my login page, I want to collapse this scaffold in below the build method. I want to create another method. For example, do login. It doesn't matter. It's a simple name. It's my method. And in this method, I want to request to HTTP package. To add HTTP request, we need to import our library or our package HTTP, and for define these, I want to use HTTP, and we will use this HTTP name to bring our requests. In here, HTTP dot. In here, we have our method. For example, post, get, delete. But we know that for login, we have a post method. In here, we need pass our URL. We know that our URL is login routes. This is a string, but in here, we need to add URI class. URI has a factory method, URI.parse. And in here, I can pass my string, login routes. Simply, I create a request. When I post a request to this route, this has a return type future response, because when you are requesting to network, it's take a time, and for that we have a future. Okay. For getting the response, I have a final response, but I wanna bring it async and await to have my response, not future response. Very nice. I have my response and everything I want. Actually, these data, these response body is in here, is in this response in this response object, and I can get it from response.body. This response body, it's exactly this response if I put my username and password correct. All right. But before I read this body, let's check if response.status code is 200. That means We have some status code. You can search about that. But when we get 200, that means our response is correct and we don't have any problem. After that, I can, for example, return my response.body. Okay, I am returning a string. Body is a string for now, and let's define a future string for return type. Okay, we can't add just a string because we have a async method. Okay, but when we have some problem, let's print you have error. It's for now, it doesn't matter for now. Okay, and we need to return something. For example, I can throw an exception. Through exception error. It doesn't matter for now. We will throw an exception, and we don't have any problem. We can catch this exception in future. All right. How I can show this response body? How we can use this response body? We have these method, and first of all, we need to call this. We need to use this method. All right. Where I can put this do login method and how I can call it. We know that we have this build method, and I can put my do login method in here. Okay, and after every time my page is up, my login page is up, the request is called. All right, it doesn't matter. Let's check. And before return my body, let's print response.body and check what happened. You can see in here, I have an empty string because actually I didn't pass any username and password. Okay, I need to remove this because it's not correct to put my do login in here. I need to bring this method in my login button. Where is my login button? All right, in here, I want to comment navigation, and after that, I want to do login. But when I want to log into my application, I need to pass my username and password as a parameter to these rows. When you have a post, another parameter after your URL, you have body, and this body is your request body. Okay, how I can add my body? For adding my username and password as a parameter to this post request, we have a body, and in this body we have a object. We need to pass object, but how I can collect my username and password from these two text fields? In here, if you see this text field, we have a parameter that's called controller. In here, we can pass text field controller to control our text field. In here, I want to create two variable. These called, I want to call, for example, the user controller, username controller, and it's instance of text editing controller. We have another one. We have another one for password. I want to call it password controller, and it's a text field controller. We need to remove const, and I can pass username controller to my username text field, and in here I can add my controller password controller. Okay, when we define our controller to text field, we can control our text field. And what's that means? That means in my do login method, I can final username, and with username controller.text, I can read the text inside of these username. I have another one for password, and in here, password controller text, I have my username and password in here. Okay, and how I can pass my username and password as a body. We need a map type. In here, for example, I can create final body, and it's equals my items username. It's equals username and password. Very nice. And we can put our body in here, but because we need pass JSON, this is a map. We need converted to JSON. We know that we have a JSON encode, and this JSON encode convert our map to a string as a JSON, and after that we pass it to our body. Okay, we have these, and in here let's bring our debug console and let's refresh our login page. And in login page, in our button, I wanna check something in here. Yeah, we pass our do login. Okay, in here, I wanna add M1. In here, for example, I can add M1 for username, and for password, I need pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and login. When I press login, you can see in here I have exactly the body we see on Postman. That means our status code is 200 and we have successful request. Okay, but when I change my username as a, for example, wrong username and press login, I have my error. These else are running and you have error, and we threw an exception and we need to handle this exception in future. That means, for example, I can show a toast message, snake bar, or anything we want to, and after that, user understand, okay, the username or password is wrong. And if I want to show you, I can print response.body in here when I get not 200. And again, if I put something wrong and press login, you can see in here I have a message user not found. This is exactly things if I bring Postman in here and put username wrong in here, you can see I get exactly this message that we see in my console. In future, we need to show this string to user. For example, we can show snake bar or toast message. It doesn't matter for now. Okay, I wanna mention another way that we can read the text of TextField. We have two options. One of them is text controller, text editing controller that we can see in password controller and username controller. But in here, I want to create var username. It's empty username, and var password. It's empty. And after that, I want to remove my controller, and we have an unchanged method. Unchanged method has a value, and in here I can put my value to username value, and in here for password, oh my god, it's for password. We need to change it to password because this value need pass to password variable, and in here we need another unchanged. Yeah, And in here, we need change username, and we pass our value. This value for username and this value for password. And after that, in here, I need to remove these two lines because I have username and password in my class, and we don't need to create another variable for that. And these two username and password, it's exactly these variables, and we are get username and password and pass it to our body. This is another way that I can, for example, add my M1 username, M1, and for password, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And in here, I want to show you debug console, login, and you can see I get my exactly message success and the user data. Alright, until now we understand how we can send requests to server and get response and do something. When we get a user, if you see the postman in here, let's check. I pass M1 and send a request. And in here you can see I have in data, I have user data. And we need to model these data to our Dart class. For example, I want to create another folder in my lib. I want to create another folder I called model. Models for classes that we want to convert our JSON to our data class model in Dart. For example, I want to create another file user.dart. In here I have a class user, because when we get these data, these are unknown for Dart. These are a string. We need to convert these JSON string to our user. We know that we have a final integer ID for each user. We have a final string first name, final string last name, final string mobile, and final string birthday. ID isn't null. We have, if we have user, we know that every time we have ID, but first name, last name, mobile, or birthday maybe could be null. And for that, I want to define these items nullable. We have a location. I don't want to implement the location because location, that means the location is another class I want to explain you later, but we have a final string gender and final boolean visible gender and final string token. I don't want to define token in here. I will explain you. Okay, we have these items, and because these items are final, we need create a constructor for them. Okay, add a comma in here. Okay, I have these. I have user. I have a user class, and in my login page, I don't want to return a response body string. I want to return user. Because we know in Dart, in our application, we know users, not strings. String is very huge strings of items, but we need user to handle easily our application. But how I can convert my body string to user? Okay, we have another method, another function, JSON decode, because the response body is a JSON string, and I want to call response.body. And in here, I want to create final JSON. In here, you will see the JSON is a dynamic because we have a map of items. For example, if I want to create a user, final user equal user, I know that for filling ID, I need JSON ID. For first name, I need JSON first name. But this is not best practice because maybe I have a user from my APIs in somewhere in my application, not only in login. For doing this, create a factory from JSON method. That means I have a factory user.from JSON and return user. We create this from JSON here and only run this code once, and everywhere we want we can use it. And we know that for parameter we have map JSON always has a string key and dynamic for value. I call JSON, and in here I only need JSON ID. We don't need a return keyword. We have JSON for first name, JSON for last name, JSON for mobile, and JSON for birthday, gender, JSON gender, and visible gender, JSON visible gender. Very nice. And in here, let's add a comma in here. Okay. And I need only user.fromJSON and pass my JSON. Very nice. And I need only return my user in here, and I have my user. Okay. But how I can use this user? In login page, actually we don't need the user. In here, we want only authenticate user and fetch the user and store user in our application. And for example, in profile page, we need show first name and last name of user, but it's okay. In here, I want to create, in my do login, I want to create final user. I define my user, and let's add async in here and await for the user. And after fetch my user, this is a user because we have a wait for getting user, and I store my user in here. And after that, I want to do navigation to main page. And let's test login. And you can see in here, I have error because type null is not subtype of int. Because in do login, I am only past JSON, but let's see the postman again. I am passing whole of these items, and in here we don't have any ID. We need fetch data object, and for that I need pass JSON data. That means JSON data is a user that we will convert it in here. Save again, refresh again. And in here, I want to add M1. Password is 123456. And we logged in our application. But we have a very, very awful problem because we missed our user. And why? Because when I'm logging in here, I'm going to show you. In here, we don't use the user variable. We only define a variable, and after that, we pushed to main page. We authenticate the user, but we missed user data. We need this data. We need the user variable, and we need to store them in our widget tree. How we can do this? We want to put this user to another page. We have some options to do that. Okay? For example, I can change my navigator to push. And in here, I want to pass page route builder. We see this before. I don't want to use push named. And in here, I have this callback. And for example, in here, I can return my main page. And okay, let's go to the main page. And in here, I want to add a user, final user, and add a final user for constructor and put my user in here, user. It's named argument, user. And we pass our user. We are using this user variable. And all right, we need our user in this page, okay? For creating this, I need to add another parameter in here, final user, and add my fields in here. And in this section, I need to pass widget.user. This is need to be named parameter. Let's cut and yeah. And we have another problem because we can't access the widget because this page is a variable and we can't access widgets like this. Okay, how we can fix this? For example, I can change the page to a method, and in here it could be something like this. And because the page convert to method, we can use widgets in here, but in here I need to call it like this. Okay, we have our user. Let's rerun our application and see what happened. I wanna use exactly the name that we have in server. This is a static name, but where am I? Yeah, in here, for example, I have user dot first name space user dot last name. Very good. And refresh again. We have some problem, I think. Yeah, in config, in app routes, we have another problem. Do you see? Because when I create my parameter, in my routes, we are past our main page, but in here main page need a user. And what kind of user I need to pass? For example, let's pass a simple. This is not good, but I want to solve the error, false, and in here I want to simply add 1. This is a fake user to prevent error and rerun again. All right, in here I have M1 for password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and login. We have some error, I think. Let's check. Login page. I have a. Okay, we have some error from our server. Let's check. I want to check it and come back. Okay, the problem solved. It's a little problem in our server, local server, and let's log in again. And yeah, we are logged in our application. I go to the home and you can see the Mahdi Mirzadeh is lowercase and it's exactly the things we see in my first name. For example, in here, I can use, I don't know, let's go to the profile page and I want to use, I want to use username before the name to check exactly and make sure everything is correct. In here, I want to use user.username. We don't have a username. It's bad. Let's use ID. It doesn't matter. Yeah, we have 24 ID and everything is correct. But we'll do lots of change to have user in here. It's very, very bad. I need For each variable, I need add it to constructor. I need some change to another page, and it's very need to add very boilerplate code. How we can improve this? How I can access the user from profile page without passing the user in constructor. In here, we have inherited widgets. I want to explain you. In here, I have, I want to go to my, let's add it in lib. I will change it. In here, I have user provider, provider.dart, and this user provider is not stateless widget and is not stateful widget. It is inherited widget. Okay, I have a class user provider extends inherited widget, and we need override something, create missing override. I will in here I need to pass user provider. I will explain you what is exactly this method. We need to add a key for that, and we need another final widget child. This is for passing super, child is child, and key is key. We need to fill our child in here, required this dot child, and our key, we don't need key because we are passing super in here. Okay, we get the child and pass it to our father. Inherited widget need child. I will explain you why. Okay, let's. In here, an update should notify. We will fill it after. It doesn't matter for now, but we have our inherited widget. And what's purpose of using user provider? User provider need to handle final user. It's provide to us a user. Let's add it in our constructor. And yeah, this piece of code help us to provide user, and we don't passing the user in constructor, we can access the user. How? I will show you. In here, I want to go to the main and wrap my material page with user provider. You can see in here I have my child. Let's change this here. I have some error. I need to bring it in here, required. Yeah. And you will understand when we need a child, because user provider, it's need to be a parent of some widgets and always have a child. It's inherited widget come to somewhere in your widget tree and provide something. For example, in here, provide a user. I want to pass a fake user for now. 10 test and false. This is a test. It doesn't matter. We are providing this user in our user provider inherited widget. And when I put this in here, somewhere, for example, in profile page, I can access the user, I can access the user provider from this child, because profile page, it's child of whole material app, and material app is a child of our user provider. For example, for getting my user, I can get user. In here, we can access the context. We have a context, and with this context, I can access to parent and access to user provider. In here, we have a method depend on inherited widgets of exact type. This is generic, and we need pass our type. The type is user provider, and in here, we have our user. With the context, we search for user provider and we can find the user provider in the top level of our widget tree, and we access to this user. This could be a null, this is maybe null, and we need to add a question mark, and this user, it could be null. Maybe we couldn't access the user provider, maybe we don't have any user provider. And in here, we need pass question because maybe the user is null, okay? I wanna refresh our code again. In here, I wanna add M1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and in here login. And when I go to the user section, you can see from profile page, I have access to this user test. But we need to add some change because it's in profile page. It's very hard to access the user, and for better understanding and for creating more readable user provider, most of the time we create a static function in here. It's need to return a user of, we need build context, and in here, I'm sorry, we need return context dot depend exact type user provider dot user. I want to add question mark because maybe the user is null. And after that, in profile page, I need only user provider dot of context and user. Why? Because the user, because we are returning the user, not user provider. Let's rerun again. M1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and login. And yeah, we have accessed it. You see this type of code, for example, in login page, when I want to use MediaQuery to access the size. MediaQuery or theme and some class in Flutter, these are built in inherited widgets. Flutter use inherited widget to access, for example, the size. And we don't need to pass MediaQuery as a parameter in constructor. We are only need to have a context, and with this context, we have access to the size. And exactly the things in profile, we have access the user with context with our user provider inherited widgets. When I press hot reload, you can see I get unimplemented error. And why? Because in our user provider, we have this error. We have through an exception. And why? Because we need to implement some logic in here, and user provider knows, okay, when we have a refresh in our widget tree, for example, when I press to hot reload, this method is called because update is called and we get error. We need to say to inherited widget, when sometimes when a logic is true, update the page. But when it's false, do not change the page. For example, for creating this, I want to return old widget if old widget.user.id not equal to this user.id return. That means when we have another user, update the page, update and notify to updating. Let's run again. In here, I have M1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and login. And you can see when I press hot reload, we don't have any error because we are implement this boolean and everything is work. Okay, but we have some problem because I don't want to use this test user. I want to get actually the user we are logged in here. And how we can change it? We can't use this user provider because all property we have in here, for example, user, it's not good to change our user and remove final, and after that, for example, in here, if we don't have any final, for example, user provider.of context equals, for example, another user. It doesn't good. It's not acceptable. And for doing this, I want to create a class to handle this for us. We have a class user service, and the user service has a user. This user could be null, and because first of all, when we are launching our app, we don't have any user and user is null. And after that, I have a final user service, and in here, I want to return a user service. For example, in here, maybe we have some method. For example, we can define this user private, and in here, I have, for example, a update user. It's get user, and in here, our final user, our private user is equals user. Or we have, for example, get user. It's better to create a getter for that. We have a user, get, and in here I want to return a user. I'm sorry, get user. I'm sorry, we need to define our user. Okay, for example, we have some items. For example, maybe we have another things called logout. And with this service, we can log out our user. But we don't change the user provided. It's final. And we need only return our user service. In here, the user is user service. Very nice. And in here, we don't need to fill our user as a test because user service, we have empty user service and the user is null in here. It's very nice. And in our profile, we only need user. This user, it's for user service, and it could be null. We need question mark. We solve our error in profile. And in here, we need to check user. Let's change this name. It's not very good. Rename user service. And yeah, in here. Very nice. And in our main, in our login page, actually we don't need to pass our user. We don't need this. I want to remove it. And that's push named, push replacement name, app routes, dots main. And one more thing that I want to show you, I want to remove this. It's not need anymore. I want to remove user. We don't need to pass our user in profile. I remove user because we have our user from our inherited widget. In main, I want to change to final page. And we have another problem. Yeah, we are reverse all of our change, and in login we need, when we get our user, I can easily user provider dot of context dot user. Until now we get a user service, and I want to change this user. That means update user. Yeah, and we pass our user. It's maybe null, and in here I am updating my user service. And let's rerun again and check what happened. M1. And for password, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and login. And in here you can see I have my true user. And in here, I'm not changing my final variable. I have a wrapper that's called user service. It's handle everything depend user. And for example, I can update my user from login page, and when I'm updating my when I'm updating my user, the user provider update, and in profile page, when I'm getting the user from user provider, I have exactly the true user. All right, maybe you want to use another state management solution, another package or another architecture, but in here I want to use provider, and I want to separate my logic and my UI. For example, if I go to my login page, you can see I have my login in here, and I don't like it because it's very good to separate your logic section. For example, do login. In here I am calling an HTTP. I am calling a HTTP request and check something and return something. It's my logic, and I don't want to use this method, this logic, in my widgets, in my page. I want to separate these logic from my UIs. In here, you can see I have my user provider, and in here, I have inherited widgets. We know that provider is actually advanced inherited widgets. That means when we are using provider package, that means we are using inherited widgets, but we have something advanced, and we have something more than inherited widgets. For bring my logic in another files and separate from my UIs, I wanna create another folder. In here, I wanna call provider, and I wanna add all of my logic in this folder and separate from my page. Okay? In here, I wanna create my main provider. That means in this file, I want to store my user, I want to store my token, and I want to store something that's very used in lots of where in my application. I want to create another file. I call this apprepo.dart. I call class apprepo. This is my class, and I want to put something about current user, something about token. For example, I want to store token in here. We know that when user login, we have a token. I want to store the token in here. Or for example, I want to store my user in here. I need to import this user. This is my logic. And for example, if I logged in my application, after login is successful, I will fill this user, and I have access to whole my app. How? By implementing or by extending this class with extend change notifier. Change notifier, it's not for provider, it's for Flutter's built-in library, and it's listenable. I will show you. We need to extend, if you want to use provider, we need to extend our class with change notifier. All right? It's enough for now. Let's remove and save. And I want to remove my user provider. I want to replace my app provider with user provider. We know that we can use provider instead inherited widget and have some multiple benefits. In here, I want to remove my user provider, delete, move to trash. And in here, you can see I have multiple error, okay? And most important error is user provider. We don't have any user provider to provide our user. It doesn't matter. I want to remove my, let's cut material app and bring material app in here. An error is gone, but we need to provide our app repo. For providing my app repo, I want to add it in here. And in here, I have a widget. It's for provider package. Change notifier provider. Change notifier provider. We need provider package. For adding provider package, you can see it's Flutter favorite and it's very recommended by Google. I copy the package, and in here I go to my pubspec YAML, and after that I run pubget, and yeah, in my main now I have my change notifier provider. I'm sorry, I need to import it. Yeah, and we have child. It's exactly like inherited widget, but in here we have a create. We need to pass our provider. In here we know that our change notifier provider, it's a generic, and we have app repo. And for create, we need to create our app repo. We need to pass an instance. We need pass an instance for that. But create gets a callback. It's a function, and after function you need to pass your app repo. And yeah, let's add some comma to change the style. Yeah. For now, I am providing my app repo in for whole of my app, because I know that I need this app repo because token is in here, user in here, and we add some logic that we will use in whole of our app. And in here, in login page, we have error because we need update user with our user provider. I don't want to add my login logic in my app repo. Login logic, it's only for this page. We don't need the login logic in all of our app. It doesn't matter. I want to create another provider just for login page. In provider folder, I have another file, login provider.dart. I have login provider extends change notifier, and I want to bring my do login and change something in here. This is my logic. I want to cut it and bring it in my login page, but I want to change something in this. In this app, we have for example 10 requests, and we have some pattern that will repeat. Okay, for example, we know that we have HTTP post or HTTP get. We need to check a status code, and for example, if we have error, we need to print error or show error. I want to create some class to prevent duplicate code. I want to create another lib I called data, and this folder, it's for my backend data. It's for fetching data from my network. In here, I want to create another folder. It's my services. For example, I have login service. It's handle my login request. I have post service. It's for getting all posts from server. And in here, I have a new file I called login service .dart, and in here I have a class login service. In here I will handle my request. Okay, and request it's done in here, and in LoginProvider I have my data. I will show you. For example, in login service I have a call function, it's my method, and in this call I have a HTTP. Let's import my HTTP in here. Import HTTP as HTTP. Okay, and in here I wanna call my post URL. I need pass URL in here. Okay, let's go to my app config. In here we don't have any app config. Let's create another file I called app config.dart. In here I have app config. I want to put my base URL in here. It's const and base URL. It's very generic in all app. We need this HTTP localhost for now and 8080. We have our base URL, and we know that I need to add my base URL in here app config.base URL, and after that we know that for login we have a login keyword. It's need to parse URI.parse. I have my URL. Okay, it's very good. We know that login service need final string username, final string password, and we need pass these two parameters in our constructor. We have these two parameters in our constructor, and we have some body. We know that body. These body need to JSON encode. And in here I have username equals username and password equals password. Very nice. And I want to return a login response. In here we know that it's a future. Let's add future, but future of what? It's need to be async. Future of login response. It's not a user, it's a user with token. Okay, and for that in data I need to bring my service in my data move, and in data I want to create another folder I call the response. It's my response. I want to create another. It's like exactly like model, but response it's very depend on our request. For example, login service, it's not only return a user. We know that it's not only a user. It's user with token. And for that, I want to create another file I called login response.dart. And in here, I have a login response. And we know that we have user because we have a user for response, and we have a string token. And let's create from JSON. For that I have a login response, and we know that we need to return our login response instance. Login response for user, we know that we need to pass our JSON, but user.from JSON, and for token we have a JSON token. Okay, we are creating our login response, and after calling this request I want to return login response. And after that, in here I'm await for that final result, and I have my result in here. I need to convert this result because this is a response, we need to add some check, but I will show you. I want to move this check in another file to reduce duplicate code. In here, I want to just return login response.from JSON, and in here result.body, it's a string. We need to JSON decode our response body. It's enough for now. We need to add some check. We need to add some try catch and error handling, but it's good for now. Okay, we have our login service. I remove it and I change this do login to login, and we know that after we log in, we have a login provider, we have a login response, and we don't need any more. We don't need this, but in here I want to create var username, var password. I want to bring my variable in my logic section, and in here I just need to add login service. We need username, password. We have this. We need, for example, in the future we can add some validation before calling our request, but in here I need to return this. I only need to return this. We don't need any check in here. Okay, and in login page, in here we have some error. It doesn't matter. In here I remove async because when you use async, it's not good to use context. I remove this, and in here we know that in this section we are providing only app repo, not login provider. For adding login provider, we know that we have a app route. Okay, in app route, in here I have login page. I need to wrap these widgets with change notifier provider and add create, and for create I have login provider. After doing this, we know that every time we push name to login page, we have actually login provider, because login page is child of login provider. It's very good. It's inherited widget. We know that. And in here, I can use provider dot of. We know this style of code. It's for inherited widget of context, but we need pass a generic which provider we need. We need a login provider, and after that we have access to, for example, login function. Okay, but before going forward, we need to fill our username and password. How I can do this? I need to remove these two items and actually login route, because we have these items, these logic items in our another class in logic section. We know we don't need any HTTP, and let's remove this. We know we don't need any convert section. We don't need any base URL because we move our base URL in another file. We are trying to separate each section in another file, and it's very good for testing, it's very good for debugging, and it's very help you when your app grows up. Okay, in here I know that I can use provider dot of context, but provider of what? Provider of login provider dot username equals value. I will copy this and paste it again in here. I have my password. I am filling my items, my variables, and in here I can do login because these are filled with my unchanged in text field, and we can remove these. And we have a then, because this is future. You can see I have my login response. And after that the login is successful, I need to go to the main. Okay, but before going to main, I need pass my token is in login response and user to my app repo. App repo, it's generic, it's top of our app. Okay, in here in login page, it's very easily I can use provider.of bot. In here I have app repo dot user equals value dot user. Okay, and actually I have my token. We need to add setter and getter for our token because I use token private. In here I have set token. It's a string value and token equals value. And actually I have my string nullable get token and it's return my token. Okay. And in here I have my token and I can set my token in here. And I assign my token and user to app repo. And when I want to, for example, in profile page, in chat page, when I need the user or token, I need only call app repo and call this user and token. And after that, I wanna replace my page. We have another error in profile page, and let's remove this. And we know that it's very easy for us because we have a provider dot of. In here I have my app repo and I have my user. It's very nice. Let's refresh our app and see what's happened. Let's bring our debug console. In here I have M1. Oh my god, we have some error. Let's refresh again. I think we have some error. Let's see what happened. We have error, and for prevent this error, we need to pass listen false because we don't want to listen to this provider. We are only need to fill the data, not listen to this data. Okay. In here, listen false and M1 1 2 3 4 6 and login. And actually in here I need to add something listen false, and actually I need to pass these two items in here. We have a shortcut for that. I will show you after improving this. And we have some error. It's very good. Let's check our error, because after I get my decode I need pass data because our items in a data, and you can see it's correct. Let's go to our, and you can see I have my items in here. Okay, until now we have lots of change, and I want to review for you what's happened. First of all, we add provider package to handle our state in our app. And we know that provider it's like advanced inherited widget. We know InheritedWidget, and we know that first of all we need to add it in our PubSpec YAML. I add my provider. After that, I replace my user provider with app repo, and I use change notifier provider and provide app repo to whole of our app because I want to use app repo in all place in my app. In app repo, I have user and a string because I need token. I have user and token because I need token in whole of my app, and I need user. For example, in here I want to show the user information, or in edit page. In here I need to add user items. We add another things in here. For example, for chat page, we connect the socket in this section because we need to access socket and we need to run our socket in whole of our app. Okay. After that, I change login page. In here, we we did add our logic in this page, but we know that it's better to separate logic and UI because it's very easy to testing, easy for add another features, and very, very good to development. It's very clean, all right? In here, I have another provider. I want to create my provider class, for example, login provider, but login provider, it's not in whole of app. And for that, I only add and provide this login provider in my app route. And when I go to the login page, every time I want to move the user to login page, before that, I will provide my login provider to have access to this logic. In here, I have my username and password. And in this section, I bring my HTTP request in another part of my app. In here, I only provide my fields, provide some logic depend on login page, but I have a login service, and login service responsible for calling the request. I will change this in another part, but for now, we know that each service, for example, in future, when I want to add edit profile, I have edit profile service, and edit profile only responsible for calling edit profile routes. For example, we want to update the user, and in here, I only request and return the value. In here, we are requesting post request, and after that, we return login response. And you can see in here, I will return my login response to, for example, in our UI. In here, you can see I use provider of because we are because before we provide our login provider, and after that, we can access to our login provider. When you have something like this, when you want to read something from your provider class, you can easily use shortcut. And how we can do this? We can remove whole this section. We need login provider, and with context, we have extension for provider. In here, I have read because I am reading a provider. I need some method or parameter. And in here, it's a generic. And after that, I want to provide login provider. And after that, I don't need to add listen false and anything else. I only use context.read, and it's the same thing. For example, in here, I only need to context read app repo. Context.read app repo. And I only need to copy and paste in here. It's very, very shortcut, and it's very good and easy to use. All right. And let's see how I use provider.of. Yeah, in here for adding username and password, I will copy and paste. It's need to be login provider because username in login provider, and for password, yeah, login provider. It's a shortcut to access your provider, and we will use this syntax for easy to reading and increasing our speed. All right. I only access to login provider only in this page. When I'm in here, you can see I use then, and after I got the login response, I will fill my user and token, and after that, I navigate to this page. And after that, I don't have access to login provider because we only provide login provider class to login page. But for example, in here, when we go to the profile page, you can see I can easily access to my app repo because app repo it's provide to whole of our app, and we know that in here I can easily use context.read because I want to read something. I don't want to update or listen to this provider. I only need to read the user info and add it in here, for example, the name or ID. And yeah, let's implement our list of posts in here, because we know that until now we have only some fake posts, and these are not get from server. I add 2 posts in server, and if you see the postman in here, you will see if I call get post, in here I have list of my posts, and in here I have 1 and 2 posts in my server. Okay, before we going forward, let's check our models. In here I have only user, but we know that when we need to request some list from server, for example, list of our posts, we have to create our model. And actually we need to create post model in our app. All right, in here let's add another file I called post.dart, and in here I have, let's close this, I have class post, and we know that each post has ID, a string, message, user, message. We know that we have a user in our app. I'm sorry, user of owner, because we need to know owner of this post and show the user name and first name and last name, and user picture in here. And this is owner. I have a date time for date, and I have a string. This could be null, and I have an image, maybe not. All right. And let's bring these items final. And after that, I need to add my constructor in here. And after that, we need to create from JSON, because we know that it's need to read in JSON, and it's better to add from JSON factory. This is a post. And after that, I have my post. Yeah, we have a JSON ID. In here, I have a JSON message. And in here, we need to check. Maybe we don't have any user because we provide nullable. And let's check if JSON message equal null. Okay, it's null. But if we have, I'm sorry, it's need to be owner. Owner, yeah. But if it isn't null, we need to parse from user from JSON and pass JSON owner. All right. And after that, for date, I need to bring something like if date is null, add null, but date time dot parse, and in here I need to add my JSON date, because if we pass null parameter in parse, we get an error, but we need to check if isn't null. Okay, parse the date time. And after that, I need to check image, JSON image. It doesn't matter if it's null, we know that it's nullable and we don't have any problem. Very nice. We are create our post model. Very good. And we need bring our request. But before I go forward, I need to add some code to my HTTP request. I wanna bring some duplicate code in another file. And how? In here, you can see I have my data, response, and service, and I want to bring my model in this data because these folders are related together. Okay, I bring my model because we use this model in our service and in our request. This is first change. In our service, I want to create a footer of this service. That means I want to create a base service dot dart, And this base service responsible for bringing some duplicate code in this class, and only in login service I want to use something just called a request. I want to bring some duplicate section in base service. In here, I want to create an abstract class, service base. It's a generic because each service need to return something. For example, in here, when I'm calling a request, I am returning a login response. And for that, login response is a T. It's a generic, okay? And we know that we have a future of T because we will return something. And I want to bring the call method as an abstract method to force each child override this call and return exactly the things that we in our service depend to return it, okay? And in here, I have this. And if login service extends to service base, and in here for example, if I return a string in here, but I decide to return login response, it's need to return login response because we use generic in this for returning this method. In here, I wanna add my another private method. This is get v1. It's version of 1 of our URLs. In here, I only need to get a string URL, and after that, I need to return URI.parse. And each request, we know that first of all, we have appconfig dot base URL slash, and after that, we put our URL in here. I bring my URI.parse in this function to prevent duplicate URI.parse, and every time I don't want to add this code. All right? And we know that its return type is URI. We can, okay. And in our code, we have 3 types of requests: get requests, post requests, and put requests. Get requests, for example, for getting all posts in here, and it's a get request. And in here, I want to only add a get method in here and reuse in all of my services. For example, in here, we know that each get request return a map of a string and dynamic. And why? Because, for example, if you see this postman, every request that I call, it has map of something, and each map has a string dynamic. For example, a string dynamic list, okay? And for that, I add my future return type map of a string dynamic, okay? And in here, I have a get, and each get request has a string API URL. Get requests doesn't have any parameter. If we have parameter, we add to our URL, all right? And in here, I add my try catch in here, not in my services, because it's duplicate code and I want to bring all requests in a try catch because maybe we have some error. And in here, I just only threw an exception, and we need to handle these exceptions after, okay? It's exception and return E. And after that, I wanna bring my, let's import HTTP as HTTP. And in here, I add my HTTP.get because it's for get request. In here, I have my API URL, but we know that we need to use this method, get URL, and pass API URL. Very nice. and we need to return this. But if await this, async, yeah. But we have error because HTTP GET return future of response, but we need to convert this response to future map of string dynamic. How we can do this? In here, I want to create another method that need to handle our response. And what's that means? For example, in here I create handle response, and after that, each handle response, when we are calling handle response, we need to return map, exactly something we have in here. Let's copy and paste here. I'm sorry. Yeah. And handle response, get an HTTP response. Yeah. And convert and check something, and after that convert to a map and return it. Okay, in here we check if our response status code equals 200, that means our request is successful. Okay, and we know that return JSON decode. We are decoding our response body, and we can easily return our JSON decode. But maybe we have something else. For example, maybe we get some error code, and in this section we need to handle our errors. I added some to-do in here, add error handling, and I only add through an exception because we have error. It's something goes wrong. Okay, it's enough for now. Okay, and in here I need to bring my this section in handle response and add my HTTP GET in here. Okay, it's only for GET. We will add something in future. It doesn't matter for now, but only matter is in here. In here we have a post, but we didn't change it. It's good for now, but let's add another service for testing our GET method. In here I want to create getPostService.dart class getPostService extends service base. We know that we need to return this service responsible to return list of posts. Okay, and I can easily create this override, and in here we need to add our call, and we know that to getting our post we need to add a get, and we have access to get, and it's easily to add a post. Why? Because in here this is a post request, and we only need to add this part of our string. Okay, I add my post, and this is a get request, and only I need to add async because it's future, and in here final result and await to get posts, and after that I only return a list of posts. How I can do this? List.generate. What's the length of our post? It's in result in data.length, and after that I copy this section. We need to add post.fromJSON, add our data at index, and yeah, we have our list of posts. We convert our map that we get in here to our list of posts. Let's add some comma to see. Yeah, we have our call. Very nice. All right, and let's create a provider for handling our post logic. For example, I go to my provider, and in here I want to create a post provider .dart. I have a class post provider extends change notifier. Very good. I have a function get post. It's async, and it's easily await and get post service.call. We have our post, but let's define a variable in here, final list of post list. It's equals an empty array, and before getting post, let's add list.clear. And when I got my list add all and paste my and add to my list items everything I get from service. And in here I want to add a listener. I want to notify my listeners. We will see that. We want to notify the UI we have the list of items. Update yourself. When we use notify listeners, for example, in this page are listen to this provider and okay, and after that knows need to update and, for example, read the list items. Very good. And when we need to provide this post, I want to provide PostProvider in my main because we didn't only need to this page. For example, for adding posts, we need this provider again, and for that I'll go to my main and add how I can add another provider in here. It's very easy. I want to introduce another widget. It's called multi-provider. In here, when you have a multiple provider, you can add a list of your providers in here and add your child in here. For example, I add my app in here, and very, very easily I can cut this and bring it in my provider. I have another provider for PostProvider. Provide PostProvider, and I have PostProvider in whole of my app. Very nice. And in here, in my post page, in my home page, I want to remove my users, remove these mark items, remove this item, and yeah. We have stateless widgets, okay? I want to convert this stateless widget to a stateful widget. And in here, when we have stateful widget, we have a initState override function. That means initState runs when first creation of, for example, homepage. When we have first creation, it's not rebuilt every time because I want to only get my posts in initState when our page is run. But when, for example, something update, I don't want to rebuild and I don't want to recall my API. I only need when we have first impression to our homepage. And in here, I can easily use context that read my post provider, and in here get posts. Very, very easily we can do this. And how we can listen to this change, because in here I am notifying my listeners how this home page can listen to change of this post provider. It's very easy. We have another widget in here. I want to wrap my scaffold, or I want to wrap my list view, because the list view need to update, not toolbar. Just we add this listener most of the time in each widget that needs update. We don't want to rebuild our toolbar or for example, in our app bar. Okay, in here I wrap my widget with another widget, and this widget is called consumer. And consumer responsible for listening in post provider. And in here I have a builder. Okay, let's add our builder, and let's cut my list, remove the child, and add in here. We need to return this, and yeah. But we have a value, and this value is PostProvider, and very easily in here I have my posts. I have my posts in value.posts. But I'm sorry, where is my posts? I'm sorry, this is list. Value.list. And we have our post in here. Let's change post items in here. It's need to be a post. Post. And post, yeah. And in here, it's for user, image. I don't want to add user image for now, but in here we have post dot. What's my post? I'm sorry, I need to re-import my post. And in here, post dot owner dot first name, and after that, add last name. Okay. And after that, we have this image. Let's use image.network because I want to import, I want to request to a network and read the image. It's not in my assets. This image is on server, and we use image.network. And for that, we need to add, first of all, our appconfig.base URL. And after that, we need to add post.image. Okay. And our post message is in here. Very good. Let's remove this. And in here, let's remove this. In here for post item, post. Where's my post? We know that in value dot list index. For item count, I use value dot list dot length. And I have my post. Let's refresh again and see what happened. M1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, login. And yeah, we have our post. You can see post image, post text. These are exactly two posts that we have in our server. Mahdi test last name. Mahdi test last name. This is a template image. We will change it after in future, but we have our post. I want to review this home page. First of all, for services, I add base service, and for example, in future I will add a post function, but for now we have a get, and we are adding try catch, handling response, and something that's duplicate in each request. And we have a get post service. In here, we know that this service requests a get method and return a list of posts. And we are converting our list. We are using this service in our provider, PostProvider. And in here, we have a list of posts, and every time we call this method, list is clear, and after that we get all of list and add it to this list, and after that we notify listeners. When we add notify listeners, for example, in our home page, consumer, because consumer is listening to PostProvider, it's rebuilt. In first opening of this page, consumer build this list view, but we don't have any list. Our list is empty. But after get post is done, notify listeners call, and this builder is rebuilt, and in this situation we have our value, and this value is exactly PostProvider, and in here list is filled, and our list view is built with this item count, and we have our list of posts. And we know that we learn about init state, and in here we know that when we have stateful widget, we can override initState function, and in here we read, not listening. We are reading our PostProvider, and after that we called getPost, and its request to server. InitState is run one. For example, if I hot reload this page, it's not getPost again, because when I'm hot reloading this page, this method is built again, but we have our post and we didn't request again. We get our list. This is a list of our post, but how we can add a post? We want to add a function to this button and create our page for adding posts. But I don't want to add a page, I want to add a modal. In Flutter, we can show modals and, for example, add custom UI. How I can create a modal? Okay, for bringing modal to our app, we know that in main page we have add post, but in here I am changing the current index, and it's better to remove set state, and for having same structure in whole of the app, it's better to use provider to handle this index. But I don't want to change this section. In here I want to check value equals menus dot add return to not change the current state, and after that, before return nothing, I want to show a modal bottom navigation. In here we have a function show modal bottom sheet. We need to pass a context. We have our context, and in here we have a builder method, and in this builder we need to return a widget. For example, let's return a container. Okay, and if I press this button and this button has a value of add, this is run. Let's check, and you can see I have a very simple bottom sheet, and it's a default. We don't have anything in that, but I want to add functionality for adding post. That means a text field for message and an area for choosing image from gallery or camera. All right, I want to separate my component and add in my components. I will add new file, new post, modal.dart class new post modal, and in here let's remove this because it's a stateless widget, new post modal, yeah, and in here, yeah, we have material, and I want to return my new post modal, yeah. Okay, in here let's create our UI. First of all, I need to have some padding. Const edging set symmetric all 24, and for child I want to add a column children. In here I want to add, for example, a text and insert message. We need to move this string to our app string, but for now it's good. And let's add a style, for example, app text dot header 1, and let's see what happened. You can see I have my insert message because it's a column, and after that I want to add a size box to have some space, and after that I want to add app text field. In here we have a hint message because user need to print something, And let's see. Yeah, we have our text field. I want to add another size box, height, for example, 16. And after that, let's copy this text and bring it in here. And I want to add, for example, add image, add another size box. And in here, I want to add, for example, a container. Let's add a container. Width 200, height 200, because image that user upload, it needs to be a square. For example, for that, I use this. And let's add a child. For that, it needs to be center. In here, I want to add a text and add upload from, upload from gallery. You can see in here, but let's add a decoration for that. Box decoration. Border. We have a border dot all. Color is colors dot white. We have border, and let's add a width for that. 2, it's good. And we need some border radius. Border radius dot all. Radius dot circular and 16. Yeah. Okay. User, when click on this area, we need to show the gallery, and user can choose. And we need to crop our image to a square, and after that, bring it in here. All right. Let's add a button, an outline button. Let's add a size box. Let me add my UI. In here, I want to add a text and say or, because if user don't want a gallery, user can choose camera. Outline button and text camera. User can use this button to show camera, not gallery. And after that, let's add size box. Oh, we have overflow. Okay, it doesn't matter for now. And we have an elevated button. Text. And in here, I have, for example, create post. But we have some issue in here. First of all, I want to show my modal dynamically. In here, we can see it's something in middle of a screen, but I want to add height dynamically depend on content. For doing this, in main page, you need pass parameter. In here, you can see is scroll controlled true. You need to pass this true to handle everything yourself. Save. And in here, you can see my pop-up is full screen. And why? Because column has a parameter called main access size. And for default value, it's max. You need to change it. That means to take space that need, not full of, for example, height of a screen. We need only minimum value that we need, minimum space. For example, in here, we only need this, and we pass min. All right? And we have our parameter. We don't have any, without any overflow. And I would add some border radius in here and here. For that, I need to add decoration, box decoration. For example, colors.background. App color dot background, and border radius dot only top left radius. dot circular 24 top right radius dot circular 24 and save again. You can see I have my border radius, but in here I have a default background color. Do you see? In here I have a dark background color, and for removing these we have another parameter, that background color and colors.transparent, because we don't need any background color and we are handling our background with our container. We need to run it again, and you can see the dark background color is changed to transparent, and we have beautiful, not really, but it's good for now, a modal for adding our posts. For adding logic for this section, we know that we have a post provider, and we know that it's provided in main and for my app widget. In here, I want to create another function to handle create post. In here, it's async. For create post, we need add another service. I want to copy and paste this get post service. Let's rename it, and I called create post service. Rename this symbol. I'm sorry. It's create post service, and this is not need to return anything. I pass void because it has a success message and we don't have any data. It's void. Okay. And it's a post request, but we only add get override of our function in service space, and we need add post function to our base service. Okay, in here we know that always we have a map of a string and dynamic. It's post, and in here in post we know that we have a string API URL, and after that we have body. And body, it's a map, a string dynamic, because when we have a post, maybe it could be null, but maybe we have a body. For example, for create post, let's show you to Brown Postman. In here we have, for example, these items, message and image. Okay, these are our body. We have a body. Maybe we need a token. I want to add a string token. Maybe we don't have token, but maybe we have token. And it's good for now. Let's add our body. In here, we know that we need add a try catch because maybe we have error and we need add error handling, E, and through exception, E, and okay. In the try body, I wanna add HTTP request. HTTP.post. In here, I need to get v1 URL. It's API URL, and maybe we have body. Okay, I pass my body, but not map because we need pass JSON encode and encode my map to JSON, and after that we pass our body. And final response, it's await. It's need to be async, and after that we know that we need to return handle response and pass our response, and we can return this, and it's very nice. All right, but we have another things because we have token. For example, for create post, we need to have token, an authorized user. How I can add token to my request? We know that our token is sent to our header. Let's show you another things. I want to create a class in here. I called my request, and I want to extend http.base client. In here, I have to override something. Let's create override. We have this. This is need to be replaced with all HTTP we use in here. http.post and http create I want to customize my request, not only called http. And that means when post, put, or get request is sent, before we need to return our request.send. Before I send my request, I can do something. It's something like middleware. In here, I want to implement my token logic. For example, I have a string token. Let's add for constructor. It could be null, and I can add in bracket to bring this my request optional. And in here, I can check if my token not null. I have my request, bring request headers, and add authorization, because we know that we need add authorization, and after that barrier keyword space and our token. Okay, we pass our token. If token isn't null, we need fill authorization for header, and it's barrier space, and after that our token. Okay, in this way we have token in our request, in header of our request, and after that when we fill our headers, we send our request. And in here I can easily put my token in my request. But I can, for example, add to my get. It's very easy. Do you know I can add a string token? We know that it's optional because I use bracket, and I can easily add my token. For example, if in future I have a get request, but I need to pass header token, I can use my request, and my request implement send. And in here, I can do something. For example, add header. And after that, before sending request, I fill my headers in here. Very nice. Okay, in create post, in here, for now, we have a post method. And in create post service, we know that it's create post. The keyword is post. And let's remove this return. But we have a body. And in this body, we have something. We know that. We have a final string message. We have a final string image. Image may be null. And we have a final string token. Let's create constructor for these items. And let's add our body in here. But before I add my body in here. We know that we have a body. In here, I have a message, and this is my body. If image isn't null, and we have an image for this post, body image equals image, and image isn't null because is not null because we check this. Let's add a semicolon, and yeah. And our body is body. Very easy. And we have token. We know that token equals token. Very nice. And we don't need result because we didn't return anything. And it's our create post. In PostProvider, let's implement create post logic. I don't want to implement image for now. I just want to create post service. We need a message, and let's add our message in here. For example, final. It's not final because it's changed the value. Message equals empty message for now. And for image, it's null for now because I don't want to implement logic for that. And token. Where is my token? I get token, for example, from my parameter of my method, and when I want to create post, I will pass this from my app repo because token is in app repo. Very good. And dot call. And let's await for that and create post. And if we don't have any exception, we know that our post is create and we can empty our message, because if we have error, the part of this exception through and we didn't go to this step. Our app has an exception and we need to handle exception. But when this await feature is correct and we have successful request, we can go forward and, for example, empty a message and again get posts. Because when I add another post, I want to refresh my post and get again all posts and fill my UI. All right? And yeah, let's test. How we can test? In my new post modal, in here, I wanna add unchanged callback for my app text field. In here, final value changed. It's a string, unchanged, and it's not required. It's optional. And in here, unchanged equals unchanged. Yeah, I have my unchanged. And after that, unchanged. When value of message is changed, I want a context.read. I want to read my provider. It's PostProvider. And in here, message equals value. Okay? Read my message. And after that, when create post pressed in here, context.read, I want to read PostProvider. And after that, I want to create post. Okay. Where is my token? We know that. We can read context.read, but in here, we need to read app repo because token is in app repo. It's not null. We know that because user is logging, and after that, we are adding post. And after that, let's bring a new line. And after that, then it's successful. I wanna add navigator dot of context dot pop. I wanna close with this line. We are popping, and this means current page. Current navigator item is modal, and after that, when I pop my navigator, it's dismissed. My modal is dismissed. All right, let's see what happened. I'm sorry. Okay, I saved. And in here you can see I have two posts. Let's add another post. This is another post from simulator. Okay, create post. And you can see in here, I have this is another post from simulator. And we have some error in here. Let's fix it. In post item, because we don't have any image, we get this error. And for prevent this error, let's add logic in here. If post.image is not null, that means we need add we need to add these two items because, and you can see my error is gone because image is null and we don't render this section. I use this structure because we want to add 2 items to a list and we need at least 3 points. If we have image, we render these 2 parameters, for example, in here and in here. But if we don't have an image, we don't render these 2 parameters and we have just only a text. And you can see we create a post. All right, but how we can implement upload from gallery or camera? For adding these 2 items, I want to use 2 package because these need some native code. And for example, ImagePicker do this for us. You can see in here, we can use in Android and iOS and other platforms. In here, it's very easy to use. I will show you how we can use ImagePicker and, for example, pick image. In here, you can see, if I just go down, you can see I can use image source gallery or camera. It's very, very useful for us. Let's add to our project. In PubSpec, we need ImagePicker. Let's add it. And for handling something like image picking or something like this, I want to add another folder. Let's close these R. I call this utils. And in utils, I want to create a file, utils.dart. This class handles some utils things. For example, image picking. It's my utils, for example. In here, I want to create a static future of a string, because when we want to pick image, we have a string path. Maybe this image is in gallery or picking by camera. Actually, we have a path of this image. Pick image. In here, we need to get image source. And after that, let's try, because maybe we get some error, let's throw an exception. Or we can return only an empty string. It doesn't matter for now. And another thing, it needs to be async, because, all right. And in here, image picker. Let's add final image picker, or we can only use picker. I'm sorry, picker. We need to create instance from our image picker. It's our package. And after that, we have a final image await for picking picker.pick image. We need to pass a source. It could be, you can see, it could be camera or gallery. Okay, and we have our image, and in here I want to return image.path. It's maybe null. Let's add some question mark to prevent error. Okay, we add our utils in here. Very nice. I want to go to my PostProvider. That's my logic in here. I want to add pick image in here again because we have some multiple action in here. And let's add image source. Okay. Let's add a try catch. Let me just print E. Okay. In this try catch, first of all, we know that we need utils.pickImage with source, and we have our path in here, okay? But I don't want to do anything for now. Let's just print this path and see what happened. Let's refresh again. Maybe we get error. I will show you debug console. M1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and login. And let's where we call this function. Let's call it, okay, in our new post modal. When user press and tap to this container, for example, gesture detector to detect tap, context.read PostProvider.pickImage. The image source for now is gallery. Okay, press, we get instance of a string. Why? Because we need to await for that. Async. Again, we have nothing. And why? Maybe we have error. Let's print E in here. Again, you can see in here I have missing plugin exception, no implementation found for method pickImage. When we have this, let's close, terminate our session, and again relaunch our app. Before test again, I want to show you in the documentation. You can see when you add a package, read the documentation. For example, in here, for configuration iOS, we have something in here, and for Android, we have something in here. For example, for iOS, we need add these three. We don't need to picking video. We don't need microphone, but we need photo library and camera usage, and add some description for getting when iOS need to show a dialog to get permission from user, shows our description. For example, let's add these two items. We need to add these two key in runner in iOS, runner info.plist. In here, you can see we have a dictionary in here. We have a key, and close our key, and we need to add a string and close a string, and let's fill these items. For example, first key is photo library. I add this in here, and in here I add my description. For example, Flutter course app need access to your gallery. Please add something that's good for user and user not scared about what are you saying. To add photo for post. I don't know, it doesn't matter. And let's copy and paste. And let's add camera key for this. Let us need access to your camera. It's very important, but for now, because in here we are focusing on technical things, I didn't add a good text. Please add a good text for this section. And after that, let's close, rerun again. All right, let's log in again. M1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and log in. And go to the debug console. And in here, I add this, choose image. You can see my dialog is up. I have 6 images for simulator. And if I click this, you can see I have my path. We need to send this image to server and upload this image to server, to our server, and added this path for our new post. Before I upload this image to server, let's bring this image in here, okay? How we can do this? In our post provider, we have this path, and let's add another string I called image path. And in here, let's put this image path to my path. Add my path in image path, and after that, let's notify listener. Okay, and in my new post modal, I want to wrap this gesture detector with a consumer for PostProvider and the builder. And this gesture detector, I want to cut it and add it in here. You can see I have my gesture detector in here. And after that, I want to add a condition. For example, if in value dot image path equals null, that means we don't have any image, and print and show this text. But if we have image path, image dot vc network and assets, in here I want to show you file, because this is a file, and in here I can use file, and I can add my path in here. File is a class. You can see it's for Dart.io. We have file, and in here value dot image path, it is a null because we checked before. And let's add it in here. Okay, let's add image, and you can see I have my image in here. Let's add again, for example, this image or this image. We have our image. We need to have a square image. Do you know, for example, this image is a vertical, it's portrait, but this is, for example, it's landscape, but I need add a cropper to my app to crop my image post to a square. Do you know? I wanna have width and height of image is equal, okay? And for that, I wanna add another package. In here, we have ImageCropper. It's a very good package. You know that for each package you want to use, see likes and popularity, it's very, very important. For example, ImageProvider has lots of likes, and ImageCropper also has lots of like, and it's very good. Okay, I copy this and add it in my PubSpec YAML and paste it again and save. And we know that when we add some package, we need to close and rebuild again to build everything. Okay, let's log in again. And I want to go to my utils and add another utility in here. This utility is responsible for cropping image. I call crop image. This needs static, and we want to return a cropped file. Future of cropped file. Crop file is for our package that we add, ImageCropper. It needs to be async. And in here, we have an ImageCropper instance and crop image. We need pass source path. And for that, I add a string path. We will add our path of our image picking to this path. And it's await final result. And this result, you can see it's cropped file. And we can easily return this result. And yeah, let's see what happened. But we need add some configuration to this ImageCropper. But for now, let's test. In my new post modal, when I'm picking an image, I wanna comment this, and after that I wanna use utils dot crop image, pass our path, and I wait for that. Okay, let's see what happened. Add an image from my gallery, use this, and you can see my page, my cropper image page is up, and we have some capability to change size. For example, I can change section that I want to crop. I can rotate my it's for reset. For example, I can add a rotation. I can use some presets. For example, I want to use a square. it's a square, or I can use this. You can see. But I want to lock this image picker to only a square. How I can do this? Image picker, image cropper, bring us some configuration. For example, after source path, I can use aspect ratio presets. It's a list, and I want to only add crop aspect ratio preset. Crop aspect ratio preset, just only a square, not anything. Okay? And in here, we have aspect ratio, crop aspect ratio 1 and 1 because it's need to be equal. And we can add, for example, UI settings. And UI settings, you can add some customization for Android and iOS. But let's see what happened. It's enough for now. Let's test again. I save everything, yeah, and pick another image. And you can see it's locked to a square, and I can't change height and width. I can only change the size, but always I have a square, and exactly I need these things, okay? And after that, when crop image is done, after that, we know that we have a final cropped file, cropped image. And in here, I can fill image path with cropped file, cropped image dot path. And yeah, and after that, let's notify listeners. Okay? And let's see what happened. I want to run again. It's locked, for example. Let's zoom to this part. Done. And you can see I have a square image in here. But we have a very little problem in UI. We need to add some radius to our image. And we know that for adding this, we can't use container. We need to use ClipRRect. How I can add ClipRRect and where I need to add this, I need to add to my image, wrap it with another widget, ClipRRect, border radius dot all radius dot circular 16, and you can see it's crop our image. And everything is work very nice, but we need something more than this. If user want to remove this image and, for example, cancel, user just want to add some message and consider to not add image, how user can delete this? It's easy. How we can do this? It's a logic it's a logic section. Okay, let's add a function in here. I am adding all logic in my this class. I am separating my logic and UI. For example, in here, delete image, and I can only do image path equals null because image path for default is null. And after that, I need to notify listeners. And when I use this consumer rebuild, and in here this condition is true and I have this text, okay? But how I can delete this image? It's very easy. I can wrap my image with a stack, and I can, for example, add an image button in here, IconButton. And in unpressed, I can easily use value.delete image. And for icon, for example, I can use icons.delete, rounded. And for color, I want to use colors.red. Okay, and when I have a image, I have this icon button either, and I can use this. You can see my image is gone. Let's add another image, for example, this image, crop it, for example, let's zoom in this section, done. I have this, close, and yeah, this segment, it's work, and we have another step to add this image to our create post request. To send and upload image to server, or actually upload files to server, we can actually use HTTP, but we need to add some code to our base service. All right, I want to go to my base service. In here we have get, post, and let's create another method I called upload. It's for uploading. And in here, we know that we have a string API URL. After that, we know that we have, let's show you Postman. In here, I create upload post, and in here we have a name, key, and value. But our value is a file. You can see in Postman you can use file or text. We use file and upload a file to a server, and after that we get a URL. And for example, we use this URL for create post. You can see in here we need to paste and use this URL in image param, or for example, for updating user, we can pass our avatar to put user. I will show you, but for now let's create upload section. In here we need a string. We see that we have a file, or we have a field name, and we have a string path, because we need to pass our image path. Okay, in here we have another concept in HTTP, and we can in here and in this part I don't want to use my request. I don't want to use this class. I want to use http.multipart request, because when we want to send file, we need to have a multi-part request, not just a request. And for that, in here you can see, first of all, we need to add our method as a string. We know that it's post. And after that, we need pass our URI in here, API URI. And after that, we have a final client. I want to add an optional string token. And in here, I want to check if my token is not null, and we have token, we pass a token. I want to use client.headers. We have some headers in here. Okay, and when we have token, let's add all my token. Let's use this code. I want to bring it in here, and in here we know that the key is authorization and the value is barrier token. And in here we have our token if we passed a token. Okay, and after that, let's pass our file. How we can add our files? In here we have client files, not fields. We have a files, but we can add some fields. But we know that in here we have only a file. Okay, add. And in here we need to pass multi-part file. In here I will await http dot multi-part. I'm sorry, http dot multi-part file. I want to use a file dot from path, and in here I need to pass my field name, and you know that the field name is field name and the file path. I have my path in here. Okay, we have another segment, content type, and for adding our media type, I want to import HTTP parser as a parser, and after that in here I can use parser dot media type dot parse media type, and we know that it's image and JPG. Okay, all right. In here, I need to add a sync, and in this section, I add my file path, multipart file from path, and add it to my client. And in here, I need only http dot response dot from stream and await client dot send. I send a request with client send, and in here I can get a response because we know that each items is it doesn't matter post, get, or upload, need to return a map of a string dynamic, and we need convert because when we send these, we get a streamed response, and we want to convert it to response from a stream. And in here, I can use handle response, and in here we have only response, not a stream response. And with this code, we convert a stream response to response and pass it. Here, it's need to be await and return this. Okay, I want to put my whole code in a try catch. E and through exception E. Okay, it's very good for now. We have upload method, and in here I want to create a service for that. In my service data, services, for example, I can copy and paste login service, rename this, and I called upload service. Rename this service, rename upload service, and it's very known. We have just a pass because every time our file name, its field name is photo, it's a static item, and I don't add it in here, path, and let's add it in here. I have a path, and when I want to call this, we know that the return type is a string because when upload is successful, we get a URL. We need to return this URL string to our provider. Okay, and let's remove this. In here, I need to await upload. API URL is upload. Field name is photo, and path is pass. Very nice. And we have a result, and we know that when everything is correct, we need to return result data, and after that get URL. And very nice. Let's remove some unused item. It's need to add override. Okay, it's very good, and for now it's enough. Let's go to the PostProvider. In here, I want to create another method to handle upload. It's very easy function and method. In here, I can add future. It's need to return a string. It's for upload and async and upload service. Where is my path? We know that we fill our path in here, image path dot call return await. We are returning our string URL. When I want to create a post, before doing anything, let's create our string image. It's null for now, but if image path isn't null, that means user choose an image. Let's fill this local variable with await upload, and after that I have my string URL, and I can put it in here. It's if user didn't choose any image. We pass null, but when image path isn't null, we upload it and bring our URL in this section. And after that, when it goes correct, let's put image to null, and yeah, we have it. And it's time to testing. Let's go. In here, we have 3 or 4 posts. Let's add another post. This is a test post with photo. Let's do this. Okay, let's add from gallery. Choose this, and I use this, done, and create post. And yeah, we have a post with image. Another things that I want to mention in here, I don't implement camera. It doesn't matter. It's very easy to use, but in iOS simulator, camera doesn't work. And it's depend on you. I don't want to implement this, but you know that ImagePicker has a source called camera. Do it, and if you have any problem, comment below and I will answer you. Until now, we finished our posts. We get list of posts, and actually we can add a post with this modal. All right. Let's implement this page. That means let's create our chat page. All right. For adding my chat page, let's create another page in here. I want to add new file, chatpage.dart, stateless widget, chat page. And in here, I want to return a scaffold. And in here, let's create AppBar. We have a toolbar. This is, for example, chat. And we have a list of chat items. And for having this, add body list view dot builder, and we need an item builder. We need chat item for passing through this. Okay. But before adding our UI, I want to explain you mechanism that we have in this project. We want to use socket. For creating this, I want to show you Postman. For example, in here, if I want to show you in here, I create 2 WS, that means WebSocket, and I have 2 users, connect and connect. And for example, in message test, this is a message. And when I send this message, you can see I send, it's for sending. I send this object to socket, and other users can listen this message. In here, I put, and when I send this message with this icon, that means this user send this, and all the users, also this user, got this message with user. For example, this is another user and got this message. This is a test message, and M1 username M1 send this message. But for example, if I send this is another user and send, you can see in here M0 send this message, and M1 user, that's here, you can see, can listen to other user. And WebSocket has a different with HTTP request, and we are listening to a channel, and every time that we get a new message and new, for example, in here, new object, other users can listen and add, for example, an item, and add an item in this page. Let's implement this. For implement and listen to this WebSocket in our client, we need another package because with HTTP package, we only can send and receive HTTP request and response, not WebSocket. For implementing WebSocket in our app, I want to use this package that can handle, for example, in here, we add our URL, and after that, we connect exactly things that we see in Postman, connect to this channel, and after that, and in here, we listen to this stream, and when in here, I need to add a code to handle new message and put an item to our list. All right, let's copy this package and bring it in my PubSpec YAML, paste it here. Okay, I got this package. And we know that we have app repo. This app repo is our provider that we use in where in our app. And I put this provider, for example, to storing token, to storing user. And in here, I want to add my WebSocket because I want to use WebSocket in, I want to listen to WebSocket not only in this page, I want to listen to all where in our app. For example, when we want to add a badge to count an Android message, we can easily add it because we have our provider. Okay, let's add a WebSocket channel. And in here, we have a channel. All right. I want to create a method that's handle connect socket. And in here we have a WS URL and it's URI.parse. I want to hard code it in here. Local host port 8080 and WS. In here we need pass a token because it's need to have our token in URL and WebSocket server that I create it can understand which user are connecting to this WebSocket. Okay, and we have our token, you can see in here because we are in app repo. And after that, let's initialize our channel, WebSocket channel.connect and WS URL, yeah. And after I connect to the channel, I want to listen to a stream dot listen. And in here, we need to handle. This is a message. Let's change the name for better understanding. And in here, I want to create a list of chat. List of chat. We don't have any chat item. Let's add a chat item in here. New file, chat.dart. And each chat class chat has a final string message and final user that's owner of this message. And I want to import this and create constructor, and we have JSON. Let's add a factory from JSON, chat from JSON, and in here let's return a chat. For message, I have a JSON message, and for user, I need to use from JSON user and JSON user, and yeah. We create our chat model, and in here we have a list of chats. It's chats, and it's when we initialize our app, it's empty because we didn't listen yet. All right, and in here, when I got a new chat, in here I can add to my list, add chat dot from JSON. In here I know that I have a message, and this message is a dynamic, and we know that we have a JSON message. that contain user and message. All right. And after that, we need to notify listeners because, for example, this page, the chat page, listen to this provider, and when we call notify listeners, it's again read all chats and show the new message. All right. In my chat page, I want to go to the chat page. In here, I want to create a component I called. We have two type of items in this chat, in this list. For example, chat me item. That means this is about my message. I want to add a stateless widget. Maybe it's not good name, but it's okay for now. Chat me item. And after that, I want to import this, and only I want to, we know that each chat me item, we have a final chat, and we need to pass to this, and I want to only add a child text chat.message. All right. It's okay for now. We need to complete this, but let's add our provider. In here, I want to mention another shortcut. I don't want to wrap my body with consumer. We have another shortcut that we can watch the provider. Context, we see read. But in here, we want to watch and observe changing app repo. We have a watch method. We want to watch app repo, and in here I can store in app repo, or I call provider. It's watching this app repo and put our app repo in here. It's updated app repo, and I can use, for example, item count provider.chat.length, and in here I can only return chat me item for now, and provider.chat index, and yeah, we have our chat. And I want to go to my main page and replace message with chat page. All right, save again. I want to refresh again. But we forgot something. In our app repo, we didn't call this. I want to put connect socket in here, and let's put it private. After set token is done, that means when the user is logging in our app and we are setting the token, and we know about we haven't null token, we have a true token. After that, I want to connect this socket. Okay, I want to refresh again. And in here, I want to add my username, 123456, login, in chat. In here, let's test. This is a test message, send. We can't receive. Let's see what happened. All right, we have some error. App repo. Let's print message and see what happened. Run again. M1 123456 login, and in here I wanna send a message. We got something in here. You can see in here I have message and the user, but we have unhandled exception because in here we have a string. We need to JSON encode, and after that, JSON decode. We need to decode this message and convert it to a map. And again, run again. I want to test again. M1 login in my chat. Add another message. You can see I got this message. Every time I send a message, or for example, new message from Postman. Send, you can see. But it's not have a good UI. Let's improve this UI. In here, we know that, let's go to my chat page. Before returning chat item, let's check something. First of all, I want to store my chat in here. We know that provider.chat index, and I need only pass my chat to this, not, yeah. And I want to check something. If chat.user.id equals my current ID, where is my current ID? In provider.user.id. It's need to have a null check. That means it's me. When I have user ID of chat, same the user ID of current user that using the app, that means this chat item, it's for me, and I need put and bring message to right of a string, not to right of a screen, not left. In here, let's return a container. I want to return nothing, but when chat message, I need to bring here because chat me is for here. If chat item is for another user, let's create another item component, chat me item. I want to copy and paste, rename. I call chat other. It's for other user and need to bring left of a screen. For now, I want to change chat me item color, for example, style, text style, color, app color, dot primary. It's a yellow, okay? And you can see all of these items. And you can see in here in chat page, if user is me, chat me, but if user is another user, chat other. I need to change something, I forgot. Chat other, let's rename this symbol. Chat other item. Okay, it's chat other item. Save. Okay, and in Postman, if I send I copy this, send message from here or from here, you can see. If I send Postman message, if I send WebSocket message from another user, that token is different. It's for M1 username. You can see the color is white, but in here, user is the same user that we logged in our emulator. It's M1 user. You can see it's yellow. We know that how we can separate these two items, but it's just text. We want to have a beautiful chat items. Okay, let's implement our UI. For implementing this, let's first of all implement chat me item. First of all, let's add some decoration for this container, decoration, box decoration. We need add color app colors.primary. We need add border radius dot only because we wanna add some custom radius. For example, top left border radius dot all radius dot circular. I'm sorry, radius dot circular, not radius dot circular 20. I want to add only for top left, bottom left, and bottom right. All right. And let's change the color. It's need to be black and save again. You can see we need some padding to this container. Let's add a padding const edging set all. It's good 10. And you can see I have my items, and in here we don't have any radius because it's need to be in right of a screen, but it's very bad to have full widths. How we can do this? How we can improve this? First of all, I need to wrap my container with a row because I want to add user avatar from I need to add my user avatar in here, and after that I want to add my user avatar. You can see I have my user avatar in here, but let's add a space between two items. Size box width 8. Yeah, we have some space. I want to show you some problem that we have in here. Before I go forward, let's add a very long message. This is a test message. Yeah. I want to copy and paste multiple times. It's a very long message and send. In here you can see I have error. And why? Because when I'm using row, this text and this widget can't understand the space that have. For example, in here, if I remove this row, I can't remove it for now because I have item, remove this row, and save again, you can see I don't have any error. But when we have row and we have, for example, in here text, it can't calculate the size that's need. In here we have a very long text and we need to wrap it in another line. And for prevent something in row, I need to wrap my container with expanded. When I'm using expanded, that means, all right, use expanded widths that you need for text, but consider we have size box and user avatar. Let's save again, and you can see our overflow is gone, and we have our message in here, and after that it's expanded, and after that we have our user avatar. Another things, I want to bring this user avatar in top of each row. For that, we know that we have a cross-axis alignment. I'm gonna start, and yeah, we have our avatar in here. But we have an issue. I don't wanna, in here, when I have some text like this, it's okay to get lots of widths. But these items are very tiny message, and I don't wanna have very long widths of this chat item. I wanna bring wrap content for this tiny message. How I can do this? For implementing this, we need to wrap our container with align widget, and we know that we wanna change align from left. We wanna change alignment to right. How I can do this? Alignment dot center right, and you can see I have very dynamic chat item. If my items is big, for example, in here, this is full width, but in here, when I have a very tiny message, I have completely dynamic items. But I want to have some extra padding in here. And for doing this, I wrap my whole of row with a padding, and it's need to be only. From right, I decide to have 16, you can see. But for left, I want to bring 30. And you can see, I have a more than 60 padding. And for adding some space to top, I bring 8. Yeah, it's better. And I think it's good for now. We have our chat items for me, but for other user, we need something like this. How we can add for other users chat item. It's exactly like this, but we need to change something. Let's copy and paste these items to chat other items and change something. All right. Import app colors. And yeah, user avatar. How we can do this? First of all, we need to change right and left. Right need to be 30 and left need to be 60. Before doing anything, I need to bring my user avatar first, and after that, adding my items, add my size box, save again, and see what happened. You can see I have this. But first of all, I need to change app color of background. It needs to be white. You can see these are white. Again, we need center left. Yeah. And we need to change our radius. Top left need to goes to top right. Yeah. Very nice and clean. And another things that we have for other users, we need to wrap the text with a column and add user first name and last name. In here, we need to have a text because these message don't need these items. We didn't need our name because we know our name. We need to add names for other user. In here, I want to add chats.user.firstname, but let's add this space and last name. It's white. Let's change a style. I want to bring a style for that. Text style, color, app color dot font 2, and change weight, font weight. It's better to read this style from our app style, but it's good for now. And bring our cross-axis alignment dot start. You can see, and let's add a size box to having some space. Size box height 6, and yeah, it's very good for now. And we have our chat items. Let's go to the nearby page and fill this section. In here, we have three steps. In first step, we need to load all users and show the location depend on their locations. We need to show users in here. After that, we need to customize this location SVG, and in this step, I want to introduce you another concept for custom paint and clip path. It's advanced topic and it's very, very useful for very dynamic UIs. And after that, we need to add view pager or page view. For example, when I tap in each marker, show move to current selected user. All right. In here, I want to create another provider. It's for users, and I called user provider .dart. In here, we have to create a class user provider extends change notifier, and in here I want to create a function, a method get all user, and let's create a service for that. In here I go to the service, new file, and it's get all user service .dart class get all users user service extends service base, and in here we need to return a list of user. I'm sorry, user. Let's and import this, and in here I wanna we need to override a call method. And how I can, and which is my request. My request is await get. It's a get request and it's need to be async. It's a get request, but get request to user endpoint. we have a final result. And let's return a list.generate. And the length, we know that we have a list, a result of data. Every endpoint has a data.length. And after that, copy this. But first of all, user.fromJSON and index. Very nice. And in here we have all of our users. In user provider, it's very, very simple for us. I wanna return as a future list of user. And in here we need, it's async. And await for get all user service dot call. And actually we need to return this because it's a list of users. All right, we get all users, and I want to go to my nearby page, and I want to convert this stateless widget to a stateful widget. And we know that we have init state, and in the init state, I want to call the get all user method context.read and user provider and get all user. And in here, we know that the return type of this is a future. All right, it's very nice. Late final because it's not initialized here. We are initialized in init state. For that, I use late. Future of list of users. And it's future users. Let's import users. And I want to fill this future item equals this. I don't want to use await keyword. I don't want to use this. But we have another concept, another widget that called future builder. For body, I wrap my future builder with a widget, but it's not a widget. It's actually future builder, and future builder needs to build something, not child. And you can see in here, I have a builder, and for builder, I have context and snapshot. And I want to show you what happened. Let's cut these and these and put in here, yeah. Future builder needs to build, for example, FlutterMap, but depend on future parameter that I want to pass, future user, yeah. I pass my future user to these, and future builder use this future and give us some callback. For example, use this future value and build something. For example, in here we are building our FlutterMap. Let's add block body for that, and in here we have a snapshot. A snapshot is async snapshot of list of user. Why list of user? Because our future is list of user, and in here we can check the result of future. For example, a snapshot in first time has data is false because first of building we don't have any data. After we get data, has data become true, and I can access my data list of user with this item. But maybe we have error, and you know that it's maybe has error, and I can access the error because we know that future, when we call future, it has then and on error. We can achieve this. We can get this value then and on error in this snapshot. All right. For example, in the first step, I want to check if snapshot dot has data dot hasn't data, just return a circular progress indicator. Circular progress indicator is it's a circular indicator. It's very simple. Let's show you what happened. If I wanna show you, I can actually add a body for this. And you can see it. I need to, let's comment these sections. And for body, I want to add circular progress indicator. Oh my God, I have some problem because we don't provide this. Let's comment this. And you can see it's a circular progress indicator, and it's loading infinitely. We can add, for example, some parameter. We can change background color. We can change stroke width, and for example, I can add value. For example, 50. I'm sorry, it's 50. You can see if you want to have circular progress bar with value, you need to pass a value, and for example, it's half of them is filled. But if you don't pass value, it's circling all the time. All right, let's back Control Z, and in here I want to add circular progress bar. And if we don't have any data, if we don't have any user, I just wanna, it's need to be center because I don't want to add it. I want to bring this circular indicator in center, wrap with widget center, and it's become in here. When we got data, this build is rerun, and after that, when I have data, I want to load my map. Very good. But before I go start, we have some error because we didn't provide our user provider. Where I can provide my user provider, I want to provide my user provider in main, because in another section of app I want to use this user provider. I will show you. But in here we know that change notifier provider, and I want to create user provider, and very nice. Okay, let's rerun our app. In here, M1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and log in and go to the nearby. You can see it's very quick because I'm in local server, and it's very quickly load the data. But we don't show our data. Actually, in here, we know that in this step we has data, but we need to use data. We need to use this data, this list of users, and let's store them. Final users, it's equals a snapshot dot data, and we know that it's not null because we checked before and we have data. Very good. In here we know that we use marker layer, and actually let's cut this marker. I want to cut this marker, and I want to use markers. I want to bring my markers from my users. I use map operator to access to each items, and for each items that I want to create a marker and convert it to list. In here I want to return a marker, I'm sorry. For each user we add map operator, and in here we have each user, and for each user we create a marker and convert it to list and pass again to markers. All right. Where is latitude and longitude? We know that in user, let's convert it to user, and we know that for latitude, longitude, we have user dot location, but we need to create location. We don't define location in our user. Where is my user? Yeah, in here. I need to add my final location. Oh my God, we need to add our model location. Each location dart. You can see, I want to show you in Postman. Each location, for example, in here, I can show you each location. It's look like this. We have location, LAT and LNG for latitude and longitude for position in Earth, and we have a name. All right, let's create this data model. Class location, it's final double LAT and final double dot lunch, and final string name, and let's create constructor for that, and from JSON location, and in here I wanna return location JSON I'm sorry, JSON late JSON. I'm sorry. Where am I? Okay. And JSON name. And very good. Yeah, we have our location, but its location may be null in the user because maybe a user didn't add his location or her location. Location, import location, and add in here this location. And in from JSON, let's convert to location. I want to check if JSON location isn't null. I want to convert from JSON location, but if it's null, just return null. Very good, and yeah, we have our location. In here, for each user, we need get location.lat. Maybe it's null, and if it's null, let's add 0. And let's copy and paste in here. LNG. Yeah, we add point. For example, in here we get each user location, and for username, I want to use user. Let's add this. I want to use user.firstname, and after that, I want to use user.lastname. Okay, it's good. Let's back, rerun again. We have our map, but I know that I have some user, and I add this user to the database, and the location of them is somewhere in Canada. Where is my users? Let's, oh my God. Yeah, you can see. In here, I have my users, but we have some issue in here, and I will fix it. You can see these are some random location I use from Canada. And in here, I have my users, and for each user, I have marker, and for each marker, I have a SvgPicture and a container with text. Very nice. In the next step, we need to customize these markers. Let's create our custom marker, but before I go forward, let's change our width and height to get rid of this overflow. For example, I want to change the width to 200. And you can see I have lots of widths and I don't have any overflow. All right. I want to replace this SvgPicture with CustomPainter. What's that means? CustomPainter, the name is very obvious for us. That means we want to paint something that's custom, not, for example, assets. For example, I want to remove these. We know that for creating circle or a square, we can use container. For example, I use width and height. And for having a container, let's add a decoration, box decoration. I can simply add colors.red. And I have a square, all right? But if I want a circle, I can change the shape, box shape, .circle. I have a circle, all right? But if I need something more than this, how can create some UIs that's complex? And I wanna have something more than this circle or square. In Flutter, we have another concept that's called CustomPainter. Let's create a CustomPainter. For example, in here, I have a class I called MarkerPainter, and it's need to extend CustomPainter. And in here, we need to override something. First of all, void paint method and should repaint method. In here, we need to return Boolean. In here, I want to return true. For now, it doesn't matter for now. And everything happened in here. We need paint something. For example, and we know that we have a two parameter, canvas and size. We need draw something in our canvas. Okay, we want to draw something. For example, I can use canvas.draw circle. For drawing circle, we need pass offset. That means the point of you need to create circle. Offsets has X and Y. Let's create an offset. Test offset. It's a class that get dx and dy, the point of something. For example, let's add 0 and 0. At point of 0 and 0, I want to create a circle, and we know that each circle has a radius. For example, I want to add 10 for radius and paint. We want to draw something in this offset and with this radius, but what look like this circle? In here, I want to create a paint, and this paint is a class, and we can add something. For example, we can add a color for that. .color, colors.red, and let's see how it works. In here, I want to create a custom paint widget. Custom paint get two things. One of them is painter, and we know that we have a marker painter. And let's add a child, and it doesn't matter. For example, I want to add a size box. It needs some width and height because marker painter need to know what is the size that can paint, for example, circle. For example, in here I add width 50 and height 50. And let's remove this container and refresh. You can see in here I have a circle with the radius of 10. I can increase this radius, for example, 50. You can see I have a very big circle. Or I can change paint. For example, the paint has a parameter. It's called stroke. It's called a style, and the style is painting style dots. For default, we have fill, but I want to have stroke. Let's save, and you can see I have a very, very tiny stroke. Let's change the width of a stroke. A stroke width, for example, 5. And you can see I don't have any fill circle. I have a stroke circle. I have a border of circle. This is a very, very simple things that we can create with marker painter. We have a lots of method in here. For example, we can draw. For example, I can draw oval. In here, we can create something like this, okay? We need pass a rect. Rect has a sum factory method. For example, I can create a rectangle with left, top, right, and bottom, or left, top, width, and height. Okay, let's create with LTRB, and in here I need pass my left. You can see we have some image in here. Left, I want to be 0, top 0, and right size.width. I will explain you. And bottom size.height. In here, I have a oval. This oval is circle. I can, for example, if I change the height and width, because these height and width is equal, I have a circle. But if I increase the width, for example, you can see I have my oval. You know that In here, we have a parameter called size, and this size is exactly the size that we pass in here. For example, I can print size.width and print size.height. Okay? And let's save. And in debug console, you can see. Let's refresh again. I want to show you. In here, I have 70 and 50. These are my widths and height. And I put 0 for left and 0 for top. That means here and here. And size.width, that means here. And size.height, that means here. I am adding my points. I'm adding my sections that I want to draw my oval. And in here, CustomPainter can paint my oval. All right. Let's see what let's see which I have in here. I have a draw lots of things. I can draw image, draw picture, draw path, that we need this path, and lots of things. But we need path. What is this path? I want to create a path, and I want to explain you. Let's remove these offsets and these prints. What is exactly the path? Path, it's like a pencil. Okay, final path, it's equal a path. And with this path, I can draw everything I want. For example, with path, I can move my pencil. I'm sorry, this path is it's for latitude and longitude, and for true path, let's import Dart UI as a UI, and in here I need to pass my UI.path. Okay, and in here I have a true path, and this path it's very like a pencil. I can move my pencil to somewhere, or I can add a line. I can add oval, I can add arc, and everything I want. For example, I want to move my pencil to X and Y, 0 and 0. That means bring your pencil in this section. And I want a path.line to, I want to draw a line to size.width to here, and the Y I want to be 0. I don't want to move my pencil in horizontal way. And let's see what happened. In here, I have a very, very straight line. If I pass size.height, that means in here we have a 0 height. But if I pass size.height, my line draw from here to here. Let's see. You can see I have my line. I want to create this shape. It's a shape of location icon. I want to create this shape in my CustomPainter. It's not difficult. In here, if you look exactly, let's remove this image and see. I'm sorry. I want to remove this image and only see this white. In here, I have something like something like circle and a tiny things in here. How I can draw this? Okay, let's do it. Remove this line too. And first of all, I want to move to size.width divide by 2 and size.height. That means I want to bring my pencil in center bottom. Okay? I didn't draw anything yet. Path.line to, I want to go from here to here. How I can do this? In here, we know that we don't have any widths. The width and the X is 0. After that, I have Y, and Y is size.height divided by 2. Let's print this. You can see. From bottom center, we go to the left center. Let's change the height and width. It's need to be, for width, it's 50. And, okay, 70. Okay. In here, I'm in bottom center And after that, line 2, right center, all right? Left center, I'm sorry. I want to create a circle for creating the top of my location icon. I need to create half of a circle from here to here. And how I can do this? We have path dot arc2. In here, we have something. It's advanced things. How I can do this? In here, we need pass a rect and tell to path where is my boundary for creating this arc. Rect dot from center. Let's move my rect another things. Final rect equals a rect. Okay. From center. Where is my center? I want to bring the center exactly the center of my area. For doing this, we need to pass offset and size.width divide by 2 and size.height divide by 2. By passing this offset, it's exactly the center of our area. After that, we need pass width and height. What is the width and height of this rect? It's exactly the size of our size.width and height size.height. You maybe create this paint with another solution, but this is my solution. I create a rect and pass this rect to arc2. I need to pass start angle, sweep angle, and force move to. This is a Boolean. I add true, and let's import math as a math. And in here, I want to pass math.py for both of them. And you can see in here, I have these arc. All right. Until now, I have this rect. And I'm here, and I need to go from here to here. It's very easy. Path.line2. And what is exactly my x and y? We know that. We need to back from this line. Let's copy this again, because this is our start. We are start from here, and we need to end to this again. Okay. And you can see we have a very ugly paint. And let's check. Remove this. We don't have any stroke. We want to fill this. We have a very ugly location painter, but we can improve this. We need to change these two lines with another method. We need to add some curve from here to here and here to here. It needs to be something smoothly curved from two of them to line 2. Okay, because line 2 is very straight line, but we don't want a straight line. We need to, let's show you the Figma. In here, you can see it's not a straight line. It has some curve in here and in here. All right, how I can create this? We have another, until now, I've created multiple video about CustomPainter. You can see in my channel, but I want to show you another concept. It's quadratic Bezier 2. It's get 2 point, not 1 point. And what's that mean? We know that we need to go to this, but before I go to this point, I want to add another x and y. Okay, how I can create this? I want to add -1. After that, I want to add size.height divided by 2 and plus, for example, 16. You can see I have something curved. But what happened in here? We know that we want we want to create a line from here to here, to exactly this point. But before I go to this point, I want to go to this point before this point. And you can see I go to this point and after that this point. It's a very, very smooth line, okay? And let's change this line to quadratic Bezier 2. In here, it's reverse this item. In here, I have size.width plus 1 and size.height divided by 2 plus 16. And you can see it's a better, and we can improve this by changing our size. All right, and it's weird look like. We can change this height and width. For example, I want to change the height, and you can see it's very better. Now I can change 48, for example. Yeah, it's good for now. We can change something. For example, in here, I can increase to 24 and see what happened. It's need to be 12, I think. We need to decrease. Yeah, it's better. It's very better for now. And maybe I can put it 10. You can change these items and see, but no, it's 12 better. I'm sorry. You can change something. You can play with these items, and CustomPainter, it's a little bit advanced topic, but it's very, very helpful to creating something that's very, very customized. All right. In here, I have my painter, but actually I didn't, for now, I don't need this painter. Let's change it to 64. It has some weird look like. I didn't like it. It's good for now. Okay, I wanna not hard. Okay, it's good for now, and I will change it if I didn't like it. Or for example, I can decrease the height. If we can see in here, for example, I can decrease by 10 the height. You can see it's a little bit lower, but 6 may be better. Yeah, I think it's good for now. Or changing these items. These are need to be equal. Yeah, I think it's good. Or change to 4. No, it's not good for now. 1 is better. Let's change the height. I need to increase the height. It's need to be 100, for example. Yeah, it's good. And in here, I have some problem. Let's add, I want to add my image for, you can see, we need pass user image in here. For child, I want to add image.assets. The name is assets, for example, temp, user1.png, and it's need to has box fit box fit dot cover to fill whole of area. But I want to crop my image. How I can how I can crop this image exactly look like the location icon, location painter. How I can do this? We see this before. We can wrap this with ClipRRect and, for example, add some border radius. But we can actually add a custom clipper. In here, we can clip with border radius, and actually, we can clip our items, not just image, every widget, with custom clipper. In here, I want to create another class I called marker clipper. It extends custom clipper, and see this, create two override. It's exactly, it's very, very look like to CustomPainter, return true. And I want to true, I'm sorry, return true. And in here, we need, we have nothing because we need to custom clipper. It's a generic path. And in here, we need to return a path. I'm sorry, it's need to be UI.path. And what is my path? We know that our path is exactly look like the things we have in here. For prevent duplicate code, I want to create my path in here, final path. Let's get all path section and move it globally. It's not good. Okay, and I want to create get path, and I want to define my path in here and return path. We need to pass our size, and yeah, we have our path. Let's add a return type, and in here we know that get path why I have error, because in here I need to return UI.path. Okay, and in here I need only return a path, get my path, and very good. And I need only wrap my size box with a widget that called clip path, and in here I need pass my clipper. It's marker clipper, and you can see I have my user image exactly look like this path. In here we have marker painter and marker clipper. For now I can remove this painter, but we need that. Why? Because we need to create some border for this clipper. If you see the design, you will understand we need to have some border on this clipper. And for create border, I want to change my painter. We know that it's need to be white, and I want to change style to equals painting style dot stroke, and I want to add paint dot stroke width equals 2, and let's see what happened. It's happened nothing, but because we need to add some padding, I want to go in here and we need wrap this clip path with a padding, and I want to add 2, and you can see I have a very little white border for that. I want to show you. Yeah, in here it's very obvious. You can see I have my white border because I have my painter, and I want to add some shadow for that. After I create my paint and draw my paint, we have another concept, draw shadow. Canvas.draw shadow, and we have our same path. But for example, for colors, I use colors black with, these are opacity. For example, in here, it's 85% opacity. I want to add 6 for elevation and transparent false. And you can see I have in here, because I have 2 marker, it's very dark shadow, but you can see I have very nice shadow in here. And actually we have our custom marker, and it's good for now. We learn about marker, we learn about custom painter and clip path. That means custom clipper. And with path we can create our custom path. Okay, and in here let's add page view. We want to add a page of description for each user, and for creating this I can go to my future builder. I need to go here, and in here I want to return a column, but I want to change it to a stack because we want to bring our view pager or page view on top of our Flutter map, we need to use a stack, and in here I have my page view. And this is another widget that we are working with. But I need to create, we know that for page view, we have parameter children, and we can pass our children. In here, I want to create a component for that, for each child of this page view. In my components, create new file, I called user page item.dart. It's good for now. Stateless widget, user page item. And after that, I wanna import material. And in here, I wanna add my padding. For that, const agent set all 18. We need some margin for that. Agent sets that symmetric, horizontal 12 and vertical 24. We need some decoration, box decoration, colors dot white, and let's add some border radius. Border radius dot all radius dot circular, and it's need to be, for example, 14. All right. And after decoration, let's add our child. In here, we have a column. We need pass final user. Okay, and let's add constructor for that. And for children, first of all, I need a row. And first of all, I have user avatar. For example, it's need to size 50. After that, I need a size box width. And after that, I need a column. And in here, I want to add first name in top. And after that, I want to add user location name. In here, let's add a text. It's user.firstname and user.lastname. Let's test what happened in here. And for each, we know that in here we have access to our users because we are in Future Builder. And we want to add map because we need to for each map, for each user, and for each user return user page item and E for user and convert to list. You can see I have a full size of page view, and for changing this, we need rapid with positioned right 0, left 0, and top and bottom 0. And let's add a width for that. I wrap it with size box and add, for example, height 250. Yeah. You can see in here I have my wheel pager. It's very beautiful, but we need to change something in our user page item. First of all, I need to change style of this text because this is white for now and we need to change the style. For example, I want to use app text subtitle 1 dot copy with and color app colors dot black. Yeah, we have our user first name and last name, and after that I want to add a size box, height 6. In here, let's add a text. It's good for now, location dot name, and we need to add decoration for that. We need to add a style for that. Style app text dot body 2 dot copy with color app colors dot black. Yeah, we have this, and we can add cross-axis alignment to start to bring all of our item in left. And I don't want to add another things because it's take a time, but in here we can add direction button and everything we want. But it's very simply, we have our page view. Another concept that I want to mention in here, I want to add a gesture detector on my marker. In here, I want to wrap my column with a gesture detector. And when user tap to each location marker, I want to move to exact page of that user. How I can do this? For creating this logic, we need to pass a controller for our page controller. We see controller for text field to control text, clear text for text field. In here, we have another controller that called page controller equals page controller. And in here, we have something, for example, viewport fraction. It's something like %. If I use 1, that means each page get full width, but because when we add margin, we have some space. But I want to add, for example, 85%. And after that, when I pass my controller in here, page controller, look at this. You can see it has 85% of width, and we can see another, I'm sorry, you can see our circular progress bar. I think I have some problem in my network connection. Yeah, it's solved. And you can see in here, in my nearby page, it's something like, for example, if I use 5, it's get, we need to back again. It's take half of width of this view pager, but I think 9 is good. Let's back and rebuild again. Yeah, it's very good for now. And with this page controller, I have access to these and I can do anything. For example, in here, when user tap to each marker, I want to move my view pager to, for example, let's bring our marker. Where am I? Let's zoom out. Yeah. For example, in here I have some marker. When I press this John Smith, I need to go to exact user of John Smith. Where is John Smith? Yeah, for example, this user, or I think yeah. We need to move the page to this. How I can do this? We have a method pageController.animate to page, and we need pass index of the page. We have a children of page, and we need pass index of the page. How I can find page index? One way is define a page. For default is 0, and for items in users.length, we need to check if users i.id is equals to this user dot id. That means we get the exact user that we want and change page value to I and break. And after that, we have actually our page, and we can add a duration. For example, I want to add some millisecond, 250, I think it's good. And it's curve, it's animate style. For example, curve, bounce in. It's very optional. You can add everything you want. And for example, if I press this, you can see I have a very, very good animate between this page. I can change these curves to, for example, let's test something again. For example, elastic in, and see the difference. For example, press this. You can see it has a lot. Let's change the duration to see better. For example, 1 second. You can see it's some bouncy animation, and after that we animate our page. For example, we can add bounce in out. You can see it's very funny, but I want to use ease in. It's very smooth and default item. Yeah, I like it. And in here we have page controller, page view, and it's enough for map. You can complete this section. It's not really hard, and it's depend on you. But we have our PageView pager and view pager item, and our page controller, our custom paint, and custom clipper. I want to create user page. That means when user, for example, in post page, click to each post, I want to navigate user to user page. For example, in here, we know that, for example, we have our profile. In here, we show posts or everything we want. I want to create each user profile page. For doing this, I want to create another page called userPage.dart. This is a stateless widget, user page. All right, in here, I want to, for example, let's add a scaffold for that. And for AppBar, I want to use toolbar for testing. And the title is user page. It's for testing now, but let's add body. And in body, we have, for example, user information. All right, we have a column, and let's close these items. And in the column, I want to have, for example, user avatar. After that, I want to have a text, user name. And let's see what happened. I want to go to my post item and wrap my padding with a gesture detector. And when user tap to each item, I want to navigate user from this page to user page. Let's add an app route. Add route in here. I want to add user. This is a user, and user. This is user page. And if user click on that, navigator dot of context dot push named app routes user. We need to refresh again our app. M1 1 2 3 4 5 6, and in here, if I press this, I have my user avatar and username in here. But after that, I want to show user posts. And for doing this, for example, we know that we can use ListView. Let's add a ListView builder, and for item builder, I want to return, for example, let's return a container with padding, const agent set symmetric, agent set all, for example, 16. These are for testing. And add a child text. This is test post, and yeah, and add item count, for example, 100, and let's save. But I have nothing. Why? Let's back and run again, and you can see nothing render. We have error. In here, render box was not laid out, need paint. When we have this error, that means we need to specify our list view height. When you have column, we see this something like this when we have text in row for each chat item, but in here, list view can't render these items because when you have list view, you need to specify your width. You need to specify your size. For example, if I add a size box and add a height for that, and for example 300, in here you can see I have my list view in this section. But we know that we have another widget that's called expanded. Let's use it. Expanded, and you can see I have expanded widget and my list view is rendered, but I wanna bring this user avatar and username scrollable. I don't wanna have just my list view scroll. I wanna bring whole of my page in a scroll view. We have some options, but because I want to have some beautiful header, I want to introduce you another widget it's very useful. I want to use Sliver widgets. With Sliver widget, we have some options and it's handle easily for us scrolling. And for doing this, I can get rid of these. And for column, I want to replace it with custom scroll view. And when you have custom scroll view, you need pass your slivers, not child. In here, we have error because these items not a sliver. We need convert these widgets to a sliver widget. In here, for example, when I want to add some widgets that are normal widgets, I can use a sliver box adapter, and for child I can add normal widgets, for example column, and in children I can pass my user avatar and text, and for list view I can remove expanded and I can use a sliver list and pass a delegate. In here, we can use a sliver child builder delegate. And for builder of this class, I can use, for example, this container. And I can easily remove my list view. And let's pass child count, for example, 100. And I need to back and run again, and you can see in here total of these page are scrollable and we don't have any error. Sliver widgets handle the size and everything we want, and we have custom scroll view. But in this page we want to show user information. Let's add user information with some animation. When you have custom scroll view, you can add very lots of useful and beautiful actions. For example, I want to remove these, and we have another sliver widget that called sliver header, that called a sliver AppBar. And in here, we can create something that I want to show you. For example, Sliver AppBar has multiple features. One of them is a flexible space that's get a widget. And in here, I want to add flexible app bar, flexible space bar. And in here we have a background. For background, I want to add image.assets, assets temp. I want to use our temporary image, user1.png, and let's see. It's not beautiful. Let's remove our app bar because we are creating our app bar in Sliver. And let's add a size for flexible space. For example, we have expanded height, and I want to add 250, or I can add, because I want to have two square header and a square app bar, I want to declare height exactly the width of a screen, and for that we know that we have MediaQuery.upContext size.width. Very nice. It's very large, but it's okay. And let's add a box fit for that, boxFit.cover. And you can see, I think it's very, very large. Let's add a static item, for example, 300. Yeah, it's very good. And you can see we have a very, very beautiful action. And when it's collapsed spacebar, it's a flexible space. And when I scroll to, for example, post of this user, this app bar is collapsed. But I want to pin this app bar. We have another property, pinned. I want to add true. And you can see when I go up, my flexible app bar, when flexible app bar is, and we have simple app bar, and it's very, very beautiful. For example, I can add a title for that. The title is, maybe it could be, the title is a text, and let's add some static data, username. You can see in here, when I collapsed my app bar, my title is in here, and it's very, very beautiful. Okay. You can use Sliver app bar and add multiple features, but I want to create something that's advanced. In here, we know that we can add our Sliver list and add our post items. We can get user posts, but I want to have some extra animation like this. How we can create this? In here, I don't want to use a Sliver app bar because I want to have something very, very customized, and for that I want to create another class, my user app bar. For example, it extends Stateless widget. I'm sorry, let's add a Stateless widget like this, my user app bar. And in here, I want to return a container, and this container has width double at infinity and height, for example, 300. Okay, now let's add color for that, colors.red. Okay, I want to replace my app bar with this custom widget, and we know that for adding this we need a Sliver box adapter. And for child, I want to add my user app bar, and you can see I have very, very simple container. But how can I add some animations to my widgets? We have in Flutter, we have some widgets that could be animated. For example, the container could be animated container. When we have animated container, we have to add a duration, because each animation need to have duration. I want to add duration. I want to add second, 2 second for better. I want to add, for now, I want to add 2 seconds. It's lots of time and we can see everything. And after that, when each item in this animated container is changed, for example, the color, height, or another feature of animated container, when these items is changed, you can see this change with animation. And what's that means? In here, nothing happened, but I want to decrease my height to 100. Look at this. It has with animation. It's very beautiful. You can add, for example, some curve to change your animation. For example, curve.bounce in. Curves.bounce in. We need to change it again. For example, 400. You can see it has some bouncy animation, and it's very, very useful and very easy to use. We have lots of animated widgets that you can search for. I will use some of them in this section. All right, we know about animated container, but I want to have animated container or animated things depend to this scroll. For example, when this scroll a little bit up, I want to change something and add animations. And after that, when, for example, my scroll is very up, I want to show my app bar. For having these, we see controllers. In here, I want to add another controllers that called scroll controller. With a scroll controller, you can manage your scroll view. For example, in here we have custom scroll view, we see single child scroll view, and each scroll view can get controller. In here, I want to create final controller, or let's call scroll controller. It's equals scroll controller, remove const, and in here I can add a controller for this custom scroll view, scroll controller. And with this variable, I can control my scroll. One of controls that I can do is getting the offset of scroll. And let's see. Let's refresh again. And let's print scroll view, scroll controller dot offset. All right, let's save and see the console. All right, we have error because a scroll controller is attached in here, but we are calling offset before attached. Let's remove these and change user page to stateful widget. And in here, let's add init state. And in here, I can add a listener for my scroll controller. Add a listener, and in here we can listen to change in our scroll in our scroll view. For example, in here I can add a scroll controller offset because we are listening, and after change that happened, we can do something. For example, print offset. Let's back again and go in here. Nothing happened, and when we doing scroll, this add listener, this callback is called, and you can see in here we are printing the offset. When we go up, you can see it's 0, but when I go down, the offset is increased. We need get this offset and adding some animations to our app bar, our custom app bar. All right, let's remove this print, and I want to pass, for example, a controller to this, and I want to add my scroll controller to this to get the value scroll controller. But maybe we can get offset. We need only offset. We need the value of offset. In here, let's add double, final double. offset, and it's need to pass in here. And after that, we need pass our offset in here, scroll controller.offset. But we need notified build again this my app bar. For example, and for doing this, I just only add set state in here, and every time we add a scroll, this build is happened again, and my app bar, my user app bar has fresh offset. All right, let's see what happened. I go to my page. I have some error because, all right, we need to check something. For example, a scroll view has clients. That means a scroll view is attached. If it has client, pass a scroll controller.offset only, otherwise pass 0. And after that, when we move this scroll and rebuild, we has client and offset is very true offset. All right, it's very nice. Let's remove color, and we need to have stack. We need to have a child stack because we have user image and user name and last name. And for adding this, we need stack, not column or row. And for doing this, I want to have another animated container because I want to change the size of user avatar. All right. For adding this, let's add animated container. I want to change all of my container times. It's very good. Let's copy and paste again. I'm sorry, I need duration. And yeah, I have my animated container and have a duration. But for child, I want to add child image.assets, assets, temp, user1.png, and let's add fit box fit.cover, and I have my user. But it's not exactly that things I want, because I need pass some parameter to my stack to fill all of this stack to hold space that we have in this container. We have a fit parameter in here, stack fit that expand, and you can see it's expand to all space that we have. Very nice. I want to add another widget in here. It is a column, and this column has a children, the text, for example, the username, and let's add a style for that. Style, I want to hard code my text style. Color is colors white. Font weight, it's, I want to have a very big title, font size 23, and yeah, you can see it's in here. I need to bring it bottom, but let me add another text. It's for example, user location. Okay, it's below this username. Very nice. And let's bring our column in here. How I can do this with positioned widgets? I have positioned widgets. I want to bring this in left first. For example, 24 space from left. You can see it's in here. I need to bring it bottom. 24 space from bottom. It's in here. But I want to bring it in center. How I can bring it center? With adding right 24. Or maybe two of them, it could be 0 because we are passing two of them. It's in 0. It's in center, all right? Very nice. But we don't have any animation. Let's add our animation. First of all, let's work with this image. I want to bring and create a variable for expanded. I want to add it true because in first start of our page, we have expanded image and expanded user image. All right. Let's remove the const. And in here, until each build, until each scroll, we need check. We need check progress. Final progress. I want to create another variable, and with offset divide by MediaQuery.width of context.width size.width, because I want to have this is your you can replace this item with another value, but I want to have exactly this value with this value. Okay, you can see the animation. I want to have something like this, and each height that I consider in here, I need to pass it in here, and after that I have progress. Let's print progress and you can see. Progress for now is 0, and after each scroll you can see it's from 0 to 1. When I totally scroll up, you can see I have my 1. That means when my header is closed, it could be 1. And after that, when we scroll back to 0, I have 0. And this progress is changed from 0 to 1. And I want to calculate this. For example, I want to change expanded dependent progress. For example, I want to check expanded equals if progress less than 40%. That means in here it's 0 until, for example, here we are in expanded mode, but after that our expanded mode is false. That means we need to change the size of our user image. How I can change the size? We know that we have animated container, and with this animated container I can change in here. I can change width and height. In here I can add width. If expanded is true, that means MediaQuery. Let's add something in here. I want to add final width and add this in here to remove duplicate, and I can use width in here easily. Let's add width in here, and after that, yeah, if it's expanded, I have my width, it's exactly the same, but I want to decrease when expanded is false to 180, and height is equals because I want to have a square image. Expanded, true, use width, otherwise use 108. All right, let's see what happened. Nothing happened. Why? Because we didn't consider positioned for our animated container. Let's wrap it with positioned. It needs to be right 0 and left 0. And you can see I have my animations, but it's not very good. We will improve it. You can see if I go to the top, my image is go small, and after that we have a very big image. You can see in here when I scroll up, I don't want to have this image here. You can see it's under my status bar. How I can calculate status bar and add padding to have my image below of this status bar? You can calculate this status bar with some property in MediaQuery. For example, I can add padding to my animated container and edge insets that only I want to add from top. In here, you can see I have MediaQuery.of_context, and after that, I have a view padding dot top. See here, you can see I add some padding. It's below this status bar, and because I have a scroll, it goes under the status bar. But for default, it's exactly under the status bar because I add view padding at top. If I remove this padding, you can see it goes under status bar, but we need to check again. For example, if it's expanded, I don't want to have this. I want to have expanded image. It doesn't matter to under status bar. Let's see. You can see when I have expanded mode, I have full width, but if I scroll up, you can see I have my space, but let's add some extra padding plus 24, and you can see in here it's better now. Yeah, but let's see something again. I want to comment alignment. You can see I have full width, but if I go up, I have some issue because we have to add our alignment, but I can check again. For example, if expanded, null, unless use center, you can see in here, I have my animation. All right, it's good for now. One issue that I have, I want to decrease the height of whole animated container. I have two animated container. I need to change height of these. It's static. It's not changed depend on our scroll. In here, I have to have my width and minus if expanded through 0 because I want to have full width. But if expanded is false, I want to have width minus, for example, this text. You can see in here, if I use this item, because I am changing the height of animated controller, automatically my text goes up and it's under my text. But we have some weird things. You can see in here, it's not good. All right, it's because this bouncy curve. Let's remove the curve. It's creates some, yeah, it's very better now. You can see it's very smooth. And in here, I have a very nice animation. You can see in here, because I'm changing the height of my animated container, actually, you can, it's look like to animating my text because this text is below, and you can see it goes up. But I want to have another animated widget. I want to show you another animated widget. You know that in here, we create our position, and in this area, I have my column. I can add a widget called align. We see these, and alignment dot left, center left. You can see my items in here, and let's add 24 again to have some space. You can see in here I have my align, but I want to change alignment after expanded is true, because these are need to be in here after expanded. And in here, let's add our condition. For example, if expanded is true, I want to have center left, and after that, I want to have alignment dot center. And you can see when I scroll up, but I want to have animation. It's don't have animation. It's jump over. Okay. For doing this, it's only need to have animated alignment, and easily I have animation. In here, let's add duration, milliseconds 200, and after that, let's add curves, fast out, slow in. You can see it has a very good animation. You can see, I love it. I think it's good for now, and we have very beautiful animation.
Thanks for watching. If you like this video and this course, please like, subscribe, and share with your friends, and please support my work. Thank you. See you later.